Just starting up now. Hello. Welcome to the post show. Thank you to those of you who have joined. Appreciate that. Hope you'll enjoy our chat. I'm joined right now by Duvid, but we will be opening up the floor before long to have anyone on who is interested in sharing their thoughts about the debate or asking questions about the teachings. So Duvid is my regular streaming partner. Really appreciate having him around. He's always got some very interesting hot and sometimes cold takes, and is going to talk us through, I think, possibly his flow of the debate.
Yeah, I floated. If you want to do that right away, I'll do a screen share, just a recap. It was a pretty good show, pretty friendly. Although I think Mark really wasn't the right qualified person to be debating on behalf of evolution. Since he's a computer programmer, not a biologist. And it really wasn't a debate. It turned just into a conversation, and then the debate kind of flipped where you were presenting your monadism, and then he was arguing against it. So like relatively, it was probably a poor debate. And can you see my screen share?
Yeah, it's taking up the majority, just like standard. And I don't know if the audience can see. So if I were you, I'd maybe try to zoom in a tiny bit, if possible. Like on the bottom right, it looks like there's a slider for how much of a percent you can zoom in. I would go like, yeah, there you go. And we'll just slide over because your writing is pretty tiny.
Yeah, I'll read. The best part of the debate was probably the introduction, and they were somewhat standard. I think your arguments against evolution were, I don't call them non-standard, but they were different than people normally hear. So that was kind of interesting. Mark gave a pretty decent standard slide presentation. Just evolution, defining it as net change over time, organic populations, claiming that it's a fact that's observed. That breeding can select for traits, then natural selection. I can't even read my own.
That's not a good sign, is it? Maybe that's a sign or something from God. If it is, what does it mean?
Well, it's flowing because I was writing this as the debate was going on quickly. So, evolution theory synthesizes genetics, and then he gives his evidence, and you can see kind of like a poor debate because it wasn't point for point argumentation. And so, he had a slide that showed the geological record, comparative anatomy, distribution of species, embryology, molecular biology, junk DNA, then predictions. You made the point about intermediary species being predicted, and then the 98% of U.S. Scientists accept evolution. So it was kind of generic, but that was probably the best part of the debate. Like both sides did a pretty good intro and had slides and everything, and covered the like main arguments. Jennifer arguing against a question of does evolution is it based on genetic determinism? It's in the prediction level for scientific theory that is relatively weak, and just occasional matches like his moth with the long tongue, that occasionally evolution might appear to make predictions of some sort of intermediary species that are found. But that's basically all the predictions. That doesn't really have falsifiable axioms, pre-supported presuppositions. So I can't even read my own handwriting there, but that would have been note on Jennifer. The question of the origin of DNA, that evolution doesn't really explain the origin of DNA. Jennifer questioned maybe chemistry in totality, that chemistry can't even explain how water works, let alone how it's going to explain how DNA works. Jennifer's point about what we observe de-evolution, not evolution. That devolution is an observable phenomenon. Um, and then question what are the mechanisms of macro evolution, then punctuated equilibrium that the fossil record. You need to come on to punctuated equilibrium to match the fossil record. Then you call your Socratic two-step, where you defend the weak. Like everyone knows evolution. Evolution just saying that like breeding and things change over time. To the two-step, that like no, I really mean that life arose from non-life, and what we see
The
today.
biogenesis theory, right?
Yeah, so it's just like, well, what are we arguing? You're just saying that you're arguing in favor of breeding, or you're arguing in favor of natural selection, and you're saying like no, I mean you mean the full package of evolution, implying that life arose from non-life material, uh, atomic substances, and then that those simple atomic substances that arose from non-life evolved into the complex life forms that we see today. If you don't want to use the words higher, lower, so there's no, it wasn't the words you used, but I put the no model for life from non-life, and you question the metaphysical framing of evolution, and what you call the ad populum authority of the supposed masses of people who believe in evolution in the West. And so I have Jennifer in pink, and Mark in blue, and then I have little green numbers to show uh, where in time uh, these things. So the first uh, point was a little tit for tat on what do you mean, like the Socratic two-step, uh, that things adapt versus of evolution, and it kind of got sidetracked right away to Jennifer's monadic explanation for the origin of the material realm or life that we see, that you observed patterns, and even your question of what is the evolution necessitates randomness, and I think Mark probably lost a thread there, where once you question that the axiom of randomness, can he assume that randomness is even the true axiom that he could rely on? I think he lost the thread, and then you mentioned mutations, and then you point out mutations are de-evolution, not evolution, which to me was kind of the simple classical forms. Like mutations are almost always bad things that happen. They're not going to produce changes in species that so if he's just saying evolution just means that things change, it could be bad, it could be good, so what was the point of the debate? And this confusion over the de-evolution evolution was kind of hard to flow, and so I think I go to two back here, which you kind of went back to punctuated equilibrium. I'm trying to follow what actually happened in the debate, and so Mark is like, well, there's various theories and understandings within evolution. Punctuated equilibrium is just one of them, and so Jennifer was kind of mirroring the classical anti-evolution talking points that you need to demonstrate that a series of mutations could build up to cause some sort of change in species or something positive that would be passed on. And I'm not sure, like, I mean, there are better answers. So it's like Mark probably wasn't the right qualified person to, because I argued that point with JF, and he gave, kind of the classical, uh, you know, explanations that you would get from evolutionists that Mark didn't even really seem capable of giving over those mainstream arguments. And you mentioned like junk DNA and E. coli, which probably like the observed phenomenon of, so to say, evolution in bacteria and viruses like COVID-19 and the Delta variant, and it would appear that random mutations possibly have caused COVID-19 to become more virulent, more successful, better at spreading, and that the likely mechanism, the possibility that COVID-19, so to say, has um, evolved. But he didn't really give the best form of that argument. And he mentioned junk DNA a few times, which would be the molecular biology, genetic supposed evidence of evolution. I don't think he really explained that so well. And Jennifer kept on going back to, you say, de-evolution, loss of potential, which kind of, I think Mark basically lost the thread. So I put down here, macro process, micro evolution does not predict macro evolution. That kind of mirrored, mainstream evolution debates, and then it kind of switched to Jennifer saying, well, there's other explanations that could give a better fit of the pattern than evolution. And then the debate kind of lost the thread where Mark was like, well, then what's your theory? And then arguing against your theory, which is probably
Not a
exactly.
good plan. Yeah, you never go full Claire with my theory.
Well, I mean, it was supposedly what James did not want you to do, because it wasn't, Jennifer's theory for the origins of the material realm or origins of species. It was supposed to be evolution on trial, but I think Mark just lost the thread, and so he kind of just handed the platform over to you to preach your theory, and so you talked about your monads in the sphere, and I tried to flow that a little bit, but you really, I mean, it was a poor debate in that manner, because it really didn't have anything to do with the topic as your alternative explanation.
Well, what would have been better, that devolving into, pun intended, I also just realized I just put a link to the show in the chat. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired, I think. But don't click that link because it's just the show.
Yes, okay, so
Take-
put it back up to 3 here. So, going back to evolution not having falsifiable axioms, it was really you that maybe you were taking my advice in the classical, like carrying your argument forward, where you were saying that it was getting off topic, and so you
I
tried
had
to
the little Duvids on my shoulders the whole time. I swear I had Angel Duvid and Devil Duvid, and one on either shoulder, and they were both saying, God forbid, you suck at debating. And then I think I got a lot better at debating as a result, so I appreciate that. And then the only thing I think I really effed up was that I never made a good, I can't do it. I just cannot do a good conclusion. It appears like I am unable to summarize my arguments. Real mental
But you're
block
like
there.
Claire, really. You're like one track where really no matter what the topic is, all you want to do is promote your own stuff, as opposed to being able to stick
Yeah, I'm exactly
on
like Claire. I
topic.
mean, if you think about it, there's no distinction between me and Claire. You could, that's why TJM called Claire Jen the other day, because I'm essentially indistinguishable from Claire. That's
Well,
rational.
I mean, in terms of your style, where it doesn't matter what the topic is, that you would just fall into promoting your own ideas as opposed to
That's
sticking
true of
on
everyone.
topic.
That's true of everyone. It's just annoying when I do it because I'm actually right. Unlike most people, you just tune them out because what they're saying is just gibberish. Whereas what I'm saying is like, ooh, a little harder to ignore.
No, I mean it's not. I
But
mean,
yes, please go
I
ahead and
mean,
say how not everybody does exactly what you're describing that I'm doing is somehow an issue.
no, I mean certainly, like, I rarely talk about Judaism or something. My belief, I'm pretty good at sticking on topic. It's you're really just poor debate performance. I'm saying, like, maybe it was a good show, maybe it's good for you, maybe your strategy, but for a debate, it's saying if you want to be good at debating, you have to work on that, and like generally for just conversational, just to be able to stick on topic. And even if you have your own ideas to preach, you're saying like there's another time in place for it. And just because Mark lost the thread and handed the platform over to you, that so you at least attempted here. Like, I have 3 to mentioning that it's not falsifiable, and he didn't really have good arguments. So I guess he tried to like reverse lynch back to genetic data, and then it got back into this de-evolution versus evolution, that mutations are trying to make things worse. Mutations make things worse, not better. That all the evidence that we see is for de-evolution, not evolution. That there's evidence for mutations or bad things that happen, or limiting factors, and I'm sure you'll get more into explaining that. But and then the question of entropy, and that kind of sidestepped back to I even tried to write it back down like a right of your four, where you're going back to talking about your theories of monism. So all of these were kind of like sidetracked back to your monism, which I mean could be was the direction of modern day debate, where it's really at some point just going to be you defending your ideas, and that's what people want to hear. But in
I
terms
thought it
of
was
being,
pretty seamless because when he displayed that one image of all the convergent fetuses there, I thought it was a great opening to say, like, that doesn't actually support mutation. That supports convergent archetype. Like, mutation certainly doesn't predict this convergence of archetype, which he is funny because he pointed it out and he's like, how does mutation lead to this convergence of archetype, which appears to be a highly ordered process? That's how it sort of got into it. And he was being a good sport. Like, he asked those questions. That's yet another flaw to the Socratic method, is like, if you want to maintain a control over an exchange, Socratic questioning is actually not a good way to do it because a person could start filibustering.
yeah, I mean,
I
so
hear a bit of a sound.
you had taken a little bit of my basic debate training. So here, like, you're the one carrying your arguments forward. He's not really carrying his arguments forward. So even this is and I think if you watch it back, it was probably the majority was you talking about your monism, and not actually on the topic of evolution. And I have at some point it came back to I put it here in like the genetic determinism, where you say evolution is not compelling. Whatever you meant by that, you get more into that. But I tried. It looked like you were trying to carry forward your basic point that evolution requires genetic determinism, and
I
then
was really trying not to get into my model because, both James and, I mean, you and I agree it's not the place to be discussing it. So,
you did. I'm saying if you watch it back, it was over half about your monism, and I think
okay,
that's just
monism
because.
is not my model, though. Monism is something theoretically other people already understand if they're calling themselves philosophers, because it's like, if Occidental philosophy is like
But your
literally
model is just a form of monism.
commentaries on Platonism, people should know Platonism, right? Oh, wait, they don't. Okay, right. Okay, go
No, I mean
on.
your model is just a form of monism. But either way, I mean, it was Mark that just lost the thread, and I mean he really wasn't qualified to take the affirmative in evolution, and instead of, and so I mean it's tough to say it was your fault, but we'll see if James is upset or has you back, or whatever. But I think if you watch it back, you see like over half of it was you talking about monism, and James or Amy just didn't have it into control. They probably didn't know enough about the topic. And
What do you
then
think the Greeks would say if we were discussing philosophy without even mentioning monism? You think they might
we'll get
laugh
again.
at
Then
us?
we may finish
No,
the
it's cool.
flow, and just mention that, like, I mean, I'll zoom out in a second. I have, like you get into the metaphysics. I have a six, talk micro, macro, state transitions, evidence, and then even there you get into talk like the heart, and then you get back into your points of monism. So every single one of these points that would have been like a generic point on an evolution debate really turned back to like the metaphysics and monism, and it probably what Mark just wasn't really qualified to take the affirmative, and say, okay, you could have stuck on topic, and you somewhat did, because to say like like most of these were you carrying forward your arguments. If you look, Mark didn't really carry forward his arguments. Good debates are more scripted. If it was like a high school or college where you debate the same topic every time the whole year, and if it's a tournament where there's 5 rounds and all 5 rounds of the same topic, you would have preparation for the main debates. Sophia's here, geological record, comparative anatomy, uh, distribution of species, embryology, molecular biology, junk DNA, and predictions, consensus of scientists. All those could have been points that could have had nice back and forths, and none of them really did. They were mentioned briefly. In his conclusion, he maybe tried to carry forward a few of those arguments, but no, I mean, you could see from the flow, it was a low quality debate. The only thing that was good about the debate was the introductions. But I mean, that's just from a debate perspective. Like, it doesn't mean it wasn't a good show. Doesn't mean it wasn't a good conversation. Doesn't mean that people didn't learn anything about you, and you had your opportunity, even though supposedly James said like absolutely that's not what he wanted you to do, to express.
I didn't talk about my model, though. I talked about monism, which is not my model. My model is a form of monism. So I spoke of monism in general, which if it's a philosophy, if it's a debating show, shouldn't people know what that is? If it's the basis, if it's the foundation of, quote, Western philosophy, shouldn't people be conversant in this idea?
No, I'm saying like
I didn't expect he would be. I'm just saying maybe he should be, because people are basically like they've Socratized Platonism to death. It's like that doesn't work. Platonism is based on monad. You can't falsify. Excuse me. You can't falsify the monad for the same reason you can't prove the monad. It's metaphysical. It's
it's your own
and proof.
I mean, you show your own lack of knowledge. So maybe just the chunking, the people, ignorance is the natural condition, and you're like, no, there's no reason people would have known this unless they were taught it or unless they studied it. So say like, you're talking, like I told Ben Watkins, like weren't the majority of Western philosophers before 150 years ago dualist, and he didn't have a good answer because he wasn't educated enough. And saying that most people have heard of Plato or the connection to the forms, or maybe if it's a Christian audience, Gnosticism. To say like the main schools, even like atheism, is an ancient Greek term, but is more a modern school. That modern day atheism didn't really exist till a few hundred years ago. Even Spinoza and pantheism was generally a bigger philosophical school than atheism for a few hundred years. And now, if you have atheism as mainstream, like over 60% of philosophers are atheists, almost all scientists believe in evolution, that people just know, like if anyone had an education in the West, they've heard of evolution, and probably in the past they think of basically Christianity, and they might not know much more than that. So like let's just say like people say, Jennifer, you have to publish, you have to do peer review, and that would mean you would have to do a historical overview of the sources, and to show where your theory or your ideas come in, and what they're adding, what they're saying new, what they're saying different. And if you say, okay, like monism is an ancient belief that basically all ancient traditions, Vedic, Greek, Hebraic, Kabbalistic, Christian, believed in, and it's just as opposed to dualism. Dualism saying that there's a complete separate realm of the spiritual and the material. They're two independent realms that interact in the soul, and ideas and various factors come from the spiritual realm, and then the material realm is like physics and the regular phenomenon that we experience in the material realm, and like the body is material, the soul is spiritual, as opposed to monism, which is the generic understanding that there is only one substance, but that substance is what creates both what we would call the spiritual and the material realm, as opposed to dualism that said there's two separate realms. Monism saying that there's only one realm, which is like pantheism, where God is the universe. But usually monism is this concept where you have something different than the material realm and spiritual realm that gives rise to both of them. So if it's in the Vedic concept like Shankaracharya, where you have Brahma as the origin of both Vishnu and Shiva, both the material and spiritual, or a Kabbalistic concept of your Jehovah as a monistic source of both the spiritual and physical, or the Gnostic visions. And I didn't flow that much of your back and forth because like it was supposed to be a debate on evolution, and it really wasn't. I mean, there were some interesting points we could talk about in terms of your exchange on monism, but like no, I mean, if Jennifer progresses in her theory, you have to have a better historical background, and then kind of like the argument about what you're saying. Well, does your model make predictions? You talk about the shape of DNA. It's like, no, you didn't predict the shape of DNA. That like when Jennifer was born, it was already well known, the double helix. Jennifer did not predict the double helix. She could have a mathematical model or a physics model or metaphysical monadic model that explains why DNA takes the shape it does in terms of why it makes sense it does, why that follows mathematical or physical laws like an equation, but you can't predict something that's already well known in that sense. Or if you're saying that like AlphaFold, and I shared maybe in Week in Review, I'll show a recent video and more on what AlphaFold has been able to do in terms of predicting 3D structures of proteins. And Jennifer says she has someone say like a monadic model based on spheres, and that all things in the universe could be predicted based on simple principles of distortions in spheres or harmonics in spheres. And you could
It's
call that.
topological operations, right? It's continuous deformations technically, because it's not it's not like a function, and because there are sort of
Yeah,
points
so this is
where
your
it's not
problem why you're
continuous.
not good at debate. Because
Oh,
saying like,
right, I
because
forgot about that.
well,
You're
because
not
like
done. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish
no,
your
because
point. I
it's
thought we were going
irrelevant. Like
combo.
you're trying to give a master class, and it's not debates aren't master classes. So I mean, that's why I keep like people say publish your paper. I encourage you to make videos to explain this, but the debates are not the time to explain these concepts, and that's why it wasn't flowable. It wasn't a good debate. And I was saying it wasn't good programming. It might be good. It might be good for you to get your ideas out there to a bigger audience. But so like debates aren't the time for teaching, and if it's in a good debate, you refer people to the video, and it's if you have like T Jump and JF, that's their strategy for debate because they have a platform, they're making money off of it, they're increasing their brand, and probably that's what Jennifer is going to move into at some point on her own, which will be that like T Jump
You
is
have
giving.
this dream that I'm going to solo stream that is never going to happen, but I appreciate your faith in me.
Well, I'm saying that if it's like JF giving basic biology lessons or T Jump giving basic logic and philosophy lessons, that he could turn a debate into like let me take a timeout right now and go on a 5-minute ramble on philosophy 101 and saying like in debate that never happens. The debate is scored. So saying you would just carry forward your arguments or move forward with your arguments.
I started with asking questions. He didn't answer the question and anything I go off of, and he asked me a question back. So I guess I engineered it so that I was
debates
answering
aren't
questions.
for explaining things.
That is a massive weakness of the Socratic method, though. So it's very hard to draw a line where it became inappropriate. But I agree. I mean,
Socratic
what was I supposed to do? Just
Socratic method isn't for debate.
Criticize the whole thing. Yes, it is. That's all T Jump did when he debated me about pantheism.
So that's the point. Socratic method has the power asymmetry. It's not a debate. It's where one person is teaching, has the answer, and the person they're teaching does not have the answer, and therefore they use the Socratic method, and it requires a power asymmetry. In debate, you should have two equal sides representing different worldviews or ways of seeing things that are expressing them and trying to show that these various worldviews that of seeing things is more in line with the evidence. So the debate is not it's not a time for the Socratic method. And saying that like modern day debate they call it modern day debate, but it's not really. They're low quality debates generally on the channel. And say like if you're in a professional debate or a scored debate, you don't need to take a time out to explain it. If the audience or the people don't understand the explanation, that's on them. They have to do their own homework. So I mean, Jennifer wants to be a teacher and feel bad for people and saying like, no, I'm sorry, if you haven't done your homework, you don't understand these ideas, look it up on your own time. And like, no, I'm not going to interrupt the debate to explain this stuff to you. Or the Socratic method, where you're using your opponent, and generally the Socratic method only works when the other person doesn't understand something. It's a method to get the person to understand that. In a professional debate, you're assuming it's not like T-jump where it's just, oh, I'm calling you out, you don't even know the basic rules of logic. You say like, no, if you have a qualified person debating, you're not going to need like T-jump timing out to give you examples of like debunking flat earth or simple things, teaching them the simple rules of logic. The assumption is someone makes it to the platform, they know the basic rules of logic. So modern day debate, I mean, it's tough to
Like
make
the law of
internet.
excluded middle, like
Well,
that incredibly nonsensical thing that
there's a
everyone
whole
just takes for
bunch of,
granted.
but I'm saying like the prerequisites for debate. I mean, so we don't have to get too veered off, and it's probably best to use the post
I
show.
couldn't believe it went as long as it did because I was looking at the time on the stream and it said an hour and a half. Then I looked back again at the end and it said 2 hours and 45 minutes. I was like, whoa.
It just turned into like a chill stream, and then like Amy just kept on taking questions and questions from the chat. So I mean, it was a successful show. It was probably you got to explain a lot of your ideas, and I mean, from my perspective, like the multiple truth hypothesis, even like Kabbalah and Spinoza. I'm a dualist, but even to understand monism or to understand the evolution is really not a very good way of looking at the world, and to remove people from the evolutionary framework in order to understand spirituality. That in order to understand spirituality or concepts of the soul or various things, that you have to remove people of their false beliefs, and evolution is generally the main false belief that people have, because that's like Mark said, 98% of scientists in America believe evolution. Basically the whole university system in the West is based on evolution.
Yeah,
And
that's right. For those of you who don't know in the audience, Duvit's debated pretty big debate with JF on evolution. Quite a while. I see. It feels like it was a long time ago, but
there's
you say like
my
two
first
years
major. It
ago.
was almost 3 years ago. And I mean,
Yeah, there you
JF
go.
is you're probably one of the best pro evolution debaters on YouTube. He actually has a PhD in biology, and he actually has his own scientific theory on the revolutionary phenotype, on how possibly the origins of DNA. So I'm saying like Mark is a smart man. He was a nice man. He was professional. I'm not gonna say anything bad about Mark, but I mean he wasn't
Is it
qualified.
still somewhere? Someone in the chat is asking for a link to your debate. I'm not actually sure if it's still up.
I'll
JF,
search in a second.
unfortunately.
And sure it's on BitChute. JF took his whole channel down, but it's on BitChute, and hopefully, like I said, like they're generic arguments that people could use. And I mentioned, Jennifer, the main arguments I used against JF was consciousness, and that consciousness cannot uh, be explained to arise from the physical. That this phenomenon that we all understand of consciousness doesn't arise from the physical, then that in evolution can't explain that. And I argued similar to Jennifer's point, one of the main points, that macroevolution, that the improbability to impossibility of random mutations, multiple random mutations leading to something useful, like eyesight, or in mainstream evolution, anti-evolution arguments, the concept of venom in the stinger, the multiple mechanisms where you need a mechanism to create a poison, you need a mechanism to store the poison, you need a mechanism of the stinger, and none of those are valuable in and of itself, that you would need countless mutations that would have to be held and then put together to make something useful, like a whole mechanism of having a stinger and poison and a storage place for the poison. If that is a pretty common argument against evolution, let alone like something like eyesight. Um, but uh, but so I argued that kind of mainstream argument, and I mentioned entropy, and I mentioned uh, Jennifer didn't phrase it in that way, and Mark almost conceded that he wasn't even claiming that life can't arise from non-life, and that evolution, the whole uh, breadth of the theory, claiming that life arose from non-life, and then to the complex organisms like us today, that everything we know that life only comes from life. There's no knowledge of life coming from non-life. And then JF argued that, like, yeah, well, life is just a replicator, and there could possibly be instances of replicators arising from non-life. And obviously JF is has his own theory of the revolutionary phenotype, of how possibly DNA evolved from RNA, which is still an unknown even among theoreticians, even among biologists and evolutionists. And then I also mentioned the moral argument that evolution um, predicts nihilism, which Jeff was okay with because he is a nihilist. So Jennifer didn't really use any of those arguments, and she used very good arguments and different arguments. And so there's a whole bunch of arguments against evolution. I would assume that JF would have had good defenses and arguments against all of Jennifer's points. I'm saying like that. I'm not saying JF would have beat Jennifer, but like saying that if Jennifer,
He's already tried. He got completely steamrolled. He had to resort to ad homs, and finally, it just
we
he
didn't debate him
started.
on
He was super
evolution.
nice. He basically interviewed me after that. He's like, if debating me just looks dumb to debate me. He did start to Socratize me about halfway through. Like, maybe you're not right. Did you ever think of that? And it's just like, no.
Well, you kind of T-jumped you where you're just saying like,
Well, that was only halfway through. He let me
you're
get
a
through a
moron with
good amount. It was about an hour, and I was maybe 25, 27 minutes in before he started the Socratic, two-step or whatever. The Socratic slither.
you're just like debunking crazy people. So I mean, it's like T-jump.
Oh, come on. He doesn't think that about me.
Well, no, I mean, so that's kind of how T-jump and JF, they didn't take it like a serious debate. It was just debunking. You're debunking, like a crazy person.
I really don't think at any point JF debunked me. He tried to Socratically push back on what I was saying, and I was like, it's actually obstructing me explaining this to you if you push back on rather obvious axiom.
Socratic implies that you're debunking someone false. You don't use the
Did
Socratic
he
method.
see it that way? Like, just because you had a thought doesn't mean everybody else in the
well, I still have that flow.
You got to give it a couple weeks before they transcend it.
I mean, you could share the link to that, but I mean, that's my impression for how JF in the first, so to say, debate on the quantum mind, like, he tried to Socratic you kind of like T-jump, where you're just like, this woman doesn't even know the basics of logic and science, and therefore try to Socratic you, as opposed to a formal debate where we're saying like, you're not.
But I neutralized the Socratizing, didn't I? I was like, no. And then it went back to teaching, didn't it? I mean, I thought it was pretty tight. I felt like I was in control of the JF one for more than. I stopped counting after like 70%.
Well, that stream exists, and people could watch it back, and we did a post stream on that also. So that was my comment. I would encourage you to use this I would encourage you to use the stream maybe to get some new people on. I'll put the link in the chat to my debate with JF on archived on BitChute. I'm not sure if Jennifer's debate is probably archived on BitChute also, and you can see our post stream where I went over.
Mine with JF was not a debate. I'm sorry, it wasn't built as a debate. You can't sneak a debate into an interview. It was. I mean, I don't think. What did he build it as a versus?
No, there was two. There was the first one where he debated you on quantum mind, and the second one he interviewed. And the first time when he debated you on quantum mind, he kind of like T-jumped you, where he was more debunking you than
I don't
debating
even
you.
remember that. I don't have any recollection of that. I just remember
I'm
the
saying,
last
you
one
know,
was so
because
good.
I mean, the first time it was more like a debunking as opposed to a debate. And so like T-Jump doesn't debate people, he debunks people. And, so, God forbid, you say like, no, I mean, a good debate, you're assuming that both sides are qualified and they don't need to be debunked, that they've thought through and they're arguing, like a tenable position. So it was like Ben Watkins, and he went down to the actual convention, and he defended, so say atheism versus Catholics, and people know that atheism is a school of thought, and they might disagree with it, but it's not because atheists don't know elementary logic or thought that there could be a reason. So you don't debunk an atheist. If you have a good atheist to debate, you debate an atheist or evolution or any of these ideas. If it's interfaith or whatever, if you debunk a fraud, you debate a person from a worthy opposing schools. And then if you have JF or T jump that maybe have demonstration of bad character, they don't debate people, they debunk people, and that's more their style, like a cult of personality. And so they're low quality debates. And even say like evolution is the norm, even though in my evolution should be debunked. um, but who's Duvid to say evolution should be debunked when it's the mainstream accepted theory among experts? But since they raise the quality of debates, that you don't even really have good debates to to show or use an example. And even modern day debate, one of the bigger debate channels on the internet is really low quality debates. And it's the unfortunate situation of our collective karma in the moment. I think President Bush spoke today in 9/11 in America, 20 years, September 11th. It was yesterday already. But people don't respect their opposition, and God forbid, people already kill each other just because they disagree, and they don't know how to have respectable disagreements. That's why working together with Jennifer to revive the lost art of debate, which is part of the Vedic system, part of a lot of traditions. It's important to education, and why also trying to stress to Jennifer, debates are not the time to teach. And so that she should even though if her main desire is to teach, that there's a proper time and
I was
place.
trying to Socratize, and he asked me a question, which is part of the Socratic method, and I answered it because it would be rude not to answer it. Now, I did not explain anything about my model. I said that my model predicts the heart, but I didn't say how. And I said, your model can't predict anything. And I was merely using it as an example as to why their arguments were not particularly compelling it with regards to, we found something that was like halfway between these two different morphogenic resonance of animals, like animal morphology or whatever you're going to call it, how they look, the range of characteristics over which an animal fluctuates equals
Because I
one.
mean, he's a typical, so to say, Westerner that's intelligent and thought out, and everything he knows tells him that evolution is true. Probably his parents and his educators and all the people within the system um, told him that evolution is true. And so he just assumes that it's logical and that there's overwhelming evidence for it. And then when actually examined, like in a debate, um, just the dissonance where you're saying like, oh, you're questioning the evidence.
Yeah, there seems to be quite a bit of that going around, eh?
He
What's
doesn't
up
have
with that
he doesn't
anyway?
have direct answers to the questions that you're posing to him on his
Yeah.
belief systems. That the natural inclination of him is to be like, well, what do you have that's better? And so like it's a debate. Like you're defending evolution, like like you basically lost the debate a few minutes in when he started questioning your system. He's like, well, what's your explanation better for it? You're saying like, no, like he's supposed to be defending evolution that has overwhelming evidence and logic and is supported by 98% of scientists. He doesn't need to question whether you have an idea that could fit the evidence better. So once he went
It's
into,
hard to be able to ask questions and go back and forth on that because, as you said, it's usually applied as a power differential.
well, I
So
mean,
to have
because they're saying
2
like if
people
you
doing it
start
against each
arguing in
other, it's what
university,
happened with T-Jump and Claire, basically, right? That's why
you would
that
be taken
fizzled
out
out.
in a straitjacket. So like I was
What?
in the University of Michigan, and you start arguing with evolution, they'll take you out in a straitjacket. And like even if you say, but I'm
Oh,
right, I'm
that's
using
really
logic.
encouraging for science, isn't it?
Well, it's the current situation of karma. So I was just saying that Mark is symbolic of a rather like intelligent person who thinks about issues, and he just assumes that evolution is like overwhelmingly proven and that there's answers to these questions. So like when I debate JF, um, I got him to admit the current state of knowledge, what the people believe is going to be discovered and is not yet discovered, and to admit that it's basically a nihilistic understanding of the world and framework that is necessary for evolution. And JF, as you're someone who really understands evolution, was able to correctly frame the theory. And so probably Mark is thinking like it's either evolution or Christianity and creationism, because in like in the U.S., the main people who don't believe in evolution are Christian fundamentalists. You might have a few like Orthodox Jewish fundamentalists, but the main people who don't promote evolution are Christian fundamentalists who believe in some sort of intelligent design, and so he's thinking that the Bible is ridiculous, like T jump. There's no way the explanation of the Bible is logical, and if that's the only opposing theory to evolution, and if you're in the U.S. and haven't really researched the classics, that you might think that intelligent design Christianity is the only main opposition to evolution, as opposed to the historical classics like monism, Gnosticism, dualism, pantheism, and other models that like pantheism probably because it's not based on necessary. Jennifer might be part of the tradition and believe in scripture, but just to argue the pure logic of pantheism or monism without the attachment to a tradition is more in line with classical philosophy. And someone like Ben Watkins, who had a little bit of educational classics, was at least able to recognize that as being tenable, as opposed to maybe intelligent design that your average person just sees as untenable and only crazed religious people uh, believe in. So I think you won the debate pretty clearly. I'm saying like he just folded from like the first minute of questioning. He basically folded once you questioned his metaphysics and had a few questions he didn't really have answers he wasn't prepared for, and then he handed the platform over to you, and then it was kind of a successful conversation. And I doubt James is going to be too upset. I mean, saying like maybe he's like, I told you not to do that, but like like Amy, uh, didn't stop you, and like Mark didn't really have anything for you. He didn't have counters to your argument. So it's like, what are you supposed to do? Just like declare victory and say, okay, Mark, I'm sorry that it was a mistake for Mark to take the affirmative in an evolution debate. He doesn't really know enough about it to counter these arguments.
He
So
did a pretty good job, and he was actually listening to what I was saying, unlike so many people who are just like, yeah, but I debunked you. And we do have somebody else on the panel, so I don't know if Project Sigma Dialectic, who I think I gave probably too hard of a time last time due to miscommunication, but if you have anything you want to say, I think Juvid's done his intro bit, right?
yeah, I mean, just that like you do the reverse of the power asymmetry. Like it's my channel, and now I will be the one who puts you in a straitjacket and bounces you out when you disagree with me, because that's how I was treated. When I was in mainstream
Do you
university in
think this
these
is like a
systems.
revenge thing? Because I don't really see myself as particularly vengeful.
Well, it's the natural tendency of patterns that you treat people the way you were treated. You just say like, okay, like God forbid I beat my kids,
It's not
because
true.
when I misbehaved, my parents beat me, and like I never thought I was going to beat my kids, but now that like I'm a parent and my kids are misbehaving, I understand why my parents beat me, and so it's like just the natural order of when I question the authority and they just bounce me out and threaten to punish me and use uh, punitive action against me, that now that I have built up my own network and there's people questioning my authority, that I will treat them the same way that I was treated. So that's just natural. Then you have to be someone enlightened and say, even though, God forbid, when I behaved in a way that wasn't expected, I was beaten down and punished, that I will not treat people in that manner. I'll treat them and I'll come up with some better way to treat them, even though that's the way the world reacted to me.
Well, it's about principle. I just don't want to have bad karma, so I don't really care how people treat me. I just never want to let the way people treat me affect my karma, I guess.
Hello, David. Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you fine.
Pleasure to make an introduction. I had a question for Jen. Do you do any pre-gaming as far as just like a practice run before you go on any of these debates?
Pre-gaming.
Yeah, just doing a test run. Having a conversation with somebody on the topic before you actually go onto these debates.
Oh, well, sure. I've been having conversations about this topic ever since I found out I was doing the debate. It just sort of cropped up.
I just meant like right before, like the hour before the debate.
Well, it was really fortuitous this time because I got the time wrong. So I ended up thinking I had to start an hour earlier than I actually did. So that was awesome. I went over to
Nice.
the YouTube screen. I was like, oh, it's 80 minutes till the thing, not 20. Yes. So I had like this extra thing. So I was able to work on my presentation a little longer. I definitely spent a good 2 hours at least ship posting in a T-Jump chat, because that kind of stuff really gets my juices flowing. Does that
it
count?
Definitely seemed like it. Yeah, does. I do notice you get seem like a little nervous, when you first come in, right? And I don't know if I'm right.
Compared to who?
Oh, just compared to like how the conversation progresses, right? Seems like
I mean, a person. Like who gets less nervous than me, I guess.
Less
Because I'd like to meet
than
them
you.
and learn their ways.
I honestly couldn't say. It was just a direct observation.
Oh,
just intuition, I guess.
Oh, how interesting.
For what that's worth, anyway. Also, I was curious. Would it be more functional to define like what evolution is? Because Jen's model is another form of evolution. Maybe to describe it correctly. I know it's a common parlance to describe a natural selection as the only evolutionary model. Just wondered if that was an issue, or you guys consider that.
She was sort of self-referential to the debate, because like you could say that the point of the debate was defining evolution, basically. But if we'd have set out to define evolution, that would have become the debate. It's just like with Cheech, where we set up to define consciousness, and it ended up being a debate about panpsychism instead of pantheism. It's the problem with metaphysics.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure.
That it ends up being, well, is the place for metaphysical convergence practice or exercises, is a place for that a debate? Well, not really, because it takes a long time. So in theory, you should agree on that before. And if you don't, the debate will be about hammering out metaphysics, which is what happened. So I think what happened was right, even if whoever thinks that it wasn't the perfect debate that ever happened, and to some extent it needed to happen.
Well, you may be able to segue into that maybe a little more smoothly. I thought, have you ever considered maybe getting him to point out the flaws in the model, right? The questions that it doesn't answer, so you can fill it in. Instead of
you're talking about a debate strategy. So she's saying that
yes,
the point of this debate was evolution as it's understood in the West and the academic scientific system and her arguing against it as a theory based on pure logic and ideas, and there's no part in that in offering an alternative hypothesis. You don't need to offer an alternative hypothesis. It deters from the debate to do that. If you could choose as a strategy to say that your goal, like I said, kind of like Claire or something, where it's like it's always secular chronism, no matter what you're arguing with, and you point a flaw in the other system, and like therefore secular chronism. So you could have that strategy where you're arguing against mainstream evolution, but your real strategy is to promote your own understanding of cosmology, or how the world operates. And you're so like, no, evolution is true, but not just the way that you guys were taught. This alternative understanding, which is my system. And it's saying like, no, that's what James absolutely did not. You're saying one a proper debate. It's pigeonholed to a very specific topic, and it should be obvious that the evolution that is the mainstream taught in medical schools and universities and indoctrined in the main halls of science, and then Jennifer should be giving generic logical arguments of the flaws in the theory, the problems with the theory, and as I said, it doesn't require it shouldn't even involve alternative hypothesis, period. So
I would agree.
if you're
I
going
would
to have
think that that would.
hypothesis, you could do that as a strategy. So if I was advising Jennifer, I think James was probably trying to be clear, is like, no, it's evolution on trial. I don't care about your alternative hypothesis. You're taking the negative against evolution, and any alternative hypothesis is completely irrelevant to the topic. And that's why I said it was relatively.
I would agree.
A poor debate. You're saying if that was her strategy. It's like, I don't care that it was a poor debate. My goal was to teach and promote my own things, and so any option I could to put myself in front of a crowd and promote my own stuff, I'm going to take.
Yeah, like I said, I would agree. I think that would better be suited for closing statements, and then stick to the argumentation, which is what I was suggesting.
Well, it says strategy. Then, you're saying for strategy was saying that like, we're just calling this the debate of evolution on trial, but really the reason I'm here is to promote my own stuff. And I know that James told me not to promote my own stuff, and his build is something else. But end of the day, I'm here to promote my own stuff, and that's what I'm going to do. That's my strategy.
Okay. I didn't think I did, because to me, the monad, that's not my stuff. I brought it up in the context of the convergent things, and then it turned into more of it, but I don't ever really think I got to explaining the model. It was a meta-analysis of the model, which isn't the model itself, but
even that
could have been better. Would it have been better if I hadn't gone into my model? I would have had to be more cranky, because I would have had to be Socratizing, like this whole Socratizing people just for the sheer,
because Mark,
hell of it does not come naturally to me at all.
Do you think her?
You agree?
Do you think her objective?
Mark wasn't qualified to do the affirmative in an evolutionary debate, and saying that how Jennifer should have handled it, and like Mark completely led into alternative hypothesis, and so I'm not saying, but if it was you like a qualified affirmative in evolution, there wouldn't have been any questions about alternative hypothesis. And like generally, maybe it was interesting to the crowd because Jennifer has different alternative hypotheses, and even she tried not to give her own or give generic monadic pantheistic explanation that is consistent with hers, but is a larger general category than just hers, as where most people in modern day debate, when they think of the alternative hypothesis to evolution, they're thinking Christianity, intelligent design. So just that Jennifer was giving a different alternative hypothesis to biblical intelligent design was like a fresh breath air to the average person watching.
I would agree with that too. Isn't that her argument? The heart of the argumentation, though. That's what her model is what she's using as that device.
Well, she had the discipline and self-control to just steer clear of any alternative hypothesis, and just and even though Mark conceded and saying, okay, Mark has already basically lost the debate, and it's not his fault. He's not a bad guy. He just doesn't have a background in biology. He's a computer scientist or something like that. And she could have kept on making her points about the logical problems and flaws and metaphysical assumptions of evolution without alternative hypothesis.
Well, why not let him do that? Is it inappropriate to use a line of questioning in order to get them to counter their own argument?
Well, and it's a different rhetorical strategy. By saying that it got off topic, just saying there was a low quality debate because over half of it was off topic.
Yeah, I noticed.
The topic was evolution.
Still interesting. It was. It just went on like as conversations do, as they go off on tangents, right? As you're further trying to explain.
Why is Mark? I mean, I guess it's just because it's a public channel and people sign up to do it.
Some of the other.
Why is Mark a computer programmer? The one defending evolution, and like obviously,
because literally nobody else would do it, and he would only do it because we're already friends, and he knew there was no chance I was going to absolutely rail him the way I rail some of these people because they aren't my friends.
No, I assume like that girl on Theology Unleashed, it's been on Modern Day Debate.
You can't get away with certain kinds of ad homs with me. Mark's not going to use them because he's a super nice guy. So
Erica,
really only a problem if people want to be able to resort to ad homs without any reproach, which is I think in a way make that impossible.
Unless of a bit of Erica probably wild card, substantially more qualified to take the affirmative in evolution. Someone who's
then how come they didn't show up to the debate? I mean, it was a Saturday night. Saturday. Why not? I mean, how many people do you figure watch that shit?
In biology, like if it's JF,
if it's an easy win, bring them on.
Well, I was saying like it was a little bit weird that you were debating Mark. I mean, saying it's not weird because you have experience with Mark and you've been on Amy and it was friendly and it was comfortable and so it was just billed as a debate on evolution, and it really wasn't a debate on evolution. It was just kind of a friendly conversation between you and Mark.
Okay, let's not go that far.
And then a bunch of questions, and it was, and like besides for the introduction, it wasn't even close to a debate on evolution. Besides for the introduction, by saying like even Modern Day Debate, like I don't know, Erica, maybe she's the only one. Like I mean, JF is the example. Like someone. Like JF is a really good example. He's a PhD in biology. He's written like 10 published papers. He has his own book and theory specifically on the theory of evolution. Like, so he's a scientist who does research and has published his own unique research within the field of evolution. Someone like Erica, who, I'm not sure, is like getting a master's degree or something in paleontology, has expertise in the subject, as opposed to Mark. He's a good guy. He's a debater, but he's a computer programmer and a computer scientist, and he doesn't have expertise in evolution at all.
Couldn't have said it better.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, so it doesn't matter. You just make programming, and you could like Luke Ford or something. I used to appear on his show all the time, and like I would look at the topic of the show and like what the hell? Like I couldn't even share the show on like my social media because like the topic he would have, and I guess like he went over an article or something, but like our conversation had absolutely nothing to do with the tagline. And I said like no, I mean it was related to evolution, the whole conversation, but at some point it was kind of like it was really Mark giving Jennifer like a softball interview on her ideas. I mean, like,
come on.
It was. No, I'm saying like, really that's what happened. Compared to like T-Jump.
No, it's not. It's impossible. The ideas are just so good. They
like
can't
T-Jump
be
and JF, who largely
it's him giving
tried
me an
to
easy
debunk you.
Oh my
God. Like really
you did seem to go into it with less suspicion.
A softball interview of your ideas, which was good for you. I'm saying like
was.
But I
I'm
mean,
just saying,
that's
I
my
don't know that
interpretation.
that was. I think that's an unfair characterization.
Well,
Why shouldn't you just?
our
I don't know why
our
you have to be
interaction.
defensive.
Oh, go ahead.
You're saying at a certain point, Mark did not have good arguments against your arguments, and it turned into a softball interview of you and your in some of your ideas. And it's like it's not an insult to you. I don't know why you have to get defensive and say that's just my interpretation of what happened.
Because it makes it seem like it was, taking it easy on me or something.
Well,
You
no,
get
because
you
that's
get
Mark.
you get a
Because Mark's
little
a
a
good
little
guy. That's
defensive,
his personality.
a little bit.
T Jump is a
Just a little bit, eh?
professional like debunker who debunks frauds and crazy people. And when he talks to you like the regular frauds and crazy people that he's used to debunking. And JF also, is somewhat like that. Who that's how he dealt with you in the first debate. And the second one was maybe more cordial. Mark is a nice guy. And so that's just how he treats people. So that's how it turned out. It wasn't like he was taking it easy on you.
Oh,
That's
no.
just Mark's style.
It's not because if somebody's going to get out of line, I'm going to stomp them. Not that.
No, I mean,
Like what happened on
I
the
don't
Teach
think that.
thing with that
I mean,
guy. It was
I
like,
saw
I
Mark
regret
debate
every
Claire.
decision I ever made.
I mean, Mark
He
was
literally said that. I was like, that's sweet.
Mark didn't even get upset at Claire.
I got somebody to regret every decision
Even
they ever
Mark
made
was
when they were
like,
debating me. That's Giga Chat.
even Mark was like, I'm not calling you an anti-Semite, but some of the statements that you were saying are clearly anti-Semitic, and like that was the worst that Mark said to Claire. So it's like no, Mark is just a nice guy and gives softball interviews. Like he's like good for him.
Which interview? Sorry, you lost me. You said Claire. I thought
when Mark debated Claire on Amy's channel, like he didn't even get upset at Claire. Like the worst he said was like, I'm not even gonna call, like what you're saying could be interpreted as anti-Semitic, even if you're not anti-Semitic. That's like the worst thing he said to Claire in his whole debate. And so it's like, no, that's just Mark's style. It's not like T-Jump. T-Jump came at you straight up like this woman's a fraud, and he's going to publicly debunk you for everyone to see. That's not the kind of guy Mark is. So I'm calling it like a softball interview, and I don't know. You have to take that.
Yeah, T-Jump definitely treated her like Darth Dawkins. That's for sure.
Just like another fraud to be debunked, because that's what he does.
Although I know Jen, she's you are easily antagonized sometimes. These guys do troll you a little bit.
Yeah, that's just Mark's a nice guy. Like he wasn't going to, and so it turned into, I said, like a softball interview, and maybe James purposely planned it like that. He knows Mark, and Mark's a nice guy, and like he'll give you a softball and he'll give you a easy one. You're like you stood up to T-Jump, so he'll give you an easy one, like that you have a softball interview with Mark.
Well, let's give Jen a little credit. She it was very pleasant. So
it's like Fox News or any news, like good cop, bad cop. He was saying like if you get if you get Tucker Hannity, he's going to accuse you of being unpatriotic terrorist that should be dealt with. But like if you get on with I don't know, one of the softball interviewers, you'll get a nice chance to explain your ideas without being accused of being a terrorist and unpatriotic person who should be locked away.
Such a Debbie Downer, dude.
Well, no, I'm saying that's just the way media works. That you have a cast of characters.
I know you're a pragmatist.
The Hannity Tucker guy, who's just going to be straight up like you're a terrorist, is the more popular person versus the daytime.
Here's the thing, though. He was kind of like, it was a big thing of bait because he's like talking about the parts of the heart. It's like, what about the parts of the heart? You've identified them? Congratulations. What do you want? Like a gold star, a medal or something? Like, come on. Who cares that the heart has certain properties? Isn't it more important to know why? So yeah, I had to cite that as an explanation as to why. Plus, it was super relevant to like the super true thing, or hyper true, or uber true, or whatever we're going to call it thing, where the 4 spheres inside one sphere is more true than just one sphere, in some sense. What else was going to happen? He was going to start hair splitting over some random straw man of what because we didn't really disagree on. I mean, that was essentially the problem, that we never defined evolution And he attempted to, and
He didn't even seem like he believed in evolution
incredibly
himself. He even
generous.
said a few times like he wasn't even claiming that life arose from non-life. It's like, what the, you're defending evolution.
Well, they
Like,
all
you're
have
not
the same
claiming that
talking
life
points. It
arose
sounds
from.
like a religious pamphlet talking points. It's like, oh, well, abiogenesis. We don't know what that is. Well, we don't know what happened before the Big Bang. Oh, praise the uncertainty, or no, praise the
Or it's like Mark was like a
randomness.
really weak defender of evolution. Like he didn't even want to admit that he didn't even want to claim that evolution claimed that life arose from non-life or that non-organic materials rose to create organic life-forming materials. So like he took like the weakest approach to evolution of any pro-evolution debater I ever saw. And like I'm saying, he's a good
it
guy.
definitely seemed like
He definitely had a good intro. Like he did work at it, and he put together a good intro and a slide, and he covered the main points. But when it came down to the debate, he just like he wasn't prepared, and saying why should he? Like what he even said in the intro, like what did he take? Did he like at least I was pre-med, like I took the pre-med requirements. I've had undergraduate. I took organic chemistry. Like I've taken edX courses like biochemistry and in all these fields. Saying like, what did Mark even take like freshman biology? You might not have. And so I'm not saying like he's a bad guy. It is saying like it was kind of that's why I'm saying it was really just a softball turned into a softball interview because he wasn't qualified to take the affirmative for evolution. And he's a nice guy in general, that he wasn't just going to be like straight up like you're a fraud and crazy woman. It's not his style, and he probably did take you seriously. So it was you're probably good for you, good for Jennifer, because most people are more hostile, and you're just like like the world's a pretty harsh place. It's just like, oh, this crazy woman, a fraud, like T-Jump and his audience.
Yeah, I don't think they think that. I don't think that's fake.
Just look at the comments on your appearances.
Yeah, some do.
And the majority, like
thinking.
almost no one there took you like Don. I would say T-Jump and his people in his chat. There's not a single person in the chat that was as nice to you as Mark was.
Not me.
I mean,
they definitely come into the
chat right now and prove me wrong. But it's like no, I don't think there's a single comment in the chat that was nearly as nice to you as Mark was.
I saw a couple here and there,
and most of them were just like straight up, like harsh, like this is a crazy woman and a fraud. And like Mark was not like that at all. Like he might.
I think they definitely come into the viewing with that modus. I noticed that, but that's pretty common. I don't think they're necessarily there for the actual intellectual enlightenment, right? They're there for the spectacle, the battle.
Yeah, so I'm saying like Mark's a nice guy. Like nice guys finish last, God forbid, a lot of times.
What the? Oh my God. Why did
Mark took you seriously?
Find somebody other
and gave you a whole bunch of time.
If Mark is the wrong guy, who's the right guy? Tell me.
I think that Jennifer probably did the majority of the speaking. So it's then like as opposed to T-Jump, who probably dominated and spoke like 80% of the time, and was just straight up, this woman's a crazy woman and fraud. But like she's
comments
nice.
That'll age well, I'm sure.
And
great argumentation.
Mark didn't insult you once. And like you even insulted him, like he's like she.
I tried really hard.
He was like Amy.
I tried really hard not to, and I also tried really hard not to talk about my theory. Okay, so I'm slightly sad at how harsh criticism is, but I know it's coming from a place of concern.
You don't agree? Like Mark's a pretty nice guy. He was a pretty like calm, nice guy. He let you do the majority of the talking.
What was insulting that I said to him again?
I'm not sure. At some point, and he's like, you attacked his use of logic. And he's like, that's ad hominem.
That is not an ad hom.
And also, a little bit, you did kind of insinuate that, that people don't understand this because of their own ignorance, like, which kind of slightly describes him.
Was it singling him out, or was it?
No, you weren't. You were not. It was a general commentary, but I can imagine that somebody might like, oh, because I'm the one debating this topic, taking the.
I did try to
you know,
reassert that it was certainly not unique to him that I was offering that criticism. I mean, I think it should be self-evident, and maybe it's
Yeah, I'll repeat this because like Mark is a pretty nice guy. Like I mean, like he might have a temper. Like I'm not saying he's perfect, but he said like no, he was a pretty like nice mannered guy. He let you do the majority of the speaking. There wasn't a single ad hom. He let you explain yourself. Maybe he's kind of like like a pushover, or you call him weak or something like that. But like no, he seemed like well mannered, nice guy. So props to
comparing
him.
him to Christians.
Well, comparing to anyone that we've taught, like T Jump, JF, even like people like Luke Ford or Brundlefly, or even like Charles Moskowitz, they like who just like filibuster, or like saying like no, Mark was probably like the nicest uh, person I've seen Jennifer debate or talk with, or even myself. Like I don't think I ever talked with Mark. Like, I mean, he never came on Week in Review. I've never been on the same platform, so I've never talked with him. But like, no, he seemed like a pretty nice guy.
Right. Yeah, he didn't no gish galloping at all.
I said he was unqualified to take the affirmative and evolution debate. Although he did do his research and put together, a pretty good first affirmative and lay out the main points. But Jennifer was well enough prepared to just show that he wasn't qualified to take the affirmative in an evolution debate.
how could someone have done better than that? I'm honestly amazed that anybody was willing to take this debate, given how absolutely atrociously I've seen the tenets defended. It's all just, well, it doesn't matter. It's a mountain of excuses. Anything to get off the fact that nobody knows WTF any of this stuff is actually saying. So
that's probably why T Jump
deserves
called you.
props for just being willing to even come on.
That's why T Jump probably called you Deepak Chopra, because you're like the only non-Christian that anyone has ever seen argue against evolution. I mean, maybe like you get like an occasional Orthodox Jew, like Ben Shapiro, or I don't know if Ben Shapiro argues against evolution, but Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, or
there was a guy who came on our show,
Sachs.
remember?
But like no, the almost only people you ever see argue against evolution are fundamentalist Christians. So like you're like that's probably why I called you Deepak Chopra, because it's like that's the only person anyone could ever think of who wasn't a Christian or biblicist, Jew, Muslim, that argued against evolution, and from a purely scientific level. I mean, in reality, Hindus don't believe in evolution, so Deepak Chopra is just the only Hindu that people could think of.
Is the Dash avatar an evolution model? Can you falsify that it is one? Does it make predictions? Makes literally more than certain other models I could mention. So that's why there's so much resistance to this model. There's already one in the religion that sort of conflicts with it. Like I mentioned this on T Jump's thing. That was really good to have that, because it sort of got a lot of the horribleness out of my system before going on a more serious one, which apparently now still wasn't great. So I suppose I should be happy, because the opportunity for self-improvement now. Yes, Anders, it's turtles. Turtles all the way down, and it's unfalsifiable. Great.
If you have like JF for Destiny, I mean JF has he debates maybe capitalism, libertarianism, evolution, and even me like JF. I debated JF like 4 times. We debated vegetarianism, we debated multiculturalism. I've debated people on immigration. Judaism, interfaith, various issues. We're saying if you want to style yourself as a debater, you got to be able to stick to a topic and really dissect the topic. And long term, for good debates, you want to have the optimal person that represents the idea. So it's okay, like immigration. I'm active, someone who's multiculturalism, pro-immigration. I could debate those issues. It makes sense that I'm the one in saying if you're anti-immigration, I'm your opposition. Like I'm on the front line, so to say, of pro-immigration or multiculturalism, Judaism, various issues, versus something that that maybe is just something intellectual where I don't necessarily personify the opposition. And so evolution. So Jennifer, you could personify an approach that's anti-evolution, then you have your series of issues that you feel very comfortable debating, and then like I said, really good debates are won in preparation. So if you don't mind doing preparation and you're well researched and read, and you could debate on a variety of issues, but good debates are not just intellectual exercise, although you should be able to, like a lawyer, argue both sides of the argument, or say, like, yeah, I could feasibly argue the position of evolution, but a good debate is where the people personify the position that they're taking, and then it's demonstrative of larger cultural wars, social wars, or schools that people fall into, and then there's the constant one like abortion and Afghanistan, or just issues of the day that people have opinions on, and but like no, I think Jennifer did good. I think you won, and and it turned into a relatively good show. Like you want to talk about what debate culture is it possible to create better debate culture, and then just the laziness that debates, I said, are won largely in preparation, and if people don't do the proper preparation, you're not going to have good debates.
Awesome, thanks. Whew.
Yeah, good job, Jen.
Oh, thanks. Just fixing my hair there. Ouch.
I think she's right though about a debate requiring like a shared objective, right? You're trying to maximize truth or the discovery of it.
I think most people would pay lip service to that intention. I wouldn't deny it.
There's different audiences, so
The problem
like,
is on the metaphysical level. There's two styles of debates, whether you're establishing physics or metaphysics. Well, there's metaphysics on one level, and then physics, and then every other discipline too, right? Everything essentially comes out of metaphysics.
yeah, if you assume that none of the viewers of modern day debate agree with Jennifer, like Benjamin Watkins, who went to the Christian conference and defended atheism, you assume that there wasn't a single person in the audience that agreed with him, but the purpose of the debate is largely to teach people arguments. And so if it's like I was part of the Bhakti Yoga Club, and if let's say we hosted a debate on evolution and we didn't believe in evolution, so all of our people were against evolution, and if we brought in someone to defend evolution, the purpose would be as a public event, maybe to preach and to win over people in a public event, or to teach our people the argument, so the best of us would get forward. And so if it's a modern day debate where the majority of the people believe in evolution, and no one believes in Jennifer's approach, that it's more about learning arguments, the versus maybe religious conversion. Like Luke Ford mentioned, like his father was a famous Seventh-day Adventist minister, and people would be baptized at the end of the debate, where there's two different camps. If it's Arya Samaj versus Gaudiya Math or something like that, and you're saying, like, I'm going to crush you in the debate so much that afterwards your followers are going to leave you and become my followers. And or like like a religious debate like that, or I mentioned like violence, where it's saying, like, fact is there's two camps here. If it's like Islam, the West versus the East, communism versus capitalism, it's like factually the battlefield's aligned, and there's two opposing camps, and we are factually ready to kill each other. And so we have the debate as kind of like the dividing line. Like, is there room for compromise? Is there room for some sort of mediated solution? Or say like, no, unfortunately, the dharma is that we are going to have to kill each other, and the debate is just going to be which side are you on? Like, it's crunch time right now. The war shots are going to be fired, and the only thing right now is to find out which side are you on. So we'll have this public debate, and like if you're on the side of the commies or the capitalists, or the Christians or the Muslims, just make sure on the right side before the shots start getting fired. So I mean, debate could have all of those perspectives, or just the common, like in Vedic, where it's a teaching experience, and you just learn through argumentation how to think about ideas. And then it might be the Socratic method, where you have a teacher that is assumed to know much more than the students, and the teacher would apply some sort of Socratic method where you would have a top student or a student propose some sort of thought, and then the teacher would correct them through some sort of debate Socratic method, which is on equal footing, because it's a teacher-student, and the teacher would use the Socratic method to correct the thinking of the student. But the Socratic method is usually misapplied. So you don't apply the Socratic method to your enemy. You apply the Socratic method to your student. And if the person's not your willing student, you can't really apply the Socratic method.
Okay, then it becomes like a battle for consensus. I think that's what you're saying, right? In most debates,
it's just a misframing, like T-Jump using, or modern debate, everyone using the Socratic method. And as I told Jennifer, like if we're enemies, like saying if I'm debating an anti-Semite or something like that, and I'm defending Judaism, or like if it's racism, immigration, and they're saying like, no, like I don't think you belong in the country, and I'm here to tell you that I don't like you, and if it were up to me, I would have you deported and put in camps, and God forbid killed. And
that's what I'm saying, is that their objective is to obtain consensus. Debate.
It's like, I know that's what you want to do, but the fact is that you're going to lose. And so the debate is saying like, yeah, we are part of camps that are literally killing each other, and these ideas are serious. And those are like Richard Spencer, blood sports, and they're usually focused on identity, where it's like racism, or some critical point of zero-sum identity, where it's a question of the direction of society, and both sides are saying that I have zero tolerance for racists, and the other person saying like, I don't want people who aren't part of the major group in my society, so if I win, all of the non-minorities are going to be deported and got rid of, and the other person, if I win, all the racists are going to be deplatformed. And
okay.
So those become more hardcore than if it's evolution. It's not really a question of identity, where it's not like the stakes aren't as high. Like you're saying, like you lose the debate, society at large is going to turn against the Jews and kick us out of society, God forbid. Possibly like pantheism, you say like, no, like Spinoza was excommunicated, Bruni was burnt at the stake. And so like Jennifer could say like, no, it's serious.
It's also not the 1600s anymore, right? So sort of we're saying that we have got more mature since then.
You mentioned your debate Bruni. I'm saying Bruni, maybe he won the debate, but he got burnt at the stake. Or like Nachmanides, the famous disputation of,
right, and the fact that
classic, where the Jews were expelled, like
means that we've got more mature as a civilization, that these dissident opinions aren't considered grounds for this kind of action anymore.
Yeah,
isn't that a good thing that these opinions are?
Well, I would say that the debate is important, because saying like abortion, you say like, no, we're going to make a law and we're going to make abortion illegal, and if you have one, we're going to lock you up. And so the debate is serious, and like the historical disputations, a lot of times led to death. Like the Cathars were murdered. The Jews, Joachim of Paris was brought before the French king, the French nobility, and to defend the Talmud. And then afterwards, all the Talmuds were burnt and the Jews were expelled. Nachmanides was brought before the Spanish king, and they say he won the debate, but either way, the Jews got expelled, and it didn't work out well. Like the debate was, do the Jews believe in Jesus? Does the Talmud say heretical things? And the decision after the debate was the Talmud says heretical things, and the Jews got expelled. And so debates on historically the stakes were extremely high, and some of them led to to the mass murder of the losing side of the debate. And abortion is probably like that, because you're saying like okay, I mean Jennifer's a woman, but like a woman is saying like, no, like you're gonna lose this debate, and if you get pregnant and have an abortion, we're gonna lock you up. And so it's more than just a debate, because
Gotcha.
So evolution, you might be able to put it into a thing, but you're saying like, no, and we're talking about ideas and whether they follow logic and are scientific. And it's not so clear, okay, Mark lost the debate on evolution, and that doesn't mean that therefore the Supreme Court is going to let the abortion ban stand and that people are going to get thrown in prison.
Well, I've noticed that these debate forums, they seem to have a primary objective for the audience, which is, I think what you were suggesting, you're talking about the teacher and the student, right? And that
Socratic
the
method
teacher
can only be
yes.
used from teacher to student.
You
can't use the Socratic method on your opponent.
Which is happening here, right? Which has happened with Jen, right? In these circumstances, because the objective is consensus to gain control, I guess you could say, right? And that's what people often take from these presentations, is not the search for knowledge, which is, I think, what you're suggesting between a teacher and student, but the objective of controlling a narrative, right? Dominating, right? Which is, not to say that it isn't there, like a knowledge, but it's secondary, right? So where Jen is like, she comes in this, she wants to, she seems to want to find truth, right? So, but she comes into a place where that's not the objective, right? I think you usually argue that quite often.
No, she's trying to build up her cult, and that's what I'm making the point. And so then she has a minority.
No matter how many times you say that, it will never make it true that wanting a cult is actually a noob thing. A person like me who's experienced does not seek the company of a bunch of ragtag Hare Krishnas.
What I'm saying is,
don't you think I could have that if I wanted it?
I was saying you have a minority dissident opinion, and you're trying to gain followers, and saying so you could appear in front of thousands of people, and even though 90% of them might have a negative view, that you could gain a few followers, and that could be another purpose for a debate. Like if you have a minority position and you know that in all likelihood you're going to continue to be a minority position, but you could argue in front of a larger crowd and at least win a few people over. And so that used to like cultic movements. What's the difference between like Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and a cult? And you say, well, because they're big enough that they're considered mainstream, they're not degenerated as a cult. But if you're a minority movement that only has a handful of followers, and even if you're maybe you have many followers in the East, but in the West you don't have any followers, that's also a debate strategy that saying like I just want to gain a few followers, and I don't mind that the vast majority of the people listen.
Maybe you could just stop telling people I want followers then, because if I don't,
well, Jen, let's ask this: what's your primary motives for doing these debates? And David suggested that it's to gain followers, but is there a deeper meaning?
Right,
defending the honor of tradition. I've said this a gajillion times, that it's defending the honor of tradition due to it being abused and treated like a $2 whore.
Well, duty.
And gaining followers is secondary to that objective.
I'd rather not have no followers and only have some friends, because I already got a bunch of friends. Followers, my friends would be like, what the hell,
Well, it would also be like martyrdom. You're saying, unfortunately, like Claire Call, you're saying like Jesus is a false idol, and I'm here to tell you that your God is false. It's just not true. and I know that the most likely thing that's going to happen is they're going to kill me. But because of duty and honor, and for the sake of truth, I'm going to tell you what you don't want to hear, and that Jesus is not God; it's a false idol, and I don't care if you martyr me.
Mhm.
And so you could look like, I don't know if Jennifer's straight up saying like that's her intention, and she would be doing this even if they were about to burn her on the cross.
Well, the ahimsa principle is what I want to do. I mean, I think if it was
But
all I
you're
wanted to
saying
do
for
was create
duty and truth.
conflict, then it wouldn't be really ahimsa. It's the truth, but it's also ahimsa.
You're saying
The truth,
evolution is
like,
just false. I don't care if they're going to burn me at the stake for telling them. My duty and honor requires me to tell people that this theory is just false and wrong. You could hate me, you could kill me, you could martyr me, but I will tell you that your belief is false and wrong.
You know, David, you're very good at empathizing. I'm always surprised about how you're able to like articulate how someone might be feeling. It's quite amazing.
Well, I mean, even Jennifer, like straight up, like, I mean, you did kind of say that in past debates. Like now you're backtracking. You say like, no, like I would like to gain some followers. I would like for all of humanity to like just lay down their belief in evolution.
Nope.
Like, you're
No,
right.
I've always said if people are interested in organizing theocratically, that I'd be happy to administer that, i.e., let other people do.
I mentioned the high stake historical debates between Jews and Christians, where you have
Okay, so you're just not even going to acknowledge what I just said.
What I said, like, say it again.
I'm saying I never ever once expressed interest in having cultic following. I said society functions on the basis of theocratic arrays, and that if other people wanted me to help them organize theocratically their own lives, that I'd be happy to do that, i.e., they would be the quote cult leader, not me. Hell no.
I think David was just assuming that, being in this forum, right, going on a debate channel has a certain implicit meaning, right, of gaining influence, right, because that's what this platform's for.
And I've told him multiple times that it's always simply about defending the honor of tradition. That's all I've ever done since you met me. And never anything more than that.
Yeah, so
I didn't mean to speak for you, David.
Like you said, how many times have you been killed for your beliefs? And say, okay, reincarnation for over 1,000 years in Europe was punishable by death. And saying, okay, if you were a Cathar, if you were, for 1,000-year period, would you have stood up and defended reincarnation, even though you knew the likelihood is that you would have been put to death, even if you won the debate? And if you were a Jew in Europe, and the people ask you, like, honestly, what do you think about Jesus? It's like, you really want me to tell you what I think about Jesus? It's not going to work out good for me. But it's like, no, for the sake of honor and dharma, I'm going to tell you that what I really think about Jesus. And like the classical debates here, it's like the Talmud. Like, here's your Talmud, and here's the passage that claims that Jesus is burning excrement. Is it true or false? Is that what you believe or not? And saying you're looking around and it's a whole Christian kingdom, and your Talmud is like, what are you going to say?
Are you referencing your debate with Adam Green?
I'm saying that's historical. They're saying that, Adam Green brought that up by saying that this happened multiple times in Europe and actually led to the expulsion of Jews. And saying that the Talmud has had that in the books. They're saying, Nachmanides debating Pablo Christianity in Spain, 800 years ago, Yechiel Paris debating Nicholas Dunnan, and that's what they asked him. They said the Talmud says that you believe Jesus is burning excrement, true or false? And so if that's the predicament you're in, you say, what does it mean? Well, I'm going to stand up for Dharma and say, unfortunately, that it's true. God forbid, that's what I believe. Do what you see fit.
Someone asked a really good question in the chat, and I really think
you're not saying that, Jennifer. You're saying you're weaker than your average Jew. You're not. You're not saying that you're trying not that you're a Jew outside of the church, telling them that like what the Talmud says about Jesus. But if you were,
I don't think it's the 1600s anymore, because there's been a temperance that has increased since those times. It's considered the Dark Ages, right? So it's like
not lately.
Well, now I'm saying now it's not going to be for not believing in Jesus. It's going to be the opposite, for being a racist. You're saying you're going to be canceled because you're a racist, or you're going to be canceled for for new reasons, and it's not necessarily burnt at the stake, but like, yes, we will ruin your lives. Like, I found that clip of you saying the N-word, and we called your boss, and you're never going to work again.
I want to answer the question as Sunflower. The best time I ever actually went through this was on Trigger Warning, Joseph Gollin. Unfortunate parting of ways with Stuvid for his somewhat high level of frankness, but I went into this actually on his show, and they allowed me to speak for quite some time, and I really got the point out about how memories work. And I didn't actually set out to make that point, but I was disproving this, or attempting to disprove that this formalism of a qualia, like, sort of derives from the cogito as an actual valid construct, like, especially if you're not even going to say what it materially consists of, other than like electricity, which is not any type of answer. Anyway, it sort of comes out as a lemma of the counter proof or disproof or whatever of qualia, which I gave on that, which I don't have a link to right now, but it should be on my playlist of live stream appearances. What's the name of his channel again? Root and Branch? There you go. It was on the Root and Branch channel. But I also have a article that I can sort of reference, and ultimately memories come as a precipitate between everything's kind of a spectrum. So you start with like two ends of the spectrum. One's personality, that's the bottom, and then the top is the thoughts. And then the memories are somewhere in the middle, and you kind of got to get familiar with the model for a little bit to see why memories have to have the shape that they do. And although shape is the wrong word, right? Because this is all pre-physical. Like, I keep saying metaphysical because you do it. Because remember how for a while on the show we were always saying meta-analysis? And so I just figured to slot it into meta-analysis, to metaphysical, because that's essentially what it is. Like, but you could also say pre-physical. And I realized I got myself in trouble again by being baited into saying that, like, truth was, I said something that sounded not good about truth.
I mean, you go back to like the Hare Krishnas and to Arjun. Historically, the ISKCON Hare Krishna devotees did take public debates and did participate in public debates. But it's like, no, I mean, like, if you have someone preaching, going to college campuses, they might have a fantasy of converting everyone to Hare Krishna, getting to shave up and do Harinam on street corners. But like, relatively, they're successful if they get one or two new devotees every year. Like a University of Michigan, and you have 40,000 students there, and saying if they get two new devotees a year, they're doing pretty good, like relatively from a certain level. So if you're saying you have a dissident position, what does it mean, victory? So it's like, okay, well, victory means is that no one will ever again believe in the false theory of evolution. Or you say, okay, well, that's full victory. But you're saying, like, no, I mean, victory means that a handful of people, changed their mind or became more receptive to a different way of looking at things. And maybe, you win over a few people a year to a dissident minority way of seeing things. And then if you're framing it like monology or pantheism, you're saying, well, I'm not really a pantheist, I'm not really a monist, but that's the closest school that you could put me in. And so if I frame it in terms of pantheism or monology, it makes it at least it'll be more appealing to a larger amount of people to join monology or pantheism than entropism, or that it's a step in the direction that a few people come over and like, oh, Jen, I'm considering pantheism, and then then slowly you inform them, well, I'm not really a pantheist, I'm an entropist, and it's a select school of pantheism, and like, internal disputes, like, okay, like I'm a Hindu, and then you're saying like, okay, I'm Gaudiya Math, or I'm Brahma Samaj or Arya Samaj, and like like if you're coming from like ISKCON, he's like, oh, you're Hindu, I love Arya Samaj, and he's saying we hate those people. It's like we're a different school, even though like in from like in the West, you're saying, well, it's all Hindu to me, or you're thinking like, I thought you guys were Buddhist. Like, what's the difference between Buddhist and Hindu?
No
So
difference.
I mean, so you have to be realistic in what does it mean to to win. It's like, well, I won when all of humanity is redeemed and Messiah comes and the temple is rebuilt. That's my ultimate goal. But you could have a minor victory in saying like, okay, I didn't convince a single person to my belief system, but I convinced a handful of people that evolution doesn't have as much evidence as people think it does, and that systems that are more friendly towards the way I see things, like pantheism, that I convinced a handful of people to take that more seriously, even though I didn't convince a single person to see things the way I see it.
That would take a very long time for someone to see things the way I
Well,
see
I'm
them.
asking, what does victory mean for you?
To defend honor, tradition, ideally to
What does it
establish
mean to
this
defend?
as
That's why I
a
mentioned martyrdom.
This is why you got to start a school, Jen.
Well, I was saying that when you say you defend, I mean, like the Jesus principle, like the ultimate defense of tradition is like being martyred, and saying like, I don't think that's what you mean. Like victory means is that they're going to martyr me, and when I get martyred, I'm going to cry out and say Shema Yisrael. And I'm not going to curse God. I'm going to say I'm doing this for God. That's my ultimate victory, because humanity is so wicked that they're not going to believe what I said. No one's going to believe me, and the best I could do is get martyred and prove myself to God. So what is that's not what you mean when you just said defend honor. So if you don't convince anybody,
no.
what does it mean
Thinking
to
about
defend
it
honor
like
if you
that at
didn't
all for
convince?
the quadrillionth time.
Well, but I mean, I think you're wrong in that. I think that's what it does mean to defend honor. But so if that isn't what you mean to defend honor,
Brahmins
you didn't win anyone over.
partake in battle. Don't
Yeah, but
know
you've been
how
taking
many
martyrdom.
times I have to say that.
I mean, saying you're a Brahmin, you get martyred and you don't complain. You prove that you're a Brahmin in that in your martyrdom you wouldn't curse God. You wouldn't complain.
There's no, like, literally, not in my opinion. Okay, I just, can we actually go back to the combo, because this is like, it's like,
you say,
I get
what does it
triggered
mean
on
to
this
defend
subject,
honor?
Yeah,
and you
if
want
you
to
didn't actually
back to the subject because it bothers me. It's like, okay, we have irreconcilable differences of opinion on this.
If you didn't
I'm
win
okay to
anyone
just let
over,
sleeping dogs lie, but no, you want to antagonize me again with this. Okay,
I'm not trying to antagonize you. I'm saying that to me
all
that
right.
definition.
I've got a question for Jen. Maybe I was curious. Do you ever think? I don't often hear it, but I haven't listened to all your debates. So forgive me if I'm being presumptuous. But yet, I haven't seen you addressing like anyone's thoughts of what the negative, if there are any outcomes to your model might be. Right? If there is none, maybe just addressing that for the audience. Let's say, because usually that's. I find that I usually get caught up in that, and sometimes in argumentation that people will start trying to point out what could be the negative long-term or short-term effects, like of these models, right?
The negative stuff seems to come out when we don't stick to the traditional understanding, right? Like you get all this degeneration that you can profile, like basically from generic sun god concept to,
yeah, really, what are you losing? What are you losing by just considering your model? If I were talking to them, of course.
Yeah, that's nice of you, but just remember yourself before you open to my model. Was there not a time where you weren't open to it? What made you open to it?
You're skeptical of the mainstream narrative, saying why would you look to an alternative hypothesis? Unless
I'm going to admit my ignorance, right? And
you're skeptical of the mainstream narrative, or you don't have skepticism.
No.
The mainstream narrative, and you're still looking at alternative hypotheses.
No, as far as skeptical, when I was young, I adopted the modus that there's a verifiability continuum that I kind of have to navigate, and that everything that crosses my table starts as a proposal. And so when it came to Jen's model, I was introduced to it. I wasn't highly committed to any of the other models because honestly, what's the practical application for me, right? I'm not a nuclear physicist, right? Where some of this information might be useful. right? So I'm limited, as are probably 99.9% of the audience that you have, right?
So you
Most
give
of us are.
anything credence, so just like if it was flat Earth, you'd give a little bit of credence and look into it, or you're saying because you've thought about theology, or you always had a sympathy towards Spinoza and pantheism when you learned about that in school, and you saw Jennifer defending that, that you're not looking at like flat Earth, you're looking at something sympathetic, or you're saying that even if it was like aliens or flat Earth, you'd give that a chance also.
Well, let's say this, that another modus I go on is that my own sense making. This is where that solipsism has its usefulness, right? That if I can't verify it, then it's left in like a holding cell, or like maybe as a possibility, and that's it. And most of the knowledge that I have, falls under that category because I have been unable to test it. But like the globe or the globe Earth model, right, of flat Earth, the globe makes more sense to me because I've had the ability to test some of the information. I haven't traveled across the globe to confirm it that way, but some amateur astronomy and working with some rudimentary physics and chemistry, make that model more believable, right?
Well,
Even though I can't.
The Earth is flat, isn't it?
Empirically, it's not. It has a topography and a terrain. It can have flatness,
It
right?
looks flat. Empirically is what you can validate with your senses, and it looks flat. Everywhere you go on Earth, it seems like you're on a flat surface that may have some bumps on it, but essentially it's flat. Empiricism has empirical evidence for us as individuals is for flat Earth.
It appears flat within my range of view, right? I'm limited to what, like maybe like at ground level, 12 miles.
Yeah, exactly. So you're empirically, empiricism suggests flat Earth. You have to go beyond empiricism to justify a ball Earth, and I'm not sure that it can be done using the current parameters of understanding, because the argument for a ball Earth is that it's the geodesic shape, but there's no geodesic shape defined in the current.
Yeah, you can make some rough inferences, and it can be convincing, but at this point, like I said, practical application is like, well, I'm not building satellites, I'm not circumnavigating the globe or the flat Earth, which I won. So it's left in that neutral zone, which I feel like most people are uncomfortable at leaving most of the information they have in that place.
It's agnosticism.
You could compare, you say, okay, historically, a lot of people believed in the flat Earth, and there might have been reason in ancient times before travel, and you're saying that you've traveled around the globe, you see technology and satellites and these things that the evidence of a round Earth makes substantially more sense than maybe if I lived in ancient times. If you compare that to monism, is that in ancient times, monism was a popular belief, and then came the advent of science and empiricism and the theory of evolution, and monism, is in the dustbin of history in a similar way to flat earthness. And that's probably, the typical view. That's why I saw T-Jump looked at you, just debunking, another crazy person, like, okay, here's your monist, here's your flat earth. They're both discarded beliefs that people in the ancient world believed because they didn't know any better. But now with the advent of modern, the Renaissance and science, that only a crazy person would still believe these things. But you say, okay, you're sympathetic for whatever reason towards monism, possibly because generally it would be because you have a non-Christian belief in spirituality, where you say, okay, like, no, I'm not really atheistic. It appears from my understanding of evolution that evolution points towards an atheistic understanding of the world, and Christianity doesn't seem logical to you, or the biblical narrative, the problems with the cosmology of the biblical narrative and the story, that something like pantheism might be a more reasonable approach to take to the world. This was like the flat earthism does it have a utility as a worldview, as where monism and pantheism, uh, you would say generally has a utility uh, as a worldview towards a person, and saying it's generally the people that just don't think the biblical narrative is true, and have some sort of feeling that there is a spiritual element in the earth that can't be explained by science, and so Jennifer in that approach could probably pick people off from any audience she gets in front of. She speaks to like a show that has got even tens, hundreds of viewers, is going to get thousands of views. That is likely in any of those audience there'll be people that have sympathy towards monism and pantheism.
Yeah, I think that's generally true for most people. Myself, I would exclude from that. I think I have it.
Whereas, I don't mean to ask you if you have a Christian bent or an atheistic science bent, that say everybody has questions of their own belief system and skepticism. So if you're a Christian and you're like, yeah, like honestly, like the 7-day creation, Noah, a lot of this stuff bothers me, and I'm skeptical of my own belief system, and within that weakness in your own beliefs, you could be won over to another belief system that more accurately explains the observed phenomenon. And that could also be evolution. He's like, okay, I know, Mark is right. 98% of scientists believe in evolution. That's what I was taught in school. That's what all of the establishment says. But I've been a little bit skeptical, honestly. Like, there's no reason why I should have been skeptical. My dad's a doctor. I went to the top schools. I chose of my own free will to go to Jerusalem. There was no reason I should have been skeptical of evolution, but I was. And then to have a susceptibility to an alternative explanation, for someone saying like I just someone who honestly is looking for truth, and I know that evolution is the mainstream narrative and 98% of scientists, but it's only 98% of scientists, and there's still another 2% of scientists that say something different, and I'm willing to give those 2% of other people a chance to hear them out. You're saying that's your style. You're not really.
Yeah, you did the same thing with me in reincarnation. David was the first person to really interview me. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
I was a believer in reincarnation. So, Jennifer had alternative model, and so someone who went to school in the West is part of people want to put me in a straitjacket. People think I'm crazy, because I believe in things that I knew, like just not believing in evolution, let alone telling people I believe in things like reincarnation.
Yeah, it's projection, right? Because they realize that through your example that they're crazy, so they're like, you're crazy when they're talking to themselves.
We team up with like the Hare Krishnas or something. Like, what the hell is this Hasidic Jew teaming up with the Hare Krishnas for? And say, well, because overlap. We both believe in reincarnation and a spiritual or monism and anti-evolution, and there's overlap because of the basically mainstream oppression of minority beliefs, that you have to build coalitions of minorities in that sense, just like immigration or multiculturalism, the coalition of minorities, Revenge of the Nerds, also in belief systems, the coalition of oppressed minority beliefs.
You don't have to convince me, man.
You're saying Project Sigma, like you're not part of this coalition of oppressed minority beliefs. You're just one of the sympathetic people. Like, no, I'm a proud 98%er, but I'm not the typical 98%er that oppresses the 2%. I'm a 98%er that's sympathetic and willing to hear out the 2%ers.
Oh, I couldn't. I don't think that's accurate. I'd have to say that it's. I mean, from your
either or. Like, you're either a 98%er that's part of the mainstream narrative who's sympathetic towards the 2%, or you're like T-Jump or JF and you're part of the 98% that thinks the 2% should be oppressed and exposed.
On some things, I guess maybe that's probably true. It's on a scale. Like when we're discussing the flat Earth, that's in a place where the verifiability is so low that when I discuss it with others, it's in the realm of conjecture, because none of us really have any direct experience or have experimented with any of the variables to, it's a flight of fancy. But when it comes to something more corporeal, like, or real life, IRL, like, if we're going to somehow negotiate how we're going to pay rent, right? And there's some strategy we have to come up with in order to do it. I appeal to the consensus, right? That we have to follow these steps in order to, obviously pay our renter, pay our landlords, and so on and so forth.
I mean, you're just human. So, you're not seriously contending like that. If Jennifer could explain her worldview and it makes sense that you're gonna accept her worldview, you're just humoring her, or you're saying like, no, you're open to, to logic, and what she's saying makes more sense than even the consensus.
It does. It does. Her model, like what she's, especially when one of the biggest things that convinced or got me into this model was the idea of spheres, right? Because that's something I can experiment with, right? I can witness this phenomenon, right, in a multitude of settings, right? And so I was like, wow, I didn't really notice that the world is spherical, right? And that adds to like the globe Earth model, right? Because that obviously would explain that in the variety of spherical objects and so on and so forth, right? Or spheration. So I have very high standards for verifiability, right? I'm not afraid to just leave things. It's not like I don't know. Jen, I'm not agnostic. It's just there are places where I don't know enough, and when I know enough, usually at the same time, I'm going to be experimenting with it, right? Or utilizing it in some capacity. And
do you understand there's a limit to how much you can experiment and actually verify?
Absolutely. Yep.
Then it's cool.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a better place to stay. It's more reasonable, I think, right, than having to take a stand over something that you almost have no stake in.
There's no blind faith. There is faith because there's always faith in any type of axiomatic assertion which is required, yada, 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 but it's reasonable supposition.
Yeah.
Verifiable suppositions.
It is. It's just, correlating the patterns, right? That's how I do. If an explanation does explain maybe a meta pattern or even a micro pattern, then I usually utilize it because it's
Are you sure
what
meta
if it came down
patterns
to
are
a
well
question of
defined?
identity?
Say that again?
If it's just an idea, like, okay, you thought evolution was true, and then you realize that maybe it's got some holes in it.
Yeah, that's presuming that evolution is some facet of his core identity. What are the chances of that, though? Come on.
Well, I was saying if you're atheist or you're non-spiritual and it's lent off the fact that you accept the consensus belief in evolution, and that you never thought much about God or the spiritual realm because you just always assumed evolution and science is true, and now that you're seeing that there's holes in evolution, you have an identity crisis because your identity had been formed around secularism, atheism, and with the
not for me, David. Not for me. No, not for this. Maybe other people. That might be the usual, right? But for me, no.
It's not that likely. But I'm saying, but if it did come to a question, like if you're a Jew and then you watch Adam Green and you're like, oh crap, like I'm part of a false religion, it would be a question of identity. Or if you're a Christian and you hear it, it's like, no, that's just not true. Like you're like the resurrection, it's impossible. Like you're like, and it's a direct affront on your identity. It's more difficult than an abstract idea. Even if you're a flat earther, like, okay, I was wrong. I thought the earth was flat, but now I realize it's a sphere. Did that really have a question on your identity?
Sorry, I just had to mute. I don't know what was coming through your audio there.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I must have been the TV. Yeah. Okay. Go through that one real quick. Can you repeat that last part, David?
Or something like that. You come to the West, and you're like get on board, like evolution. Like you're a vegetarian. You're like, what about your vitamin B deficiency? Like it's just not true. Animals don't have souls. The Himsa principle's false. Get on board. Chomp some meat. or you're like, what are you doing like with those
That's a good example.
in those idols? Like you're just part of some like backwards false tradition, God forbid. And if you want to get ahead in the modern West, I recommend dumping your traditions. And so you put it as becomes a direct affront to the idea is an affront to your identity.
Yes.
Evolution.
Yes.
So if you're a Christian or a Jew or a Hindu that has a traditional belief, and then you come to the university system and you're hit with evolution, it is a direct affront to your identity, because the conclusion of the idea is that, like, get on board. Your ways and beliefs are backwards, and you should just dump it.
Oh, yes. And I can admit I went through that. It just happened to me when I was really young. And we're talking about single digits. I mean, because there were a lot of cultural standards, right, that were claimed to be true. Like, oh, maybe honor your parents, or your parents are always there to protect you, or, kids are inherently good all the time. But, just things like that. And as I came into contact with reality, right, these experiences, the predictability of these claims didn't work out. So by the time I hit religion, or became of age where I could start exploring it, I suppose I had a lesser tendency into dogmatism because of my relationship with proposals and claims, right? Most of them have already been proven false by the time I was that age. So
if you're open to everything that comes in, then you're also open to the truth, which is pretty dang salient. And I wanted to ask for what you mean when you say modus, because I'm not familiar with this term.
Modus, it's another word for vector, right? It's like direction, but also with reason. Direction with reason.
Like modus operandi.
That's what it made me think of, but I couldn't tell if it had some sort of cretinous meaning within whatever. Where does this idea? Who uses this term modus? What is this coming from?
I mean, just Latin for method. Like the root of the word mode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's. I can't remember where I picked it up. It was years ago.
Your most common modus operandi is the most common Latin expression that people have heard. But I think if you type it in Google, method will probably be a translation in the etymology of the word mode, which is kind of like method. Is the English word mode comes from the Latin modus.
Yeah, I just broke it down to simpler terms.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of terms like modus ponens or modus logical terminology in the classical Latin is like modus ponens or something like that. Also.
Oh yeah, modus from those two things that aren't actually different. God, that T-jump Claire, painful. We talk about that.
It's hard for people to consider that, like that the the duality of the world is, its true nature, right? It's tough to grasp it because our experience is so dichotomous, right?
Atheism.
No, I don't know what you're saying at all. You're saying dualism's hard to grasp because we're dichotomous, isn't it?
No. That's what I was saying. Is that non-dualism is hard to grasp because we live in a world that is very dichotomous, right? So it's
our entire existence is all just what are we fundamentally is a contrast detector. What is a contrast fundamentally is dualism. So there's a superposition between a fundamentally non-dual, at least temporally non-dual, and then no states are permanent.
So that's what I'm saying. But to allow your mind to entangle those things, right, where they become one, that's it takes practice. Right? Because I mean, it's not really functional in your day-to-day life. Duality is it's what everything's based off of, essentially, or in a way.
People don't conceive of that because they don't see it that way. Like I just told you, and you agree because it's logical to see it that way. But if they don't see it that way, there's a limit to how true it is for them. Even though it is sort of true, it's more you're aware that it's true.
Yes. Well, it's to find out where I found it was true was when contemplating, right? Trying to find connections between two polarized events. right? I
Yeah,
needed a way to do that.
transcendent.
So I was like, okay, so when I'm contemplating, I'm thinking, that's a place to kind of let loose the distinctions and allow them to flow and play together, to intermix, right? But when I'm
Yeah.
acting, I have to act in a dualistic manner. Like that's just how things are, right? I have to do one foot in front of the other. There's just no getting around that. So,
I mean,
but
classically, you think dualism is more popular than monism, and dualism means that that your mind, your spirit, is in a separate realm than the material realm. So, as opposed to monism, which usually monism, like pantheism, is not considered materialism. Like monist, like the whole you wouldn't call T Jump a monist because he's more a materialist who said the material realms the only thing that exist. Monism implies that there's one substance that gives rise to the physical realm and the mind spiritual realm, as opposed to a dualist. So if it's a question of identity, like say, I am not my body, the essential me that you're talking to, the thoughts that are going through my head is not my body. And
is that monism?
That's dualism.
Okay, I didn't know.
I mean, dualism.
That's
I never heard
your interpretation
monism.
of. I'm sorry, but that's
Dualism
not
Oh, go
what
ahead.
like
dualism is.
classical.
That's
You know, like
one
I'm
school
not my.
of dualism. Okay, maybe that's what people understand dualism to be, but generally dualism is just like a striking of some type of a binary dichotomy.
Yeah, I mean, philosophically,
Yes, that's what I generally assumed.
the soul body dichotomy is the fundamental dichotomy, and saying the I.
That's not your type of dualism. You're saying there's a dualism between consciousness and the universe insofar as it's God created. You have a
Between
specific brand
soul
of
and body.
dualism.
Classical dualism is the
Meaning,
dualistic realm between the soul and the body.
sorry,
I
I'm
mean, you could
lost
use
now.
dualism as just a word that means two. So dualism is any time where there's two different things. But in classical dualism, in philosophy,
It's not just that they're two different things. That there's two things that are on a different
Yeah,
ends of a
I thought
particular
classical was.
polarization.
I thought classical was just like the basic premise of potentiality and actuality, right? And it's like basic premise to everything.
well, it's
So
saying
I
two
didn't.
separate
I didn't know. Okay,
like
I didn't know it had a
Plato,
connotation of spirituality.
Plato's a dualist, and
This may just be
Aristotle's a
Duvid's
monist.
pet theory that nobody agrees with. This might be where Duvid becomes like Claire and has a particular definition and nobody agrees with. I have to admit, I've never heard anybody else describe it this way.
I mean, it's the
Too.
classical. No, I'm saying that like
You're saying it's the classical.
I'm
Okay, well, can you cite me? I mean, I hate to sound like certain
like
people, but can you
Cartesian
cite me a
dualism.
source? Okay, cite me a source, please, so that I may understand what this means.
Are you saying, David, that it was originally a kind of a spiritual construct and then led to a more, I suppose, a simpler construct like causality?
Well, it was something that was largely codified by the Greeks and was encoded, for 1500, 2000 years in Western philosophy. That dualism is that there's two different realms: a spiritual and material realm. Most specifically, in experience, your soul versus your body. That your soul
Okay, I
originates
thought
from a realm that's not material, as opposed to the physical world, and up to Cartesian dualism and monism. Historically, is a minority opinion. That there were classical monists, and in Leibniz, and then Spinoza. Leibniz is still mostly a dualist. That Spinoza's really one of the first modern day monists, and even the concept of the forms, to say like the forms are this monistic element that give rise to all phenomenon. What's unlikely, the mainstream interpretation of Platonism is saying the forms are a part of a dualistic realm where the forms exist in the spiritual realm and give rise to phenomenon in the material realm. That like chairs don't exist in the material realm. You have material objects, but the object of a chair is a spiritual idea, or categories in general. That categories don't exist in the material realm. The material realm is just material. The category is a spiritual concept, and but most specifically the soul. And especially the question of, who am I? I am the soul, and the soul is not my body. The soul, I mean, it's in the Vedas also. And it's not just the metaphor of the chariot driver, that ethos, pathos, logos, where logos is the chariot driver, the soul, and the body is the chariot.
Okay, I was just curious. I guess I'm misunderstanding, because I thought Jen was trying to.
Learn that in. I mean, these are like classical things, you probably learned it in multiple places. Like, I don't know, physics or metaphysics anywhere. Like, you never saw those models of the chariot driver and the chariot, ethos, pathos, logos, and the history of philosophy, starting with Plato and Cartesian dualism, like Descartes, who.
Mhm.
I mean,
Jen, were you suggesting kind of a chicken or the egg problem? Like, which came first? The idea of the duality between spirituality or causality?
Oh
Concept.
gosh,
to be an
no, I
authority
wasn't
on
into anything that specific. I was just simply saying, so as not to
Okay.
confuse you, that Duvid has a particular interpretation of this that I've never heard anywhere else. Not to say it's incorrect. It's just
Well, I'm not even
I don't know
giving my
what you're talking
interpretation. I'm
about.
just saying over history and philosophy. I'm not even giving my own interpretation. Like, I think these are like well-established, like just historical facts. Like, I didn't even tell you my
Okay.
own thoughts on it.
Sorry, I
Like,
thought
I
you were
say I'm a
invoking your own
dualist, that I
dualism.
believe
Yeah,
in a
so
separate spiritual
you're not
material
meaning
realm.
the
That
same thing then.
I'm a dualist, but like the
Okay.
definition of dualism, I'm defining, and like I'm not a Cartesian, I'm not a Platonist, I'm a dualist, and that so people have heard of Plato and Descartes, so I describe it in their terms, and like I very rarely talk about my own personal belief system.
I gotcha. I'm sorry, I must have been using it wrong. So,
Well, I'm saying you're using it
Platonism.
wrong. I'm not gonna like jump you on like objective or something, or saying, but dualism. If you've read the literature or studied history, it's like a very well known concept. And dualism as a word could be used to refer to multiple things. It just means dual, like two. But philosophically, dualism usually is referring to the dualism between the spiritual and material.
That makes more sense. Thanks for clarifying.
And monism,
Okay.
is saying, as a philosophical school, monism is an opposition to dualism, where dualism is saying that there are two fundamentally different substances, spiritual and physical. That's why it's dualism, because there's two fundamental different substances. So Duvid is essentially a dualist and believes that there's two fundamentally different realms of spiritual and physical, as opposed to monism, where you're saying there is only one realm. And if you take a pantheistic view, where say the universe is God, you usually it doesn't mean materialism, where
Can it be both?
monist doesn't mean that the only thing that exists is the material realm. Usually monism implies that there's a separate substance that gives rise to all phenomenon, both material and spiritual. Classically, that's classical monism. Classical monism is not the same as materialism, and that's why it's in the opposition to dualism, because monists usually believe in the concept of a spiritual realm and a physical realm. However, they believe that there's one substance that gives rise to both of those.
Okay.
If you were to say it's like the sphere, the circle, that the sphere is the fundamental monad that gives rise to spiritual phenomenon and material phenomenon, as opposed to a dualist like Plato.
Was Spinoza a dualist or a non-dualist?
It's debated among scholars, but Spinoza is more a monist. It's like, as opposed to Plato, who said there's a spiritual realm.
Can monists be dualists?
Well, you could play around words in school.
Well, if words don't mean anything, then it's going to be hard to converge to an agreement. But yeah, just to answer the person in the chat,
words do mean
Sam
something, because I
Will
think
G.
there's classical
Holm.
schools.
It's the quantum periodic table.
Last thing, that Plato, as a dualist, holds that spheres are part of the spiritual realm. that spheres do not exist in the material realm, they exist in the spiritual realm. So you could be a
Citation
monist
needed. Let's see a citation, I guess.
a citation of Plato. I mean, you want me to pop up the Timaeus?
Yeah, I'd love to see how it's been worded before I
There's just
said it.
classical philosophy. Jennifer is saying that she's a monist and she thinks that the sphere is the fundamental monadic unit that gives rise to all phenomenon, as opposed to a dualist. And then within the dualism, what is an element of the spiritual, what is an element of the physical, and that the Platonic school of dualism held. I mean, there's dispute amongst Platonic scholars, but the general consensus of Platonic scholars is that the sphere is an element of the spiritual realm in Platonic dualism. As we need
Kind of like
truth hypothesis. Like Jennifer is
it's strange. It's almost I have a hard time making the distinction sometimes.
It's correct and explains everything, as opposed to more like multiple truth. I was saying there's these different schools of different people that have different metaphysics. So Jennifer's system, monistic, and the sphere is the monadic unit that gives rise to everything, as opposed to a dualist school that holds the sphere is a unique element of the spiritual realm, not the material realm.
But it still manifests itself in the material realm, right?
No, I'm saying that our mind.
Absolutely not. Actually.
Well, I'm saying from a Platonic view, that they're saying no, categories don't exist in the spiritual, in the material realm. So when you see a chair or a person and you call that person a person, that's a spiritual function, not a material function. And the person as a person doesn't exist in the material realm, but exists in the spiritual realm. So I mean, there's a complication to say, like, as someone who never thought about it, what does it mean to be a dualist? And then you're saying, like, no, if you're a dualist, you say, like, no, circles don't exist in the material realm, and that when you see a circle in the material realm, that's a function of your soul, which is a function of the spiritual realm.
Is this an orientation issue? Like, is this like way it wants somebody describing something from like looking down on an object and somebody looking up to one?
This classical philosophy. So if you're trying to look at it from what does it mean to be a Platonist? So he's like, Plato's wrong, dualism is wrong. I don't even think that he believed that. Versus if you're honestly looking at it, what does it mean to see the world from a dualistic perspective? You're like, mind doesn't exist in the material realm. Mind is a spiritual substance. Ideas are spiritual substances. So if you're trying to understand what does it mean to be a dualist, so you say, okay, my eyes are material and I'm looking at material phenomenon and I see something in the material realm and I attribute some value to it, like that's a circle, but then you're saying circles don't exist in the material realm. How did you attribute that identity of being a circle to something in the material realm if circles don't exist in the material realm?
That sounds like a top-down explanation. Is that a top-down viewpoint, or Jen's is like bottom-up, where the sphere gives birth to everything? But you're saying that from, if I'm correct, that top-down is that our conceptualization is manifesting spheres, right? It's coming from inside us. And
dualism is that they're overlapping separate realms. That there's an overlap between the material and the spiritual realm, and they correspond to similar objects, but they're parallel, separate realms that are not interrelated, as opposed to a monist would say that they're interrelated and the same substance gives rise to both realms. So it's saying if the sphere is a monist...
Okay, but there is an interplay, right? There is an interplay. Would you not agree? Because we can...
schools.
Okay.
So I mean, there's different forms of dualism, and what does it mean to be an interplay, or closer views of monism to dualism, and it's complicated because if you look at it, at your mind is a non-physical substance, and your thought is a non-physical substance, and then you're looking what is applied thought to the physical realm, and saying so just looking at the role of thought is a separate realm than the material realm, and the laws that govern the spiritual realm or the realm of thought and ideas and mind are not the same laws that govern the material realm. There's no connection, like gravity and physics and acceleration don't apply in the spiritual realm. And so if Jennifer's a monist, it might take a different element or rules towards how those rules apply. But you're saying there, if you're a dualist, you're saying there's a completely different laws that govern the spiritual realm than the material realm. And so the material laws have no effect on ideas, because ideas are part of a separate realm.
Which I understand the argument. I think I got it.
Understanding these type things. So then, if you're looking historically, you're saying, well, to look at anthropology in ancient societies, you say, well, I want to understand how these people function. You say, well, they perceive the world in a completely different way. That they thought mind was not part of the physical realm. They thought mind was part of this separate realm that had nothing to do with the body.
Okay, it seems strange to me because there's you talked about them being separate, but it's like, are they completely separate? Because they still are able to interact.
Literature. So I mean, if it just seems strange to you, but you haven't read the literature, so you don't realize that this is what they actually said. So if you've actually read the literature and you say, well, this is what they actually said, so I'm just trying to credibly say that they believe what they said. And so you're saying you haven't even read the literature, and so you don't even believe me that that's what the literature says. So maybe
I'm not saying that any of that. I'm taking no stance.
Just that, conceptually, like in the Greek times, like Plato and these schools, that they were actually dualist and they actually perceived the world in a different way, or you think like no one actually read Plato? Plato didn't even take himself seriously.
I can't be sure about any of those claims. I just try to play, like Jen suggested, that to play with the idea at hand. So like when you're describing it to me, I'm trying to build a mental model, right? And trying to fit them together, because you're talking about them, they're completely separate. But how do you define separation if there's an interplay, right? Because to be completely separate is to be really non-interactive, right? Because once things become interactive, they're now one thing. So that's where the conceptualization starts to break down.
In philosophy, like Ben Watkins, there's the interaction problem. So if my soul is the controlling factor of my body, like the decisions of what I do with my body are made by my non-material soul, and my mind that thinks about ideas that doesn't exist in this material realm is also the controller of the body. What is the mechanism of interaction between the spiritual and the physical realm? And that the ancient Greeks already talked about the interaction problem as one of, this was a debate in Hinduism. There's an interaction problem in the Kabbalists that, if you have a dualistic system, you have to deal with the interaction problem. But it didn't change the fact that I would say if you did a survey of the literature and belief system, that up to 400 years ago, even the vast majority of humanity were dualists. And if you're looking before the scientific era, that's how they understood the material realm, that karma, the soul, and thought existed in a separate realm. And then, from the anthropological evolutionary view, that, because our ancestors were dumb and they couldn't understand science, and they thought that there was like thunder and storms because the gods were mad, until science came along, or they thought people got sick because they sinned and weren't good people, until the advent of medicine, modern medicine, and the people just had these understandings because they didn't know any better. But if you read the literature, I think you would probably agree that the majority of humanity up till a few hundred years ago were clearly dualists. That's what they wrote in the literature, in the teachings. And even if you think, maybe to like your grandmother or superstition, that you say superstition is largely based on dualism, that there's some sort of separate record, like karma. They say like generally karma almost necessitates a separate realm, that like the classical, the Buddhist, if a tree falls in a forest and no one hears it, didn't make a sound, which is parallel to morals. Like God forbid, if person A kills person B and there's no witnesses and no evidence, and person A has no remorse, can they get away with it? And so science would maybe say yes, that there's no evidence, there's no witnesses, there's no karma, there's no recording in the physical realm, there's no reason to think that the righteous are going to be rewarded and the wicked are going to be punished. So you have to come on to a dualistic explanation that there's some sort of memory marker of morals and that exists in the spiritual realm. And so that's historically probably why the majority of humanity were dualists, because they believed in moralistic action reaction, and they believed and it made more sense to them to understand that in a separate non-material realm, because the material realm, there's no reason, there's no rhyme or reason in the material realm
You realize
to
that also describes the monad, right?
well, the monad is alternative.
It's a bit confusing that you're saying dualism is the monad, which the monad's traditionally thought of as non-dualistic. And I just want to come to one of these comments in the chat about the set of 3 versus the set of 2 versus the set of 4 in a competition. There's a superposition state. You can't just choose one and ignore the other harmonics in a superposition state. In fact, what superposition state they're in tells you something about the system. That's why there's already preloaded information in this way of understanding things fundamentally non-dual, but then resonance harmonics upon fundamental dualism. That's all.
According to modern materialism, monism's much closer to dualism than
That's
materialism.
extremely confusing, isn't it? Because mon and do should be 2 different things, but it's like not that the same. It's like, okay, we gotta just chuck it and start over with something that we can actually make sense of. This isn't making
You
any
can't
sense,
chuck
is it?
history.
Well, if you can accept the paradox, I think it's
Because
all right.
this is the
Works real well.
This is the language that the Vedas and the sages of previous generations spoken.
Oh, we're going back to Sanskrit? Awesome. I'm totally down for that. Thank you for moving us in a trad direction.
Whereas it's the language that was spoken in terms of differentiation of the material and spiritual realms. And monism is historically, most monists believe we're closer to dualists. They just believe that there was a single substance that gave rise to both. And I mean, and most monists would have also believed, like, the laws of physics do not apply to the spiritual realm. That there's like the ether, until the Michelson Morley experiments. The ether was a scientific idea. Like now, you look like ether is some sort of spiritual idea for brute-minded people that don't understand science. But historically, the ether was a scientific conjecture of how to understand the realm, how to understand the world. So if you thought like monism as like like an ether or some sort of universal substance that gives rise to both substance, and that there could be a universal law, possibly the laws of math and geometry, that gives rise that governs both the spiritual and the material realm. That mathematics and geometry govern both the physical and spiritual realm. And
Jen, do you believe that the spiritual and the material realm give continuity to each other?
well, she's a monist. She said that there's a separate substance that provides continuity to both.
Habit of wording things in the absolutely most
well, I mean, it's the key point of monism. They're saying like, no, there's a single substance.
Scuba, you're interrupting a lot. I know you're super passionate, but this is getting confusing here. If I take what I think you mean here, should I just call you Sigma? Because I can't call you Project Sigma dialectic every time.
You just call me Sigma. That's fine.
All right. So this is my drawing for it. There's a continuum between massive and photon, or fermion and photon, or massive and light, or however you want to do it. So this is an inversion of an heckin' icebergerino. I don't know if it would help if I
Okay.
also posted the original.
I guess my question was: is could you have one, the top of the iceberg and the bottom? They give continuity to each other. You remove one.
They're continuous. So there is a continuum between massive and photonic. That's the way to say it. The continuum is not continuous, though, because the world operates on the principle of quantization. And quantization and continuous, those are two incompatible concepts.
Or are they complementary?
We'd have to go a step further to establish that, because if to say that they're incompatible versus complementary, one's higher standard. So if it's complementary, you'd have to transcend the phase space, which you haven't established. Which may be true.
I haven't.
Can't
It's conjecture. Yeah.
Presuppose. Well, you can prove it based on reasonable axioms, but yeah, that's where you'd start. That type of thing. I like this metaphor because it's pretty accurate. Like there's a continuum from massive to photonic. That's the stuff we can observe, quote unquote, or the realm in which we exist, and then it's ensconced in the ocean of the monad. But it's not a perfect metaphor, right? Because in the reality, the monad is completely pervades this iceberg. It's all water, right? So that's what most people can't see. So we have to have this, I don't want to say synthetic dualism. It's the dualism adjacent to non-dualism.
Okay, this kind of reminds me of like phase state. You're showing that the water is the ether or the monad, right? All of it, including the iceberg. It also is the water.
No, ether
just the modality.
Jeez.
Oh, sorry.
I know you're excited. I know you're excited, but okay, the ether is only within the iceberg. There's no ether in the monad because ether is volume, and the monad doesn't define length because length is emergent from the monad, because space-time is emergent from the monad, because space-time is observable. How do you like that train of logic? It's a very long train right there.
You don't experience the monad directly, saying that the monad is the superstructure or the source behind Jennifer's system, the photonic and the massive, or the classical dualism, the spiritual and the material, but you don't experience the monad directly. You experience the material or the spiritual directly, and it's the monad that gives rise to both of those.
Well, is the connection between the monad and the material, is it continuous? Right? Is it always active, or did it happen?
You're presupposing space-time. You can't presuppose space-time when you're pre-space-time. Only so many things are defined pre-space-time. So where is the real sphere relative to the sun? That's what I always think about it. It's the sun is always somewhere around it. So it's within it, not above, not below. Truly within, emanating from the center. So you could say that an object getting a relative center of mass is. Do you understand there's no such thing as an absolute center of mass?
Oh, yes, I'm aware of that concept.
Do you agree? In the universe, the center of mass.
Yeah, I've seen some illustrations of how it can, like how that variable can shift. Right? It's how it's.
The universe is infinite. The universe is infinite. Can an infinite object have a center of mass?
Negative, but not based on those axioms. No, it couldn't.
So that's why we can only ever define a relative. Anyway. We can only ever define a relative center of mass, but does that matter in effect? Because like the sun is a relative center of mass, and for all intents and purposes, that is fine. Just like for all intents and purposes, most intents and purposes, the flat Earth is also fine. I shouldn't have said that, but whatever. So,
it's all right.
For the course, I guess.
Anyway, just to get, I don't know, I guess we were kind of on topic, but I didn't want to take away from your analyzation of the debate. And I went off on a tangent a little bit. Did you guys want to keep talking about that? Or
I wouldn't mind talking about the T-jump Claire debate and how much of an absolute train wreck that was. That was like two spiders stinging each other to death, wasn't it? And Claire sounded really high. Am I the only one who thought that?
I might sign off. We can talk about that tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we
I
have
mean,
our show tomorrow. That's
for
right. I guess we could
future,
wrap up. We've been going for a really long
I mean, for future,
time.
like
two
to me, it would have
2 hour
been
and 40-minute shows
to
in a
me it would
row.
have been interesting to analyze like what a good debate on evolution would look like, and then to structure out the arguments. Like had Mark put forward the best arguments, and kind of like the monad and Jennifer's theory is largely a separate thing. I mean, because it's an alternative hypothesis as opposed to just evolution as an idea and the logic behind it, or even the metaphysics that so maybe the post stream took two different, the Jennifer's system or monology, uh, and then the actual evolution debate. And so, like, to prepare for future better debates on evolution, there would be, I mean, like, I'm probably sign off either way, but there'd be an interesting topic, and then the larger metaphysics of epistemology that people have to frame their understanding of evolution. And then just for debate, like, how do you quickly, what's a quick useful method to get common axioms? So like when I debated JF, I debated him largely on his terms of empiricism, of materialism, that I accepted for the purpose of the debate against JF, that the only thing there was the material realm. And so that wasn't a subject of the argument. And I was arguing, I argued a little bit that the consciousness can't be explained by the material realm, but I was largely accepting his materialistic view, and saying that even according to a materialistic view of the universe, evolution is still a poor theory. So that framing, and JF was very careful at the beginning of the debate to frame it in that way, that we would be talking empirical, observed material phenomenon and that only. And then the question of mind and consciousness was the first debate point, because the question of whether the mind is an observed empirical phenomenon.
I think I get what you're saying. Maybe are you suggesting that Jen just, I guess in a way, point out what the theory doesn't explain and just leave it open for for people to come to her and her to fill in that with her explanation? Right? So just stick to showing what it can't do to break down their argument and leave the rest for later.
Well, I put like my multiple
accurate?
truth hypothesis, just for the sake of conversation, that we're going to agree on axioms, and we're going to have our conversation within the framework of the agreed upon axioms to the best of our ability, to say like, okay, and that's for the purpose of a debate on the topic. That I don't care what your worldview is, you don't care what my worldview is. We're going to agree on a certain amount of axioms, and then try to have the argument within those agreed upon axioms, as opposed to a clash of our various worldviews.
Excellent. That makes sense. How do you feel about that, Jen?
That's what I was trying to go for there, but it just didn't work. So
Oh, you're so passionate.
Perhaps. It was frustrating because my points are not being heard. So my instinct is to explain them. Right. Hard to go against that. But yeah.
Well, David, why do you feel like her arguments weren't being heard, if you agree with that?
Well, I think she did the majority of the talking, and Mark was relative like a soft interview, like this. So I don't think she, in that sense. I mean, maybe from a information theory of like message receiver medium, but I don't think there was any like relatively. I mean, it was just her and Mark relatively let her even control the conversation. So I don't think that there was any problem on that end. I think it was more, just the common message receiver medium of information theory, the complication of sharing ideas with people, and then understanding, the framework of saying that, yes, I understand that the majority of people have a worldview that's in opposition to mine, and then it's more a method of, what does victory look like? And if it's like a chunking theory, that people have chunked together the information that, like a Socratic method, what does it mean to deconstruct someone else's worldview and then try to reconstruct it? And what's the best that you could do in some sort of public discourse? And if it's somewhat like a self-advertisement, so you have multiple goals, like my goal is to defeat evolution, and I'm happy to do that for whatever worldview. If you're a Christian, Hindu, or whatever reason that you're not a big fan of evolution, that through my structured arguments, that you'll be able to copy or understand my structured arguments against evolution. You verse actually you're building up a worldview, and why would you want to do that in the first place? But like the existential question, like even if you're right and no one else knows the truth, why do you want to share it? Or some sort of ahimsa principle, or just benevolence that I feel I've gained some sort of understanding of the material realm in order to help other people express that, because I think this knowledge will help them. So that's more like strategy. So,
So Jen, do you feel like
I don't think she had. I don't know if she had a thought out strategy like that. It's difficult to have all of it at once, because you want to have your arguments and all your various things.
Plotting against my opponent is time I could be spending developing logic. So it's like,
Well, I mean, plotting
should I
against
spend
your
some time
opponent.
plotting how to F over my opponent in the debate?
No,
It's like,
I mean, it's not. I didn't say that at all. Like you're not, because I mean, Mark was a nice guy. I don't think you're plotting.
that's how it feels like to me to approach is in the way, the
I'm saying you're
strategic way
plotting.
you're alluding
You're
to.
plotting
That's
a
all I'm saying.
structure of information theory of message medium receiver. So I'm saying that of the few hundred people watching, of the moderator, and then it's you got to so obviously you're speaking directly to Mark, and there's a moderator, and there's the audience, and you're combining that but it's the same information theory of message medium receiver, but there's multiple receivers here. So the medium, or that with the audience, and so you have to strategize. And are you gonna, like I told you, talk to the audience, or you're talking to Mark, or you're talking to segments of the audience? And I mentioned to Jennifer before the stream, you say, like, I know most of you disagree with me, or to those of you in the audience who you have a certain type worldview, and you could, if you strategize, you could actually be straight up and say it, like, for those of you, for the atheist in the crowd, or segment your audience, and occasionally try to speak directly to those segments of the audience, and to have an overall strategy, that say, okay, my strategy, like, and it had nothing to do with defeating Mark, but saying, okay, my overall strategy is to reach, to win a few converts, or to reach a few, this segment of the audience. Or you have multiple strategies. My strategy for the atheist is to make them realize that evolution is not as solid, based on evidence, as they think. And my strategy for the Christians, and my strategy for so on and so on. And it doesn't have to necessarily anything to do with defeating. Instead, it's information theory, message, medium, receiver.
So you think it may have been better in this debate to focus on communicating it to the larger audience rather than just debating between her and Mark is his name, right?
Well, there's a whole bunch of elements. There's something. I mean, Jennifer maybe doesn't have experience in public. Is like probably one of her bigger public speaking. That could be like a small auditorium, a few hundred people, and to strategize. You get better with it over time, and you're speaking to a large audience. You can't do everything at once. You can't. It's very difficult to have one message for multiple different receivers that reaches all people equally. So I'm saying that's why you have to create a strategy, and saying it may have been, Jennifer just has to focus on more basic things till she gets more comfortable in front of a larger audience. And as she does that, she could work at more, so to say, advanced strategies. Like I've mentioned, we can review many times. Like I used to promote concerts, manage bands, and saying that you have to. I told people it's very complicated. Most bands didn't get it. Was you have to coordinate the after party from stage. A lot of times, you're on stage and you perform, and then afterwards you're just like, okay, who's backstage? What's the after party? And it's like, no, like you really have to coordinate the after party from the stage. But it's difficult because your average performer, there's so many different things that they're thinking of on stage that it's difficult to coordinate the after party, in their mental effort while they're performing. And so it's a certain level of acquired expertise with time. Like if you're a basketball player, a tennis star, or something like that, you're just focusing on hitting the shot right, versus saying like, no, I know I'm going to hit the shot right, and I'm simultaneously focusing on the interaction with the crowd and audience, and then even to simultaneously be focusing on multiple. Like I said, you're on the battlefield, and your friend comes, and to say hi, and they get hit because, God forbid, you're on the battlefield. It's like, no, I'm coordinated, that I'm simultaneously being friendly to my friends and attacking my foes at the same time. So it's advanced strategy. At some point, it's impossible, because you're only one person who could do one action at one time. And that's why you have to strategize. What's your goal? What's your intention? Knowing that you're only one person who can do one thing at one time, and if you're dealing with multiple people at the same time, that's why you have to create a strategy. I'm not faulting Jennifer for doing it, because that's less important than just putting on a good performance. That focus on your strategy. Uh, you know, quarterbacking the after party when you're on stage. You said, like, if you mess up your lines, if you screw up your performance, there's not going to be an after party. So you have to get your performance down packed before you could have your down packed
Have to be less
performance
annoying.
and
That's not
coordinate.
going to be possible, I don't think. That's going to be tough.
I
Well,
think just look for
pretty
cues,
basic
right?
material,
You can't pay attention to everything, like you said, right? You have a limited attention and limited ability to act. So something I learned in sales was just you look up for cues, right, that kind of tell you what the direction of the sale. In this case, your presentation, like perhaps noticing that Mark was being softer, being softball, as Steve would say. If you noticed that sooner, could have directed attention more toward the audience, I guess, and presenting the idea to them. I don't know if that's
I feel
what
like
you're
I'm
saying,
being super rude to do that. And then I did try. I tried to like wrap up my arguments or whatever, like you said, but then the whole thing just didn't work out, and we had to go to audience questions or whatever.
It's a question of expertise. I mean, so you have your essential function, and then you have auxiliary functions, or even luxury functions that aren't essential. So you have to make sure that you're fulfilling the essential function before you add on the auxiliary functions. So it's like the after party is not the essential function. You have to put on a good performance. So if you're focusing on quarterbacking the after party and you mess up your essential performance, you are better off not even bothering quarterbacking the essential performance. And like a sports metaphor or something, like if you're going to make the slam dunk and you're going to try to wink to the pretty girl in the crowd at the same time, if you could make the slam dunk and do that, you could try to add that in. But if you try to do that and you miss the dunk, it didn't, you ruined everything. So
well, he wasn't verging on tears in his closer, so there you go.
I'm saying for whatever it meant for you to add these auxiliary functions of more direct interaction with the audience, in besides your essential performance, and then to create a strategy on that. Like you say, your strategy is to make money, get super chats, or your strategy is to gain a few followers. You're saying, so if your performance and you're saying, okay, I want all the pretty girls to come to the after party, or you're saying I want all the rich people to come to the after party, or however you're gonna do that. So like if you're like a Hindu priest and you have like a few things that you get to give out to the crowd, like you can get a few flower garlands and a few prasad food items, and you could selectively choose who you give that to and call that kind of like quarterbacking the after party. So if you're on stage and you say a few things between songs, or you throw out like a few pieces of memorabilia to the audience, it's not the essential function, but it's your discretion for putting on a good performance, that that if you've thought that out of a strategy, beforehand, that if you're just, oh, like now it's that time of the ceremony where I have the flowers and I give it out to the audience, and so you just kind of throw it out randomly, versus if you had thought it out beforehand of what you're going to do when you reach that situation, that's the pre-planned strategy. And then you have to think that out. Say my strategy, my goal was to reach these few people, or my goal that you have to think it out, and that will lead to different results. And it's all going to be based on information theory of saying message, medium, receiver.
That sounds sensible to me.
Yeah, I mean saying like there's literature saying I've done this in management and organizing events, and there's advantage to being in front of the crowd, and you could be benevolent and say like whatever you understand benevolent, or if you're saying like I perform my essential duty, and now I get the fringe benefits of performing that duty of being so to say the star, and of being the main focus in front of the crowd, and then a karmatic read of how much can you take for yourself. You're saying like can you be the star, and get the girl, or get the money, or get to whatever it is you're trying to get, without acquiring the bad karma. It's like, no, like there are a lot of people who came to see me, and there are a few single girls in the crowd, and I could pick one of them up. It's not bad karma. Or you
This
say,
isn't about my debate anymore, is it, Dubit?
well, I'm giving the, because I'm talking about generic like concert management. So usually that's what people are thinking when they're on stage booking the after party. So if you're panning the audience, and you're thinking that's the typical thought of like the athlete, or movie star, or even T Jump or JF, even intellectual book authors. That's probably the most typical motivation of
Hot
somebody.
blondes.
Yeah, or whatever it is. But you say like a teacher said like, no, like he created an audience of 100 people that watch him, and if like that hot blonde is in the audience, and he gets her, like he didn't do any harm. That's okay. That's his reward of his effort, and it didn't create any bad karma for him to do it. Let alone he's saying like, no, he's going to take your, like he's going to, she's already taken, but he's going to take her anyways. You could have a karmatic read, or if you could be benevolent and be like, no, like I was on stage, and I noticed this person was in pain, and I'm going to use my discretion to help somebody that no one else helped, from the benefit of being at front of the crowd, that I noticed, to fulfill the ahimsa principle. And so if you're the Hindu priest, or the rabbi, or whatever in front of the congregation, and so and you get to give a few honors out, or whatever, or direct the congregational attention towards something, and instead of honoring the wealthy person, or trying to increase your own prestige, you direct the congregation to alleviate suffering of those people suffering most. So I'm saying Jennifer could have also had a strategy, like that, based on the ahimsa principle, not on self-gain. I say most people would base the strategy on self-gain.
If I was going for self-gain, I'm pretty sure I would not approach what I do in this manner. I would be doing, I don't want to say the opposite, but pretty close.
I don't think he meant that in totality.
No, I meant that you would have a pre-planned strategy. So I say most entertainers, that when you manage something like they have a pre-planned strategy, and a lot of times they're not shy about their materialistic desires, saying like straight up, get the pretty girls in backstage, like that's your job. You're saying you're saying that, but if your strategy is the ahimsa principle, you're still going to perform it better if you strategize and plan it out beforehand. There's like Duvito. I want you to do is notice in the crowd people in need, and gather money from the people who have excess money and distribute it to the poor or something like that. But if you strategize that beforehand, you're going to perform that function better.
Well, preparation is always useful.
Well, we're saying that you can't really even do it. I mean, you just say that you can spiritually be like, okay, my desire was good, as opposed to actually masterminding it and fulfilling that function. So it's acquired expertise, and it says like you have to master the essential function before you can add on auxiliary elements to the essential function. And if it's like basketball or something, like Michael Jordan sticking his tongue out or something, or whatever it is, like you say, no, he knows how to slam dunk. He knows the essential function, and he knows how much attention he could give to something beyond the essential function without messing up the essential function. They like people make it like a chess game. Like I know how much mental effort I'm going to need to concentrate and make the right chess moves, that I'll be able to talk to the crowd at the same time I'm playing the game of chess or whatever it is. That if you're the priest of Jennifer, saying like she's been in enough debates, enough situations that she knows she's gonna hit the argument right, stay on point, cover all the points, and still have enough excess mental energy to focus on the chat, to focus on a few auxiliary functions that she's determined beforehand. And even if it's element of the ahimsa principle, what does it mean? Okay, like I'm going to set two lonely people up in a match, or I'm going to try to help a sick person fulfill their health, or poor people.
Pull a rabbit out of my hat? Come on to the stage on a unicycle?
No, I mean, it's a science of expertise. That as you've mastered your trade enough that you know that you have excess energy to fulfill your mastery of the trade and other things at the same time, like driving and talking to your phone at the side. Like I know driving well enough that I know what I could do and safely drive at the same time, and it's not a worry. Like if it's talking to my cell phone or changing the radio station or making a turn or something, but being more careful. But like generally in the essential driving, I know when I could do that and something else, and it's not going to put me in risk of getting an accident. I can perform the essential function and something above it at the same time without diminishing my ability to perform the essential function. So participating in debates or internet performance will be the same way. Like did you read the chat? And say if you can't, you might be better off just turning off the chat, focusing completely on the debate. But then other times you might be like, no, I could have a good show, fulfill the essential function, and interact with the chat at the same time.
Just trying to read the room.
Or outsource it. Saying that if you know that you can't do it, then you could outsource it, like to mods or something. Something you could be your own mod, or you could outsource it. And it's like once you outsource it, you have to strategize. If yourself, you might, but if you have a group of people, then you have to strategize, because you have to be able to explain to the people you're working with. To be on
It's called hypnosis, Duvid, and praying to the spirits, so that I can serve them better, and that they'll be more inspiring to me. So Sunflower says, having trouble understanding what the heck you are talking about. And that is fair because you have a lot of amazing ideas, but sometimes fail to thread them together in a way that makes it possible to actually hold on to all that information because you've got your super good compression chunker. Not everybody else can use yours. It's really a compliment to how good your memory compression is, frankly. It's a bit of an issue at times, I think.
Well, it's just saying anybody at whatever level could look at how well I'm performing my essential function to taking on additional, like moving up the chain of management. A good manager knows how to do the jobs of all their employees better than them, and therefore they know how much it deserves to be paid and what the expected output of the various, jobs. So if you're the manager and you're saying, okay, that you got a guy at the door collecting money, you have all your sound guy, and God forbid, like Amy and the sound mishap or something, but you have everything under control. And as you move up in whatever level that you're at, the ascertainment of expertise of chunking will mean that as you get better at your essential function, you could multitask and do other things at the same time. And it's a process at whatever level you're at. So if you're just the door guy, making sure that people at the door pay, and it's too complicated to talk to people, and you just got to make sure that everybody gets through pays. But once you get a little bit more comfortable with it, you can start talking to people and adding things on, and as long as people aren't slipping past without paying, or whatever the function is, like saying can you talk on the phone and drive at the same time? It's like, well, I don't know, can you? You say, if you can't, you better not do it. But if you can, then you can. You're like, no, I'm not going to get an accident. I talk on my phone and drive all the time. If
Someone tried to fucking browbeat me for posting in the chat one of the first times I was on MDD. I'm glad that dumb shit doesn't happen again. I mean, that's a stupid thing. It's like, I can't say hi to the audience if I'm not talking.
Well, if they're worried that's gonna affect your essential function. So if it's like Claire or something,
it's really
like,
not.
Claire's like, oh, I'm sorry, I was typing in the chat. I didn't even realize you were talking to me.
I don't think I ever said that today on the debate. I've heard these effing arguments so many times that I don't want to say I could do these debates asleep, but
I'm breaking
arguments.
Down
I think Mark realizes that I've heard these arguments a gajillion times. Basically,
right. So this is a science of expertise, and I'm breaking it down in a systematic way. We're saying no, your essential function, whether you're fulfilling it or not, should be somewhat objective. If you understand what the essential function is and what means fulfillment, and then to know your level of attention that you have to give it, and whether that's all of your attention. You say, oh, I'm giving all my attention to this essential function and I'm still failing, as opposed to I'm giving 70% of my attention to the essential function.
Well, there's also getting overstimulated, right? Because you want to stay in a flow state. So that's what I basically try to do, is to not get overstimulated at any point. That may look like different things as it goes on. So yes, there is an art and a science to it, but you assuming or pre-supping, but I didn't know what I was doing is maybe not the wisest place to start with regards to breaking these ideas down.
We have to measure, saying there's a generic
measurement is who
science of
gets
expertise.
convinced, and obviously I convinced a lot of people today, I think.
I mean, to accurately gauge yourself of where you are on the the spectrum of expertise, and to make that a objective.
I'm not the one with the difficulties in establishing my own authority. It's other people.
Authority's not.
But I'm not going to be the one to say it, because there's no point in me saying it if nobody else knows it's true or can understand it's true. What's the point of me saying it? There was a question in the chat. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying the expertise doesn't have anything to do with authority. You could be authoritative and expert, because you have expertise, because authoritative doesn't mean you're expert in everything. The expertise is across.
Well, what's the difference? And because to me they seem pretty much on the same track. I don't use expert because expert actually means something in court. Like if you're an expert witness, which is what I used to do in my old job, there's criteria for establishing that.
Expertise is
related, lax, right? So authority has a higher standard, even though it's not really defined per se. The fact that it's not associated with this pre-existing legal thing is actually good.
Expertise
It
is
has a
related to
higher standard.
fulfillment of function.
That's what you say, but then it's a matter of defining function, and it's hardly non-trivial, and it's presupposing that function's all there is, but there's also form.
Or so
just
athleticism's
frame,
a fine
wouldn't even agree with
example.
your
If it
framing.
means, like if you're taking a given sport, that expertise is something that's quite measurable and obvious. Like if it's said, like if you could make the slam dunk, you have expertise. If you could make the slam dunk and interact with the crowd at the same time without diminishing the performance of the essential function. And so if you're debating and you break down the elements of what expertise debate is, and you're hitting those essential elements, and then you're adding auxiliary elements that aren't related to the essential function. So it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with authority. I mean, they could be parallel, but expertise and authority are largely because authority
Are they different though?
Authority is more related to the relationship between you and other people, as opposed to expertise doesn't have anything to do with your relation to other people. It's between you and the task.
So expertise is more like oriented towards institutions. Sorry, go ahead, Sigwa.
Expertise is oriented towards task performance, as opposed to authority is in relationship to the feelings of other people or thought of other people towards you, as where expertise has nothing to do with the feelings or thought of other people.
Well, then it becomes a question of whether task performance affects others' opinion of you, which it clearly does.
No, you could be an expert with no authority, or you could have no expertise and have authority. I mean, expertise is the performance of tasks at a certain level that will be defined as expertise, and whether other people acknowledge that or not is indifferent. It's partially related, but it's saying that the expertise is more objective than authority. Authority could also be objective, but authority is the feeling of how other people relate towards you, as opposed to expertise doesn't have anything to do necessarily with other people. It's specific to your performance of a task.
Hey, Jen, are you, forgive me if I'm wrong, but are you equivocating in your analogy form to authority? Is that?
No, I was saying that.
No. If you talk about function as far as expertise, but authority, is it equivalent to form?
Is authority a form? No.
Mm-hmm. Like you're talking about, like display, like you said, it's not a necessity to be an expert to have authority, right?
That's Dubit's opinion, not mine, because I would say there's always a non-zero overlap between proficiency and task performance and others' opinions of you. So to assume a null hypothesis in that is we need a sanity check on that one.
Was related. I mean, if you want like typing, we're saying like, okay, you could type at 80 words a minute.
Can you just acknowledge? Let's not go down shit metaphor lane again, please. Task performance, success, proficiency, and others' opinions of you vis-a-vis authority. Are you telling me those are uncorrelated?
Wouldn't be correlated, but saying that expertise, and if you have a level where you have a proficiency level,
aren't you? You're trolling right now, aren't you?
No, I think you just don't understand. I mean, these are well-established things that are understood. I mean, if you want to like play definitional games, just saying that.
Can you address my point, please?
You could have no authority and have expertise, that task performance is measurable if it's like typing speed, error rate, as where it's not.
But everybody thinks you're a shitty typist, even though you have the highest rate in the entire office. Everyone's like, "What a loser! The worst typist in the office." Does that seem like? Because it wasn't like that when I was an interpreter. They were like, "Oh, that I'm the best."
Expertise is usually a level related to other people that you say, "Okay, he's an expert," and you could try to make it.
You literally
objective.
just said that it was task performance. So now it's
Yeah, so
relative to other people. Because
what I'm
you
saying,
just
it's
said it was
like,
relative to a task. You realize that. Now it's relative to other people. Okay.
what is, I mean, because
Are
like,
you
if it's
getting
like,
tired, dude?
no, I'm pretty sure I understand this stuff extremely well. I mean, like, I'm happy to explain it to you, but, if it's like IQ or chess rating, where,
You do realize that words mean not so much what randos say they mean, but what the, sort of average, statistical average of Joe average type people thinks it means. Like unfalsifiable. Just because there's some trickster definition in the technical philosophy or whatever, doesn't mean people understand it as not what they understand it as, which is unable to be proven false.
well, I'm saying that if you were the only person in the universe, you could still have expertise, but you couldn't have authority. Authority is dependent on other people granting you that, as opposed to expertise. If you were the only being in the whole universe, you could still have expertise. Sometimes
Notice how you've had to take us to a completely implausible, non-existent universe. Okay, so maybe what I said is wrong in a different universe. Okay, I'll take that chance.
Well, I mean, if you want some sort of logical example, a lot of times like IQ scores, chess ratings are based in comparison to other people. If you have a 130 IQ, it means you perform better on the test than 97, 98% of other people who've taken the test, versus some sort of measurement that if I gave you a whole bunch of math problems and timed how quickly and how many you got correct and some sort of accuracy rate, and then you're going to have to define what is the level of expertise, and then if you're going to make that a percentage in relationship to other people, as opposed to, but authority is, I mean, to define authority, that authority is something that other people bestow in you, and it's not necessarily based on fact. That
It can be based on your presentation, on how you're that, because of that factor. It doesn't make expertise the sole, what do you call it, reason for authority, right? You can say something.
Authority because people listen and follow you.
Yes.
As opposed to you're an expert because you perform at a certain level on a task, and they're not. There's usually, in theory, there should be an overlap, but there's not necessarily. And you train separate. You can't. I mean, you could train expertise. Authority requires another party. If you're going to say free will is a factor, and you can't train authority because there's a being who has free will that
now we have to invoke mystical free will.
Has to bestow their authority, trust in you, as opposed to expertise. It's just your training to perform a task at a certain level. That you can't control the actions of other people. Authority, you can't establish yourself as an authority. You have to be established by other people as an authority. You don't establish yourself as an expert. You become an expert, and you're not an expert because I established myself as an expert. You're an expert because you perform at a certain level. So they're largely, I mean, they're similar, but they're unrelated. They measure completely different things.
Is it reasonable to presume a trivial or non-trivial overlap in these admittedly different descriptors?
I mean, probably not.
The fact that you
might assume that people would bestow authority on expertise, and that may not even be true.
All I'm saying is they ought to be correlated. Not 100% correlated, because there's something that makes it not 100% correlated, which is the rhetoric element.
Well, that's where wouldn't that be? That's kind of true, because like being an expert in rhetoric, like I guess people still are queuing on an expertise in something. It just is. Let's say it isn't the stated subject. So like Jen being an expert in physics, right? But the other person is an expert in rhetoric, right? And people queuing in on the rhetoric rather than the the agreed upon substrate, I guess.
Right.
They're both
Rhetoric is
subjective.
emulating the confidence associated with knowledge, right? Because everything is connected ultimately to knowledge. That's how I know your supposition of null hypothesis literally makes no sense. It's like the modus tollens and modus ponens aren't the same, yet in math they are the same. Go figure that.
I said they're both subjective. The measurement of expertise is objective, as where the measurement of authority is subjective. So they're both measurable. You could measure authority and you could measure expertise, and they're both
You
subjective.
said that better than me.
That at whatever level makes you an expert is, this is going to be what's called an expert is subjective, but the measurement of expertise is objective because it's task performance, as where the measurement of authority is subjective because it's the hard problem of consciousness that's based on the actions of other people. So you have questions like free will and consciousness. Although you could measure authority in terms like followers or quantify it, but it's going to be subjective, as opposed to expertise is going to be objectively quantifiable, even though it's subjective. That what you call the level of expertise, typing at 80 words a minute with no mistake, say is an expert, or typing at 60 words a minute with 2 mistakes is still a level of expert. That is subjective, as where the actual measurement of performance is objective, as where authority, you can measure it like this person has, these people who follow him, or these people who take their command and follow it. But it's still subjective because it's dependent upon the action of other agents that may or may not have free will. And to define the hard problem of consciousness of what does it mean to have authority over another person? Do people have free will or not? And so you can't objectively measure authority.
Well, whether they do or not, they still have, and we're dealing with the problem of interpretation, right? And like every individual has, a different point of a different orientation. So they're going to.
I wouldn't call that authority. I'd call that dominance, because like T-Jump, you could argue established dominance over me temporarily in that one debate, which had no connection to authority, right? That you could actually argue is uncorrelated. Dominance, rhetorical,
the audience,
almost completely uncorrelated.
The audience didn't see it that way. The audience probably didn't see it that way. I think
you could use the word interchangeably.
Because of rhetoric, yes, of course, because of rhetoric, and because I let him win, as we all know. Doesn't matter.
I mean, you could use the words interchangeably, like in something like he's established authority, he's established expertise. Maybe they could be used interchangeably, but there's a science of expertise that's well established. There's not a science of authority. There might be theories of authority. There's studies of authority.
Except for Vedanta, right?
I don't think there's a
Brahmanas and Vedanta. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. So yeah, just saying. It's eternal and it already exists. So to think someone could cobble together a rival,
Right, so you're saying that in a religious school, that the establishment of the authority means that this person speaks on behalf of truth, or so to say, God.
Yeah.
Okay, like Duvid is a Jew.
Well, all
and my
authority starts from
ancestors were
God,
the
yes,
prophets.
but that's tautological.
Yes, okay, that like disciplic succession, and that there were the prophets who spoke directly to God, and Duvid is a descendant from them and studied under the teachers who had
succession, not disciplic.
A combination of hereditary or schools, but it's saying the authority is God, and you could look from a religious level, and you could even objectively, that's what I said, you could quantify the measurement of authority, but it's still subjective. It's okay, like who are the authorities, and it's okay, Duvid, if you accept that the Hebrew prophets are the authorities, and you accept, then you could establish Duvid as an authority on Judaism through my lineage and through the people I studied under in a disciplic succession. But who the authorities are is subjective, although it could be measured still, as where the measurement of expertise.
Well, everything's subjective. Right.
the measurement of
Derived by
expertise.
Well, it's
subject.
contextual, that's for sure.
No, I mean it's what T-Jump was trying to explain to Claire. Subjective means
Trying being the operating term.
objective means it's separate from mind. There's an object.
That's an absolutely moronic
independent of
definition. You
humans.
realize nothing can be established to be separate from mind, right? So his whole position is self-defeating.
Well, it's the literal definition of the term subject and object.
Yeah, exactly. You're presuming that the two ends of the dualism are subject and object. That's not prudent, is it? Subjective is obviously a subset of the quote objective if it exists.
So objective meaning it's dependent on an object like task performance, as opposed to subjective that's dependent upon a person.
But who decided that the
subject.
task was important? Well, we
It-
did.
it
So it's
didn't
still
matter that
subjective.
It's not.
You want to make it
of
objective when
importance.
it's not, okay,
It's
but
an
don't
established
kid
of
yourself.
being an
It's all subjective.
independent object. That the task is an object, it's not a subject. The measurement.
I think
of the
she's
task
suggesting
an
there is a
object.
bit of an arbitrary nature to the.
It's not arbitrary.
subjective.
The task is not the subject. It's an object. It's independently measured.
I meant arbitrary in the sense that it is, there is an arbiter to decide what our frame of reference is, right, when judging or interpreting data. So she's like kind of a problem, right? Because she's saying every object is a subject and every subject is an object, right? From a certain point of view.
No, what
I
I'm
don't know if I'm
saying is
interpreting
that
right.
objectivity may not exist in the sense we think it exists. Objectivity may be like free will, that we're just hallucinating it, because what physics appears to point to is a relational reality, which may preclude the objective perspective we are always sort of aspiring to, especially with this general relativity thing and its construct of the inertial reference frame.
Okay.
You're saying it's independent of mind. The subject is dependent on mind, and object is independent of mind. So task performance is independent of mind. That even if humans are
Literally
only
nothing's
maintain-
independent of mind. You probably want to phrase that different, because nothing's independent of mind. Because
Task
mind
Yeah,
is
she's just
quantum.
suggesting that every observation requires a mind to observe it, right? That's
Mind is the
fundamental.
sphere. Mind is the sphere from outside the sphere. Self is the sphere from inside the sphere. Mind is the
Task
sphere from
performance
outside
is-
the sphere. It's the same object, okay, but from different vantages.
task performance is
That's the difference.
independent of mind.
Fine.
Be
Just ignore the
measured
whole most important
independently.
revelation I ever made. That's cool.
Well, my question is, can an object objectify itself?
We'd need to define what we meant by objectify, because at this point we haven't established that it's anything other than a ghost in the machine, aka a free will thing, where it's like you can spend hours presupposing it, but then scratch under the surface and it was like dun dun dun.
Well, one thing about free will, that an objective, I guess you could say, is that the experience is objective, but that's about it.
Now
Right.
you're
is
cycling
hap-
between two ill-defined concepts. You're saying free will is objective, and I'm saying neither of these terms.
No,
make
the
any sense.
experience as we know it.
Yes, and that
It feels-
that it's independent of mind. So like the example of typing accuracy and speed could be objectively measured independently of mind.
So the
Whether a
fact
person
that some
ha-
words got typed, that's not independent of mind. Would words have gotten typed without a mind? Would a sodium bicarbonate react with vinegar without a mind? It's like, no.
It doesn't
everything's-
matter. It's separate from mind. That the task performance of
Denying
speed,
the mind primacy is tantamount to denying the sphere exists. You're just going to get in
you
trouble
don't have to deny
metaphysically.
it. It's saying that's
Okay.
the definition of objective. It's an object. It's separate from. I mean, this is the T-Jump philosophical definition.
Sure.
But the computer could measure the speed and accuracy of the typing. It's independent of mind.
But it requires a mind to be able to interpret
Maybe
the
not. It doesn't
differential,
matter.
right?
And generate.
Whether it does or not doesn't matter because it's an object.
Yes, it just may be an inaccurate description because
completely
the,
Here's your
irrelevant.
problem. Okay, I'm saying define object. You're saying not
It's
subject.
completely
I'm saying that
irrelevant.
doesn't exist. You're saying, but it's objective. And it's like we're back to where we started
If
here.
I'm typing and you say, okay, maybe I have a mind, maybe I don't, maybe what's causing me to type
Whoa,
is
oh
my
my
mind,
God.
or maybe not. But objectively, the computer could measure how accurately and quickly I'm typing, independent of any question of my mind or what's causing me to do it. It's an objective measurement, just like speed, that whatever causes a person to run or motivates a person to run the object of the measurement of how fast they're running is independent. It's an object.
Okay, I think I get it. So the objective would be you gave the tree
This
falling in the forest
object
analogy.
is independent of mind. Yeah, the tree falling in the forest saying is an objective.
How many independent objects are there in the universe?
Well, I mean, if you talk the
How many
metaphysics,
independent objects exist in
None.
the universe? Just out of curiosity, I'm just wondering how many independent objects exist in the universe.
Doesn't seem like any.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter for the
What does the sphere depend on? Nothing. There's one. So then it'd be like, we with a dependent because it feels like cogito ergo sum. Come on. You can do a little better than that, right?
Yeah.
Well, doesn't a sphere require orientation? At least
she's just preaching her metaphysics. I mean, if you're saying that mind is the only thing that exists, or mind gives rise to the material.
Orientation. Preaching metaphysics. Oh yeah, but you're not preaching metaphysics, right?
No,
you just
I enjoy it.
I'm just explaining definitions. I'm saying the science.
That's metaphysics, David.
Well, I mean, no,
you don't like that I'm encroaching on your monopoly on metaphysics, but it's like
I'm saying that the science of expertise. You're saying that metaphysics will possibly have some change on the science of expertise, but like no, you don't have to study metaphysics to look at the science of expertise, because the science of expertise.
Sure, it would be a lot easier if everybody just accepted the tacit metaphysics, but the whole thing kind of falls apart. You
have a certain metaphysical level where you could question whether.
Do you really want your arguments conditional on people being tricked into them?
It's not really conditional. It's saying the task performance. You say, okay, if the material realm doesn't exist, or the nature of the material realm, that there is no task, there is no performance, but on a generalized axiomatic acceptance of the material realm, that you could measure task performance and create a science around it.
You mean an analytical discipline?
In anything that's materially measurable.
So it wouldn't be a science, right? It would be an analytical discipline, right? Because rise to
science,
the level of
science
it would need to proffer some type of a model.
It's really physics. Like task performance is a matter of physics. Even saying like typing, accuracy, and speed is a question of physics, not a question of mind.
Is minimally subjective the same as objective?
There's no difference between measuring typing speed and accuracy and measuring the movement of any other object.
Except for the whole special relativity thing.
I think it's just the argument
equally to the measurement of any object. So saying that like measuring task performance is the same as measuring any physical object movement that subject to the same laws. It's independent of mind.
Okay, so
there's no such thing, T-jump.
Can I use this back to a simple analogy about the tree in the forest, right? Falling, does it make a sound? I think Jen, are you saying that it doesn't make a sound because it requires an ear to hear it, which is a mind.
Whether it makes a sound is a Ship of Theseus question.
You're saying that there's no mind.
Sound is a metaphysical question, depending on whether sounds are defined relative to what they do to the
mind.
I was going to say
yes.
Air or ear. No, air or ear. Mind is just an axiom. You don't have to keep reasserting mind. It's trivial. The fact that you can look at a sphere from the outside or the inside. Who gives a shit? It doesn't need to be reasserted or debated. That's all those words mean. So self is an ordering principle, meaning taking something from nothing to a sphere shape. What was it before it was a sphere? Nothing. There's literally nothing before a sphere. But then mind has to do with the same idea, but from the opposite vantage point. So what's the opposite of the center of a sphere is the, outside of it, quote unquote. I don't know if that's what you were alluding to earlier, Segwa, with the whole orientation thing. It's like you can impose an orientation on a sphere. You can say, well, here's an axis, just like our planet has a stationary axis.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Randomized vibrational sphere. Like, for example, the electron would be closer to that, but still not quite that, because even it has quantization of its momentum eigenstates.
Yes, that's what you explained it much better. That's exactly what I was saying.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
Okay, I'm going to sign off. Have a good night.
I want to answer
Good
a
night,
question
David.
real quick in the chat. Yeah, David, thank you so much for joining. That was an awesome combo, and you held out for 3.5 hours, so that was pretty awesome. And yeah, he's going. So yes, I wanted a question about Euler's number.
In the chat?
Yeah, it was actually quite a while ago. I wanted to just quickly answer it if I could. You want to look at everything as a solution to something called the least action principle. That's sort of God's fundamental laws. It's pretty lazy type of situation, lazier than you could ever imagine. Less than zero in some metaphysical sense. What's special about Euler's number? It's the only base within. Now remember that we're already in base 10. So we've come into base 10, okay? And we're in base 10. And Euler's number is Euler's number because of base 10. And what's special about it is that it's a base, the derivative of e to the x is e to the x. And because the derivative is well defined as a limit of slopes, you can derive Euler's number to arbitrary precision, and it's 2 point whatever. I can only be this smart if I don't burden myself with unnecessary things to memorize. Things other people know. D dx, e to the x is e to the x. So can you see how that, like, that's not true for any other function. This is all, to some extent, dependent on the axioms of linear algebra, which is orthogonal spacetime, which is false, right? And that's one. You've got to remember. And it's also based on decimal system. Is that an arbitrary thing? Is decimal arbitrary? Well, we have 10 fingers, but then we can define stuff like binary and hex. So it appears that it's like, it's actually something better to be agnostic on, because it's not completely, quote, random. It's actually determined to some extent by the measurement limit. But even that's banding. That's like not one unique solution. That's, well, this band's available, this band's available, this band's available. Whatever band you end up in, well, that's saying something about what states were taken out of circulation in generating this one particular devolution. I understand it's not a particularly flattering term, but that is the correct term. So I can change it if it's going to cost that much butter. Anyway, back to d dx, e to the x is e to the x. So this is unique of all bases. There's no other base you can say that the derivative is the same. Okay, so Euler's number, its actual value that we see is not the important part, because that's axiomatically constrained to decimalism. It's the fact that we can define a unique base that is equal to its own derivative for all values of its exponent. That's like insane. So whatever. It's saving energy, basically. It's saying, like, what's going to be what's the easiest solution to a problem? Well, if you're going to do observations, and observations are kind of like derivatives in the sense that they're a measurement on a system, and that's what the derivative is. Well, there's going to be a bilateral convergence between mathematical objects, including the fact that you can argue e to the x is a minimum energy solution because it contains less information, right? Like, it's equal to its own derivative. So I only need one piece of information, which is e to the x, to fully describe it and its derivatives. Whereas any other function, I need at least one additional piece of information. Like, for example, the derivative of x squared is 2x. So it's like, it is, technically two operations, but it's almost nothing, but it's still more than nothing. So d dx is e to the x equals e to the x, the minimum energy solution within the space of all derivatives in terms of how much information there is between a function and its derivative. And the universe functions on a basis of information. And so from that, we can infer that the generalized harmonic of the mind will be connected to e to the x somehow, because basically this idea of a fractal, that whatever the information processing is, that it will array itself fractally, because that is the array which minimizes the amount of energy it takes to generate the array. And so we can expect that the well, this is my sort of theory. I mean, I don't actually know if this is correct, but it's my speculation that we'll just have a tendency to break things down to a trinity on this basis, this computational connection, because the idea is that when you're not thinking, that's e to the x, and then when you are thinking, it's d to the x. So sorry, when you're when you're not having a thought, it's just the function, and then when you are having a thought, it's like a derivative. It's taken on the function. So it's an abstraction upon a quote function, using the term loosely, to think and feel and sense. That plus the fact that pi is approximately 3 and everything, Wee's sphere is not going to go into that again. And then the fact that we live in a trinity of 3 entangled dimensions has this, what you call, could call it a holy trinity in the sense that it's like a unifying whole. Ooh, la, la. So mysterious stuff. Not sure if that answers the whole question, but feel free to go farther.
Speaking of fractals, Jen, I it's like I had a dream the other night, but it had me ask this question: could the monad be fractal?
Well, if the monad exists in our universe, it too must abide by the minimum energy principle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the answer?
Oh, that's...
If the minimum energy solution is a fractal, then it must be fractal-ish.
Okay.
Or rather, fractals is whatever it is-ish, because there are certain arguments that, like, we can never know it directly. It's always an indirect abstraction, aka a compression upon. You get into these super, like, micro tightrope type things.
Would you think the fractal would give shape to a verse, right? A derivative of reality?
Our reality is derivative of it.
Yes, that's what I mean. But like the shape of our universe, you think the fractal could give shape to a universe?
I think the monad must be a fractal, because I'm fairly convinced a fractal is a generic minimum energy solution. Because you could generate infinity from just one tiny little generating function.
But the fractal has a shape, right? It has differentials in its structure.
No, it doesn't have a shape. The fractal is an idea beyond shape, because we can recognize fractality in multiple shapes.
Sorry, I just meant like the visualization, and I'm limited on the references. So the illustrations of fractals, right, show differentials in shape, and between, say, a color scheme, right, constantly changing form, right, reducing and expanding. So I was wondering if this shape, it's not a great word, would
entity
somehow would somehow influence the shape of any given universe in a multiverse, right?
There's no multiverse, so it's just this one. Because
I meant
violates
reality, multiple realities within one universe. One universe, but could there be?
Mean?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Are you? I wasn't sure if you were a proponent of the multi-reality, model, right?
Well, it depends what that means, because it's all an interpretation fundamentally on how the laws of physics operate and what order they arise.
Like Rick and Morty, right? There could be another separate universe, but okay. Well, it's just a separate universe with a variation from our own, right?
Well, that's not something we can conceive of, I don't think.
Well, we made, films about it, and then there's some conception.
It's meaningless, though, because whosoever can actually conceive of this universe. Nobody can really conceive of this universe. Nobody comes pretty much closer than me, and most people think I'm a crackpot. Now, granted,
Yeah, the terminology I'm using is not adequate, because I'm talking about, because traditionally universe was supposed to mean, or had that connotation of being this. We lived in a multiverse of universes, but that's inaccurate statement. I know that it's not adapt at all, right? Because the
That is
universe is
not
everything.
traditional. That's not traditional. That's novel. That's new age stuff.
Oh, well, not traditional. I meant traditional for the time I grew up in, right? This is what
Oh, you mean contemporary then?
contemporary, yes.
Yeah, so that notion, a multiverse is a self-contradictory notion because a universe is everything. You're saying multiple everythings. That's like trying to prove God. The reason that doesn't work is because you don't drive the engine of a car, you drive a car. You need the engine for the car to work, but you don't drive the engine. Drive the car. I don't know if that helps make it clear, but to me this is like very self-evident stuff, but it's basically like calculus. Not everybody can visualize metaphysics, so they can't resonate with what it's actually saying and access this information.
Okay.
You have to be able to perceive the general, I guess, method first.
So how would you describe like an alternative reality? Right?
There is no such thing. There's only alternative subjective perspectives, which all operate within the same laws of physics and abide statistically by the least action principle.
Okay. What I've been is the idea, the contemporary idea of a alternate reality is that something you can visualize and
No,
picture
it's not something
something?
anybody can visualize because let's assume that I want to believe that it's possible to do this. If it was possible to visualize an alternate universe, we'd have to already transcend this one. And then maybe you could be like, oh, wow, I'm so smart. I can go beyond this one. But it's like, we haven't even figured this one out yet. We're so far from it that like people are literally attacking me for giving the answers. Like, I don't know if you know that my thing predicts Hubble's law, and that's kind of a big deal because like I know there's some weirdos on the internet that we talk to, but generally science has meant models that predict things, aka geometric arrays. It is a model. For all of human history, this sort of thing would be considered a model, an acceptable scientific model. You think some small amount of years of propaganda is going to change that? No.
Probably not. I meant because
Look at right reaction. Dude, you are a prick, man. I was just laughing at you the other day because like you're so beta that you have to like augment your voice with this I don't know what it is, echo in a hall type thing, and then you were playing some video and it was just like echoed to shit and it just made it so obvious. It made you seem like really, short guy with a loudspeaker type thing, man. Like just keep throwing shade, man. Anybody who's got shade to throw, links right there. Just saying. Just saying. That's all I had to say to him now. Sorry for disrupting with my shift listing.
I got to admit, sometimes I think you kind of like it.
Well, it's about balance, right? This guy has been a barnacle on me for quite some time. It's like, dude, come on, man. Bounding cube? I already got the cube root, I'm on to you. I can cube your root. Sounds, what you're putting in the chat right now sounds like borderline, inappropriate speech. Yes, Don Willis, let's clean up the chat with an actual relevant question. You guys, I know there's some of the, I think that was kind of why I wasn't very nice to you. I thought you were someone else who was part of this clown's posse right here. I was so sure I had seen you on one of his streams before in the chat.
I may have been. I get around. I'm a listener.
Oh, I see. Well, when you told me you went through all of Airvol's streams, I was like, what? I could definitely not do that. Is God love? No, love you could say is a property of God, but then if you want to get this whole like wishy-washy, limp-wristed, and call that love when it's actually just like cloying manipulation, yeah, for a charitable, accurate definition of love, sure, love's an attribute of God, but it's not equal to love. God's the universe, so could you imagine if I was like, yeah, the universe is love, man? It would be terrible. That's even worse than the conscious rock malarkey. all the stuff I have to endure just because I'm not willing to lie.
I always thought love was like, just the state of illumination, right? And that evil or not was what you said, the privation or as I said the
You're the
other
one
day,
who keeps saying privation, and I still
yeah,
don't even know what you mean by that. I have to make a
it
list
just,
of words. I don't even know what you mean by them, but that's fine.
oh, it's just a lacking. Like it's a term to say that an unfulfilled need.
Okay. Well, maybe want to identify the needs as positives. I'm just sort of like allergic to negative axioms. So anytime I smell what I think might be misconstrued as a negative axiom, at some point I worry because the metaphor is that metaphysics is like a ship, an airship, and if there's just one hole, it'll sink. It'll come crashing
Okay,
down. Can't
I
have
guess
any
I guess
holes.
I guess the way I'm using it is when you used when you were talking about minimizing harm, that it's another way of saying that just from a different orientation, right? That minimizing harm is fulfilling the privation, right? To satiate it, right? And everything we consider bad or wrong is a manifestation of this
Why
phenomenon.
you want to define relative to privation rather than in by visualizing the entire thing as something you're aspiring to? You got to
Well,
visualize the whole thing, like because if you're focusing on privation, you're focusing on dualism. The way to get to transcendence is non-dualism. So you don't get to
well,
non-dualism through
that.
dualism.
Well, that's the well, in a sense, this is how I came to it. That that everything is light, right? It's just it's intensity, right, of light or an energy source, right? Just like a shadow, right? A shadow isn't really anything, right? It's just the lack
Well,
of
it's
light.
something.
So everything is light, just different energy levels of light. It's kind of how
That
I visualized it.
you can visualize that.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking out right now, I'm looking at my world, and it's just light, and it's just light and shadow. That's all I really know.
Nothing else.
That's just it's different modalities of this system, right? So just like you talked about, like everything being a waveform, it's all the same stuff. It's just different moduses of the same element, right? Just like
Well, there's
light.
there's four waveforms. So I don't know. Well, I guess everything is pretty much a light waveform. Everything we experience is light, but there are still four waveforms.
Yeah, it's just like different orientations and modalities. Sorry, of light. Right.
Well, you want to make sure you use the right words when you're in metaphysics because it grounds everything else. So there's only certain concepts that
Do
are
the
really
best I can.
allowable metaphysically. Oh, you'll get there eventually. Everyone has to get there. Like I have to get there too because there's a lot of words where I'm still not really sure if they're the right ones. So that's why these conversations are so important because you can actually hear the stuff said out loud that makes it a lot more clear.
Practice. Yeah.
Exactly, practice. Yeah, Ralph, it would be great if you could start making sense anytime now, bud. Anytime. So let me guess, you
Well,
don't like my hyper aggressiveness.
talking to me.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I just noticed because I'm, like your personality is your personality. Sometimes I mean, I've heard you. Sometimes you feel like you seem upset about the reactions people get from you, and other times you seem to revel in them. So I honestly, I'm kind of neutral
Baffled.
on the issue. Yeah, it's just like sometimes I'm like, oh, yeah, they were giving a hard time. The other times you're like, you seem to thrive on it. So I really don't know how to feel. It's just a
Just
spectacle.
think that I don't have opinions on stuff like that. Things I have opinions on don't have anything to do with things like that. So that would
Yeah,
be the way
and
to
I am sympathetic. I understand why like you were suspicious at first because I've noticed that generally it must be your experiences that have led you to that disposition, right? to
I don't really like thinking someone's my friend and then get to know each other better, and then they're like either repelled by something fundamental about me or like trying to like dissuade me that I of who I am or something. And,
yeah. Oh, well, I
I'd
just noticed
rather
like when you met
make
me,
a
like you
bad
just
first impression, make a bad first impression, then just hopefully if they can handle the bad first impression, probably it'll be okay. We'll never have any problems.
I've heard that before. It seems logical, right? Somebody can
Uh,
handle you on your worst day, everything's easy after that. Not a bad axiom. Right?
it works out okay in the end, I guess. Pseudonym. This lady answers with a monologue to say the same thing. She's super smart. Yeah. I enjoy being a Browner, I suppose. I'm the kiss-ass student of the class for all time. And proud. But I don't feel particularly smart. To me, being smart is a practice and a pursuit. And as soon as you think you've achieved it, you sort of start becoming complacent. And my pride
Here,
could just
here.
never handle losing a debate like that. You can't really get around these sort of flaws, so it's good to circumscribe them to domains where they increase your virtue, such as being proud of winning debates rather than being proud of worse things.
I have to say, like, just to counter David's argument a little bit, that I think you win more than you think, especially winning over the type of person that can understand what you're explaining, and then who cares about those who don't, and then there's nothing you can do about that, right? There's the limits of their own imagination that are probably causing that. So, but the people you can, I think you are reaching people. I mean, I've heard you referenced, especially on Telegram. So you're getting around.
Oh, what's that? Telegram. Never heard of that. Okay, moving on. Does nothingness actually exist? So we have to make a difference. We have to draw a distinction between ether and void. And void would be what you're calling nothingness, whereas ether is just a volume with nothing in it. That's still something, right? Because remember, space-time, measurement limit, 3+1, that's not everywhere. That's only in places where it's excluded because gravity was like, and then uncertainty principle was like, F you, and then the sun was like, ejaculated out to the periphery, right? We've been over this a jillion times, so I won't go over it again, but void does actually have a non-trivial effect on what we experience day to day. So it has to do with whether you're, and this comes back to this idea that I'm always sort of harping on, that hopefully people are starting to understand about positive and negative assertions being metaphysically non-equivalent. So if I have a positive axiom, that's giving me an ability to disprove things because it's anything that doesn't accord with the axiom, right? If I have a negative axiom, that doesn't mean anything other than I got confused by, Socratic brainwashing, right? Blah, blah, blah. Hopefully you can agree on that. Whatever, moving on. Concepts will bear varying degrees of resemblance to fundamental node of reality. Sphere, fractal, monad, take your pick of however crystallized your particular perception of it is, but anything that isn't part of the monad, which is everything that exists, would be considered part of the nothingness. So we can, like, for example, the Big Bang maps to the void conceptually because it has a metaphysical hole in it, because it's saying that causality can be interrupted, which is a contradiction on the metaphysical level, which is what gives you your hole in your metaphysical quote ship, right? So when your when your beliefs map to void, that's how you get mind paralysis. For example, if you believe that cause equals effect, if you actually tried to believe that, you could never believe it. Beliefs can never truly accord with void, but you'd start to like converge to the void in terms of where your mind was focusing, which would cause you to have the whole precious thing in that movie with the Lord of the Rings or whatever. What's that? Literally that. Can you help me here? The thing that's like precious in Lord of the Rings. Could somebody help me here? Okay.
You mean the Ring of Power?
Whatever the one the creepy, like disgusting little rat thing had.
Oh, you're talking about Gollum,
Yeah.
Smeagol.
So believing in things that map to void, aka things that don't have correspondence to reality, does turn you into some type of ghoul. Because your whole thing is just like repeating the talking point of like everything is just trying to block out anything that would cause cognitive dissonance with these untenable beliefs. Like, take your pick, you know. And what you have to learn to do is like profile when someone's having an NPC tier response, where like they just repeat the same thing 5 times in a row, even though you've said different things 5 times. Is kind of, they're probably in some sort of loop, right? And that's probably not even going to get to 5 times, because they're probably going to get cognitive dissonance to the point where they identify you as like a subliminal threat to their safety. Again, part
Wouldn't
of
be my first time.
Yeah, this isn't your first rodeo?
Negative. I had many conversations, and it happens, right? I noticed that, you know, and you're right. They are fundamentally untenable if you think it through, and that's what I realized that happens in these conversations, is that they've stopped at a point of contemplation, right? And so their model works for them as long as they don't reduce it anymore. They're fine.
Well, if they try to, they have to start defending their idols, right? And the religious fervor it's chuckle-worthy, and it's like, yeah, it's chuckle-worthy because they get pretty fervent sometimes, and I have a feeling they're going to get more fervent. And just saying. So is sucking neutron star a form of void? Is this? I cannot tell if you're joking here, but no, the mechanics of cosmology, no void in there, because that's all stuff that's real, i.e., in this universe. Void is not in this universe. It's like a question of, can we conceive of an extra monadic form? Well, no, but we can think that we might be able to.
I was curious, just in case this conversation has come up at some point when I wasn't aware. Has anyone tried to set up a debate or a conversation between you and Ken Wheeler?
Yeah, people come to me with that idea all the time, and it's like, what is the point? Like I'm just going to say that every time somebody gets this like amazing quote unquote idea to have me talk to somebody they know, it goes not the way they think it's going to go. Not good. The person either hates my guts or it's just completely like, I don't know.
You guys are so similar.
Saying,
even your personalities are like, I mean, it would be interesting to
is
see
he a
guys.
fake me? Is he just rhetorically emulating what I naturally am? Will I make him seem like a fraud? That's the thing. Like, I can make people kind of look like imposters.
Well, that
Does
could
he
be.
really have transcendent knowledge, or is he just somebody emulating rhetoric? And it's like,
I'll
if he
say
had
this.
transcendent knowledge, he would have reached out to me already and been like, "Oh wow, it's so amazing," just like you did, because you're genuine. He's not.
Well, that's what I'd like to see.
It's not up to me to go find Ken Wheeler, but I respect people, and I respect whoever they want to pursue in terms of their priests of interpreting reality. But like, yeah, all I'm saying is like, don't tell yourself that's not what you're doing, because that is what you're doing. And Ken Wheeler has not established himself as an authority. And if you look at him, does he look authoritative? Does he sound authoritative?
He does to me.
Authoritative?
Yes. He sounds consistent, and he sounds like you. You know, I mean, from this standpoint.
But his ideas, are they as good as mine? No, they're dumb, overcomplicated gibberish. It's like a million different levels. It's like fucking levels. Like, what is this? Like a crystal chakra club? Like, I'm sorry, this stuff just seems like honestly crystal chakra stuff, like Sailor Moon. Like, that is not what this stuff is traditionally about. It's a extremely masculine, hyper-competitive domain of metaphysical debate. Now, what does he profit as regards a metaphysical thesis? Levels? Like it's Jordan Peterson.
He follows the same Vedic. He follows the same Vedic philosophies. I mean, basically,
okay,
like
somebody
the Platonism, the monad.
That. People can say that. Okay, first of all, the monad is a Hellenic concept. So I'm only using the term monad because I feel there's a chance in hell that somebody in this culture is going to understand me. Whereas if I use the correct quote unquote term, there's no chance in hell anyone's going to understand me.
Okay.
So do I think that Pythagoras and gang understood the monad as well, quote unquote, what I'm calling the monad as well as I do? Probably not, or it wouldn't have been contested. Like it was literally dethroned by Socratic method.
Isn't that kind of what's happening with you, though?
I'm being dethroned by Socratic method?
Well, people are attempting to, right, at least.
Oh, well, they're attempting to. Yes, that's definitely true. That's definitely true.
So,
I'm not gonna
and
deny
truly,
that they're
did
attempting. Yes, indeed.
did the ancient Greek philosophers actually fail? I mean, their knowledge still. I mean, we know it, right?
Do we acknowledge it as their knowledge? Perhaps to some extent, but what is the main salient point that endures is what do you figure the Socratic? Because it's not Platonism. Because you ask these like teach-up people if they agree. Like I asked them, do you agree with Platonism? No, Platonism is stupid. It's like you can't disprove metaphysics. It's completely misunderstanding the premise. Programmability is monad is Brahman. Again, it's like this we was Kang stuff. No, it's not the direction to go in. Okay. Some guy isn't going to come on this stream and shouldn't be blathering what about Brahman is right. It's like just focus on the physics for now. If you can't understand the physics, you're never going to understand Brahman. So let's just be clear on that. There's a tendency for people to want to jump to the like, oh my gosh, I'm an enlightened sage. I just read a pamphlet yesterday. It's like no one is going to go for that. Oh, I see that people are catching on to some wonderful, just wonderful words. It's nice to see that the Christians haven't changed their rhetorical strategy in 2,000 years. That's somewhat comforting. And it's nice to see that, libraries are largely digital now, given certain people's propensities for certain bouts of pyromania. Sorry, where were we? I was really enjoying this conversation because you seem to be able to focus on it for an extremely long amount of time without losing the thread, which is very rare, as I'm sure you've noticed if you've tuned into more than a couple of these shows.
I've practiced. I think the longest I've gone is like 10 hours.
Doing what?
Oh, just conversating, debating. Yeah, just, I mean, there were breaks, for lunch and shit like that, but pardon my French. Yeah, I've practiced endurance when it comes to conversation. And if I keep talking, I can stay awake. If I stop, that's when I get tired.
Yeah. I usually get tired unless I'm talking about something I'm interested in. And then it's just whenever I get actually physically tired that I tap out. I can't believe this has been going for 4 hours. This makes me want to do like some sort of record. I've never had a record stream before where I attempt to see how long I can go for. It's just
I'm surprised more people don't hop in the chat,
Yeah, what's up with that? Did I scare you guys off? Don't worry. I mean, I'm pretty predictable. Just don't say stuff that upsets me, and you won't have to run terrified in the other direction based on my response to it. It's extremely easy to get along with me, and I think anyone reasonable would agree. Perhaps.
Yeah, I think I just keep, it's easy if you just keep things to proposals and try not to make too many assertions. Occam's razor.
Assertion versus proposal.
Yeah.
I'll write that down. Assertion versus proposal. Yeah. I've got this thing where I just feel like I'm on the clock before I get booted. Because I gotta just cram as much information as I can, but then the information cramming is what gets me booted. So it's one of those things where I need interpreters, basically. I hate to say it. Well, I had them in real life too. The internet's first place that didn't have interpreters, like not traveling with a posse of interpreters. I don't think so. I'm not gonna get me out of bed for that.
Well, you do. There are people out there that are, or reiterating your work, right, on your behalf, I suppose, in other venues and other places. I am one of them on occasion. I bring up the topic and try my best to describe it. I will admit I don't have your vernacular to pull on, but I do my best. With the
Well, the way to look at it, okay, I wanted to answer one of your questions. Okay, like I want to answer both those questions, but I'm forgetting this other one. Arg. Okay, now I've forgotten both of them. That's freaking wonderful. That's why I have to keep writing stuff down. Maybe I am getting a little bit tired. Sorry, what did you just say? About teaching it to other people. Okay, yeah, right. So teaching it to other people, like, not everybody can learn from me. Okay, most people can't.
Yeah, your descriptions are complex and they're very detailed, and it can be difficult to visualize those details right at first. You have
to care more about knowledge than anything else, pretty much, I think.
Yeah, that's true. But being able to build the construct, because we're limited, we have to build off simple to more complex. And I notice even Duva does this. He'll jump right into the complex explanation without explaining the simplex, idea it's built off of. He'll get to it, which is I think why he gets, man, he's long-winded. He just keeps going. But yeah, I noticed that happens. It happens with me, and I've had to learn to try and build some of the framework before I come into a conversation. Otherwise, that's going to happen because it happens so often. People jump right into like, you should know all this data already, and I'm like, all right, well, I guess you're right. Let me come back next week.
Well, they could just be trying to stonewall you with, basically, as my grandfather used to say, bullshit baffles brains, where it's like, well, maybe if I, like in those law shows where they just bury them in paperwork. Oh my God. It's the briefs, but they're not very brief. It's boxes and boxes. If I read all the garbage these assholes lobbed at me, I'd never leave the library, so. I hope you're not wasting too much time on some of this nonsense.
Oh, I'm not even reading it.
Thank God.
I'm talking to you.
Now you're talking. And I wanted to answer this emotions question more appropriately. It's like, inconsistent emotions.
Sure.
It's like, I have a consistent emotion. It's compassion. And I'm indifferent to basically most everything. And it's just really easy to, because I'm in a super high state of mind. It's really easy to go to a lower state from a higher state. It's easy to go down a mountain from the top. When you're at the bottom, you have no idea what any of it even is, right? But I am sad that a lot of people can't express their emotions.
Yeah, that can happen.
What's easy is just, what's the appropriate emotion if I gave a shit, which I don't most of the time. Simulate emotion, .exe, period. That's it. That's the whole thing. So it's leading by example to other people to then model. It's a model for other people to emulate if they just want to tell someone to FO, but they didn't know how. That's a lesson I can teach without having to even say that I'm teaching it. But I am saying it now because you're just like, what the fuck, you're schizo? It's like, no. Just very principled. And very indifferent in a way, it's unrelatable, I understand, to most.
I can get it. I guess I have a similar strategy. Well, the best way for me to tell someone F you is to don't do what they're trying to trigger me to do, which is usually pretty easy to spot. Like you said, somebody trying to stonewall. I just don't give them that. I just don't acknowledge, which really pisses them off. If anything more, somebody who's trying to get you, trying to manipulate you, and they can't do it. Right. Super frustrating.
Well, it all comes back to what it is we actually fixate on, which is this notion of free will, which is actually will, which is actually whose will gets done, whose kingdom comes, whose will is done. And that's all entirely a spiritual question, which is intermediary between monad and manifestation, right? Because consciousness is the literal boundary of monad and manifest. Oh, what an amazing metaphysical system. It's just so rich.
Right. I was wondering, how do you incorporate that given that the idea or the illusion of free will exists, is it meant to be? Is it part of the system? Right? Is it functional?
I guess there appears to be this like soft boundary conditions that is necessitated in the sense that like we don't just have hydrogen atoms, we have all these states of 118, right? Because if it was truly like deterministic entropy, it would be like everything would be hydrogen. Do you see why?
Yes, yes, I do. I've noticed that as well. Right? There has to be a progressive element somehow. Something
I
that
call that statistical, but really it is what it is that there's a limit on the amount of microstates that can possibly exist. And have you looked at Thad Roberts' work at all with the hyperbolic figure? It's like super heavy duty math, but I do think it's actually going to end up being this part of the solution to the unified field or unified, quote unquote field, quote unquote model.
I have not yet.
You cut out for a second. Sorry. Is it me who's cut off or because I can't hear you anymore? And it seems like you're okay. You're muted. All right. Is it just me now? I was trying to find a diagram to answer your question, Captain Rabbit. We'll see if what happened there to my not co-host, but co-pilot, I guess. I did this diagram a while ago, but this is
There
extremely
we go.
hard. Okay, you're good. Thank God. I'm
Yeah,
going to try.
my headset died out.
Oh, I found it. Yeehaw. All right. Someone was asking about the consciousness. Yeah, it's tricky. So you got to just follow the logic of the sphere. First of all, you got to agree that the sphere is a metaphor for the monad. So if you don't agree with that, there's no point in even continuing because it's a multi-layered proof. You have to agree with the essential archetypal model, aka is the sphere truly uh, the appropriate basis vector of the monad? Now, if you accept that, it's fairly simple because you have a sphere, which is unobservable, but everything up here, everything manifests as a sphere, but it's observed as sphere adjacent. Okay. And what is it that makes it go from a perfect sphere, aka monad, to a non perfect sphere, aka concrete? That's the act of observation. So, observation is the boundary between monad and concrete, but you can't think of it in terms of directions because it's pre-directional. That's why metaphysics is so hard. It's like, yeah, physics is easy compared to that, and then this is easy compared to yoga, right? So there you go.
I was
No,
curious. I did notice something um, that's been perplexing me. I've been fascinated with the idea of phase states and how the visualization of them, solid, liquid, gas. I noticed a pattern in other constructs, like the con the construct of like the atom, right, itself. I don't know if you noticed anything like this, or I know it just occurred to me many months ago, and I didn't know if I was, somehow having some sort of epiphany.
are you trying to say a connection
Some,
between the measurement limit and the phases of matter vis-a-vis liquids, solids, gases, and plasma?
yeah, I guess that's a good description. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can agree with that.
think of it in terms of thermodynamic degrees of freedom. So, how many degrees of freedom does a solid have?
Degrees of freedom does a solid have?
In
That's a good
terms of the
question.
measurement,
I don't know how to describe that.
in terms of the measurement limit, it has no degrees of freedom because a solid is defined as something which has a three-dimensional being. God damn it!
It's right. I understand.
No, I just I'm sad that I got to go out of physics and into philosophy because it's such less certainty, and I'm gonna miss the certainty. And there really wasn't even that much certainty in physics, given how many people
Yeah. I guess what I was noticing is that when visualizing the crude illustrations from like high school, I was like, the way the atom's constructed, kind of, there's a similarity as if the proton represents like the solid state, and the neutron a liquid state, and the electron a gaseous state of waveform. So I don't know.
Well, you
I don't
mean
know
you're
if I was
saying there's
going.
4 states. Well, you're saying what? There's 4 states, right?
Well,
4 states,
3,
4 dimensions.
and then they all carry like
There's
the
3 plus
plasma
1
state.
states, right? 3 plus 1
Yeah, 3
states,
plus
right?
1.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Should write a poem. You thought of a 3 plus 1 that I didn't. Isn't that beautiful? That's something.
Well,
I don't know if you,
thanks.
I'm not kidding. That is something. That's awesome. You should feel proud of yourself. So the acceptable metaphor, I wanted to know what you thought of that. It's extremely dense. It's probably one of my most dense I've ever come up with. And you don't have to judge it right now, but I just thought I'd give it to you guys. That is
Let me
metaphysics.
screenshot that.
To the people in the chat, not ripping off some incredibly horrible argument about prime movers. Like, that's trivial. Obviously, you need a prime mover. Like, look at how crazy the arguments of the people sound who don't accept a prime mover. Like, the amount of supernatural beliefs, and remember, supernatural beliefs are dangerous because they have to void. Like, what is tantamount? I just want to sort of get used to looking for what's tantamount to ex nihilo creation. Like, a good example, and why I think Dubin ultimately judged Claire to won that debate with Tej, is that what he was arguing was that there was an ex nihilo creation of theism and human civilizational evolution event. And it's like, what's this event? Datatreya? Like, what is going on that caused theism all of a sudden 10,000 years ago? He's not asserting he's like the golden rule's older than that. It's like, how am I scared of the void? No, I'm scared of losing my honor because I'm not a bitch. Okay? Because being scared of the void is like, oh my god, void. Oh my god, I can't sleep, mom. Loserish. Thank you very much.
I really don't like. I don't think I really know what void is. I know what vacuous is, right? But void is an
It's the
interesting
literal
concept.
nothingness is literal nothingness. So we have to we distinguish between ether and void. Void is literally FA. It's FA. It's the null set. You know, are you familiar with set theory at all?
Yeah, I just don't know. I've never experienced nothing, right? I've only experienced states of vacuousness.
Well, nothingness is its own science. So there's like a nothingology. So that's not void. Nothingness and void are different. Yeah. So there's nothingness, ether, void, and possibly something else, but who knows?
So nothingness would be like the lack of a void. A void is still something.
Well, if a hole opens up in something, ether has been conserved if a hole opens up in something. Like if I shoot a hole in a wall, I put some nothingness in that wall, but I didn't put any ether in it. But if there's a creation of a star, then some ether literally did get created. Like there's a created etheric field associated with the momentum of these created stars. So it's different.
So is it pulling that energy from the ether, or
no? The ether is just a substrate reality, but its volume changes. It is the ground of volume. Ether is the ground of volume in our reality.
Oh, sorry, I meant the monad. Is it pulling it from the monad? That energy.
Monad. The accurate metaphor for the monad in that sense is a puppeteer. So the monad
is the star being puppeted?
Yes, by a sphere, which is just like rubbing its hands, right? I have a really good piece of art for it, actually. You'll probably love it. Just screen share it. And it's helpful because it actually shows the 2 levels, or how there's a tripartite God and then a unitary God. So, yeah, we've got I think this idea of 3 fates is sort of pretty common, holding the puppet strings. The people, that's the concrete realm, and I think it's being illustrated as dreadful because it has all the suffering in it. And then there's the tripartite divine entities, which would be like your midway points to the divine unchanging, which is at the top. Why do supernatural beliefs lead to void? Because natural beliefs are resonant with that which exists. So think of everything, plus as being that which exists plus that which doesn't exist. If you really want to get Boolean about it, right? But if you try to believe in something that has no correspondence or reality, you have no resonance. So you're trying to resonate with something that doesn't exist. You're not actually literally resonating with void, but it's like you are because it's draining your energy because you're like you only preserve your energy if you resonate in an amplifying way. If you you can't resonate with void because there's no way it can amplify. All it can do is neutralize, take away, and turn you into what did you say? Gollum? Is that the character? Guess I gotta watch another movie. Can't just
Gollum.
rewatch Game of Thrones for the 10th time. Whatever, no big deal.
Are you serious? God,
No,
serious.
I'm
so
exaggerating.
horribly.
I'm exaggerating a bit. I'm sorry.
I watched the first 5 seasons like that, and then after that, I've never touched it again.
I loved it even more and more. And apparently, a bunch of people got triggered because Daenerys got killed, and that made me love it even more. I was like, yes, slay queen. Nope, you got slayed, and now it's King.
I thought it was lazily written, right? The last.
For what it was fucking awesome. But I mean, I don't want to get in a bit. I mean, this is not what I wanted to debate with you over. I was really just making a mini joke there.
Okay.
Things are going so well, I don't want to have a chance of conflict here. Yeah, supernatural beliefs again. Oh, good. Supernatural beliefs do exist. Yes, they don't exist, but they have a non-zero effect on reality. So, can a belief exist if it has no correspondence to reality? Well, no, but you can try as hell as try like hell to believe in something that doesn't exist, but all it's going to do is drain you. So they exist in the sense that it's just like Claire's idiotic idea. The idea of a god exists. It's like, yes, the idea of whatever exists, but what actually does it tell you? So what I'm trying to do is to prove maybe that you want to believe things that are real, otherwise you're going to turn into some sort of creepy looking.
Well, it can tell you something, right? It could tell you that an idea. I mean, like I've heard this argument before that the idea itself exists and might be enough because it's a potentiality, right? So
but
as long as you can be imagined.
Means? It's stuff in the monad can be resonated with. So all the quote potential, all the states of a sphere can be resonated with. All the states of an autosphere can't be resonated with.
Are ideas states of spheres, though? That's
an
interesting question.
Because the monad, the basis vector of the monad is the perfect sphere.
So anything you can imagine can be real.
Can be reached.
Right?
No, not anything you can conceive of. No, not everything you can conceive of has a correspondence in reality. Like we conceived of creationism, and we keep conceiving of creationism. We keep thinking these ex nihilo supernatural beliefs. We keep having that happen. Tija literally said something that was informationally equivalent to an ex nihilo creation event of religion in human history, rather than just the much more obvious we was theological, since we've basically been what we are, and possibly even other animals are inclined towards this type of social array. All that logic, quote unquote, to substantiate a position that itself violates causal minimalism. Now, that's a good word for it, isn't it? Causal minimalism. No frills, cheap answer. No subscription required.
That's a good analogy. Good metaphor, I mean.
Those two things are the same, are they not? Am I going nuts here, or?
No, I'm right with you. I don't have the terminology to describe it as well as you do, but the picture, I believe, is very similar.
Well, from what I recall, is that one includes the word like and one doesn't, from when I was taking courses where that was important. The only
How so?
difference is, well, the difference
Oh,
that I seem to recall is that a metaphor does not have the word like in it, and an analogy does. I thought, and I hadn't checked. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but it's a technical
I think
difference.
that sounds correct.
That is a minor technical difference. Nobody gives a shit if you're including the word like, and that does not change anything about the utility of. I mean, for people who talk so much about utilitarianism, they don't seem to understand utility of terms much. I'm so
Oh
glad
yes,
you understand these
that
ideas, God. Going nuts.
specificity is important, and you have to be precise. I've realized that our language is very important, and that we sometimes take it for granted. And
Presuppose.
how do you mean
Yeah.
that? Yeah.
Instead of saying take for granted, we should start saying presuppose. Because presuppose is really a good word in terms of how it sounds. And take for granted means the same as presuppose. We can like simulate the language, Borg style.
That's acceptable. I'll do that.
Yay. Oh my gosh, these hallucinations in the chat, like, it would be awesome if at some point you could try to maybe ask yourself why you're even here. You guys, right? Like Skythopolis or whatever. Yeah, you mass genocided people who believe what I believe once. You're not going to get away with that again. And yeah, you are going to have to say something along the lines of, I'm sorry. Not because your ancestors did it, but because you're still standing by this murderous, horrible, anti reincarnation, toxic ideology of white supremacy.
Well, that sounds like a conversation with David.
Well, that's a different thing.
Yeah, I know.
But these guys are just trolls, really. And it's like, why are you here? You're making other
Because
people not want to be here with
they're
your
bored, and they're
trap.
probably drinking a little wine or having a couple beers, and just it's definitely a pastime now. Especially since everybody over the last year has been kind of trapped at home, I guess, more or less. Got to take out your frustrations on on everything else, I guess. Of course,
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you notice a difference at all between the year before COVID and now, as far as trolling?
I was not really targeting the same audience back then because I have this philosophy of first, worst, best for last. And I knew that there'd be a bunch of combos that would like, I really just honestly had to have but didn't want to at all. So I figured I'd get the most uncomfortable ones out of the way first, then it could become super cozy when it came around to time to talk about stuff I actually like. Because if I talked about the stuff I really liked first, what are the chances that I'm going to be able to get off my ass to go do the stuff I don't want to do down the line, right? That's unlikely. So I definitely had way worse trolls before COVID because what I was doing was just attracting them like swarms of hornets, like whatever. It's in the past now, so it's all good. But what I endure now, like if you look at me, okay, the commentary of my chat, the first time I talked to Teej, and he restreamed it on his own channel, like sometime after it, probably at least a month after the actual debate originally was, but every single comment, I'm pretty sure, was against me. But he's, la-based skeptic, right? So obviously it's going to be a rough crowd. But the comments weren't absolutely. There was a period there where it felt like somebody was actually calculating what insults would actually hurt my feelings the most. So like a lot of time had been spent on crafting what appeared to be like personally designed insults type thing. So that's definitely in the past now, which is nice. Bubble fluff, come on, let's drink. What?
Hey,
Whoa,
As-
you're
Hello,
loud.
Bubble.
hey, my bad. Hey, how's it
No,
going?
it's all good. I think it's because Sigma here is just a little low. No problem. Oh my god, I'm awesome. I just did a debate for like almost 3 hours, which I completely didn't realize because I think there's like, I was looking at the time, and anyway, I think I just completely got mixed up on what time it was because it was like 1.5 hours, then 2 hours, 45 minutes. I think I just calculated the time wrong. But anyway, and then all of a sudden we were doing a post show, which has been going for 4.5 hours, and I'm still so pumped. How are you?
I just got home from like I was away like the whole day. I didn't see the debate. How'd they go?
I think it went really well. I think this is going to give her some more notoriety
That's
at the
good.
very least.
Well, you know what they say about you know what they say in showbiz. Dang, I forget. Oh,
All publicity is good publicity, right?
there you go.
When
Yeah.
your name's being dragged through the mud and your mom's like, Jen, what's going on? I'm just like, Mom, put a positive spin on it, okay? At least they're using my name. Yeah, it's next to the worst words in the English language, but whatever. At least they know who I am. Try to find something really hilarious, speaking of which. But anyway, I wish you'd come on sometime, Anders. You don't have to come on. I'm sorry if that's not how you say your name. It's like Anders. I'm sorry if I mispronounced you there. But if you want to come on sometime, I'd love to talk to you. I'm not actually sure if you're one of the guys that's normally on Wolfram streams or if you're just someone in the audience. But either way, it'd be cool to talk to you sometime. So you haven't seen any of the debate. You'll be able to, it's pretty long, but.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, what was your main argument?
Well, James didn't want me to talk about my model, and he, I was just going to Socratize. Basically, I was supposed to Socratize evolution by mutation, but we kind of like ran out of stuff to talk about at a certain point because it's just like the point's been made, and it's like it's irreconcilable because it's like, what is he going to do? Change his mind on the show? This debate, right? Be like, actually, that kind of makes sense, but I didn't even bring up my model, and David really railed me for this. But like, I guess I kind of did eventually bring it up, but at first I just brought up the fact that what do they call it? Phylogeny. The recapitulates. I can't even say this gibberish. The idea that all the different fetuses of the different mammals have a convergent, I want to say morphogenic resonance, but just overall shape, I suppose you could call it.
Yeah, so they all have like this beginning same shape.
So to me, I was sort of started, to me that suggests there's a monad, i.e. a single operating central principle of which each of these states is a particular state of one single centralized state. And then you can infer what the centralized single state is by the overlap of the de-evolved states, quote unquote. I don't know if it's obvious that it has to be devolution. Like, I realize that me saying de-evolution on that didn't make much sense to most people because they haven't thought of it.
Well, it's simple because like the whole evolutionary theory hinges. It's base. The base of evolution is mutations, correct? And
well, that's what they're saying, and I'm disagreeing with that because it makes no sense because it's presuming that something can be random. And that's impossible. And it's presuming that the genetics are the prime mover of the body, which is also impossible.
Yeah, I mean, mutations are the Achilles heel of the evolutionary theory because we know that mutations are deleterious. Like, that's just
I wouldn't go that far, but you can say that you go from one species to another via mutations, and that could be demonstrated. There's no way to falsify that, but what's what's debatable is whether a bunch of random de-evolutions, a bunch of randomized de-evolutions, can they become an event of macroevolution?
Oh, yeah, this is what the Christians say. They believe that the evolutionary tree is actually upside down. And I challenged this on them. It's like if your theory is true that the evolutionary tree is just upside down, well, you should be able to take like a German Shepherd and devolve it into like a different dog, but still, a functional dog, not just like a retarded German Shepherd.
Well, you can put a wolf into a dog, but not vice versa. It's a one-way street. And most transitions are unilateral. Like, yes, you can get a loss of pigmentation through going north, but then to go south again doesn't necessarily restore that pigmentation because the information's been lost and replaced in the morphology.
But it should still have like some. It should still have some like genes it can still lose to like become maybe like a Chihuahua.
I think it's probably uncontestable because we have all this evidence that you have these selective breeding programs with dogs. But like, does that actually tell us anything about how dinosaurs turned into chickens if they did? Well, of course not. Just it's us playing mad scientists, right? Where it's like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, I was curious to get you guys' opinion. Do you think that the concept of genetic mutation is that its complexity is underrepresented? Just considering the probability of having what really is a set mutation, right? Because there'd have to be more than one, right?
Extremely. Is extremely underrepresented. Because like to say like the humans came about to random mutations. Well, if you're gonna say that, it should also be possible for like rocks to like make an iPod.
Yeah, how many genes are there? I mean, how many mutations would that be to lead to a human? Like, it seems like a lot.
Yeah, it's like petabytes of data within
that's according to the logical, floggable blobbables of this world. That's according to religious fundamentalists who are trying to reverse engineer science, to abuse logic, to justify their bigoted presuppositions. That's not the appropriate implementation of logic. Logic is supposed to be in service of understanding reality better, not justifying your religious bigotry.
Well, they're just trying to hijack creationism as in like it's purely just Christian. Like creationism doesn't really take sides of which God or which creation theory. There could be other creation theories we just don't know about.
Well, the Greeks said nihilo ex nihilo. Do you know what that means?
No.
It means rien de rien, nothing from nothing, which means all has a cause. So that's a metaphysical assertion.
From what comes not? Yeah.
From nothing. Okay. Nothing comes from nothing. It means that everything comes from something.
Yeah.
Is another way of saying that is sine qua non? Is that another term for that?
I'm not actually sure if I've ever heard this before. Can you type it in the chat?
That without that, I can never say it right.
Because there's an Italian version of that I heard. From what comes not.
How is not spelled? Nought?
I think so.
Yeah, I'd have to see it, honestly. I'm not sure. If somebody can write it down in the chat, that would be great. I like this idea of the PSR as well, but we have to actually axiomatically bind that, or you're essentially saying nothing. It's like, most sufficient reason. It's like, what's that? These shitty metaphors I'm hearing, like, seriously, take a fast from these shit metaphors. You can really only abstract metaphors on actual knowledge, which, let me break it to you. Clowns in the chat, you don't have that. No offense. Not talking to you, Anders. Talking about the Troll Brigade. Moving on. I think you're going to like it, though, the debate. It wasn't ever, like, catty or boring too much, I don't think. Well, some people are saying it was really cringe, though, but I don't know what that means. Maybe too nasal. You guys sound whiny or whatever.
I don't know. It's usually cringe. Just like seems to be like a whatever I don't like will be cringe.
That which I don't like is cringe.
Yeah, it's it's just the Chad versus Virgin meme. Your thoughts Virgin. My thoughts, Chad.
Yo, right reaction, dude. Anders is like on every single Wolfram stream. I'm pretty sure this guy knows like about a quadrillion times more about you than math. Like you just know a couple random weird NRX, blue pill to think that that's cool. Random talking points. It's like flash in the pan crap versus the virgin flash in the pan crap. The Chad eternal tradition. It's called eternal tradition for a reason. If you stop doing what it is, it stops being that. Same with science, it stops being prestigious and authoritative when it stops actually espousing the principle that allowed those things to emanate therefrom in the first place. But yeah, basically, like you might be able to even argue that every single error is just a theory, right? But you say every single error is some type of ex nihilo false association.
I posted it, by the way. My last 2 posts.
Thank you.
Yeah, but if we're saying it's basically what that's saying, it's like
You didn't write down the thing that I said I didn't understand what he was saying. So what
I'm
is
sorry.
Latin literally cause?
Let me get the word in there.
I just like literally didn't even hear what was said for whatever reason. It's like an accent thing that did not actually understand it. Oh my god. Right reaction. I know you're trolling me now because you're going to drop that ad pop on me, aren't you? Here's a question. Are Christians atheists?
All right, I put it in there.
I would say they're pantheists. They don't know it yet, but they're pantheists.
That is actually effing brilliant. Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for putting that in the chat. You should totally develop that argument because I really agree with you a lot. And I haven't actually had the esteem to make this argument because I really just don't feel it's right for me to be making theological arguments at this point in my lifetimes. It should be more focused on science and metaphysics and all that other stuff where if I take on theology too, it's like, what am I, some sort of dancing bear clown on a unicycle in a circus? Like, I'm already enough that. So you should attempt to prove that because I think you could probably make a pretty strong case for it. You'd need to make some reasonable assumptions, and I could help you. But yeah, you could definitely make a positive proof of that based on reasonable supposition.
It would, but I think they'll just kind of be a little bit slippery with their terms. When you do get because I was debating Darth Dawkins. You know who Darth Dawkins is? Yeah,
I know who Darth Dipshit
is. Oh,
is.
yeah.
So I had him cornered with, the order presupposes chaos question. And as soon as he realized he was
It's not what the Bible says.
Huh?
No, his arguments are always not what the Bible says.
Yeah, that's basically. Yeah, as soon as he knew I had him cornered, he just in cans and just kicked me.
You're a dishonest interlocutor.
It's funny. He always requests yes or no questions. It's like, okay, I'll play the yes or no question game. And okay, here's the yes or no question. Nope. I need you need all these explanations why my yes does not mean yes.
Do you watch Tom the Rabbit, by the way?
Come again?
I was just curious if you watch. I think his name's Tom the Rabbit.
Yeah, Tom Rabbit.
Yeah.
I was my clips. It's on there actually.
Oh, nice. I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so check this one out. Say, do you agree with the law of excluded middle? They say yes. You say, oh, I didn't know you were a quantum denier.
I don't know what is the law of excluded middle. I don't know this.
Who gives a shit? But everyone's going to agree with it because these people just they've mistaken arguments for appeals to they've mistaken appeals to authority for arguments.
Yeah, they do.
I don't think this is honestly there are some skeptics that I really think are amazing people and I love them, but there are some skeptics that are honestly kind of like this. Not all, not all, but there's certain time in life when you have to kind of look in the middle, in the mirror, I mean. Maybe in the middle of the world. You have to look and to do something differently.
Yeah, it's like if it doesn't come
Hundred-
from like a famous scientist.
Sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. I had to do it. I had to break the illusion.
Yeah, they do behave like they're not appealing to the substance of what is being debated. They just want to appeal to like procedure, and they're just like Neil deGrasse Tyson hasn't said anything, so therefore you're wrong.
From whence
I
does
bel- I-
their authority derive? Dipshit. Sorry, go ahead, Sigma.
I blame our parents for teaching us about Santa Claus. I blame this for
Yeah, ex nihilo presence, right?
yes.
These people in the chat are so triggered. Wow, 2 people on the chat aren't being complete assholes to me, and that's simping. This is a very toxic culture, you know. It's not trying to torpedo the show and get off as many insults as possible in as short a time as possible is simping, right, guys? Having a polite conversation is simping, right?
I would say I guess I better be rude. I don't want to be considered simp.
Ooh.
Have I told you to go to the kitchen yet? Got to keep my gamer cred.
Well, it's just like it's not so much about simping, like which makes you more of a bitch, you know? Agreeing with me because I'm right, or being an asshole to me because some shitbag said that not being an asshole to me was simping. But people are easy to control with words, and it did work for a while, but it's breaking now, and like a fever, it's just a beautiful thing. Crack.
So, what did you learn from this debate, and how do you think you can improve? Where do you think you won, and where do you think you
The only
lost?
way I would David's suggestions would have mean I would have had to not do the ahimsa principle as much. So it's like, do I not do the ahimsa principle just to conform to these quote unquote debate standards?
Debate standards.
Well, there's these.
Probably, if you want to take advantage of the venue more effectively. I think he's got a point on that. But as far as the pursuit of truth, then I have to say nay.
It's not about the pursuit of truth. It's about principles. And what's the point of causing more harm? Because to me, the Socratic method is extremely insulting to one's honor, unless it's being done in the caring confines of a teaching relationship.
I think one must be willing to betray one's principles for what is truth, or what if your truth?
Principle is truth?
Well, then I would say we all have truths. What is yours?
Well, that which is actually according with reality.
Then you, but then you fall into this reality objective.
It's intersubjective, and there are absolute assertions. Objectivity appears to be somewhat like free will, a mirage that isn't absolutely real but has non-trivial effects, much like the void, which I was going into an argument about. Why, even if something has no material representation, it can still have effects on material realm, namely turn you into the golem character from whatever that movie is about the people who go on the mountain.
Lord of the Rings.
Thank you. See, if you embrace chaos, you're embracing an idea that maps to void. So by embracing chaos, you're saying, this go be this character, golem character. Oh, I got another awesome meme, I think. These are the only two memes I have that when I look up the word skeptic, they come up. So look, I am a skeptic too. So I'm really this is not like against every skeptic. Like, honestly, some of my best friends are skeptics. I consider myself a skeptic, unironically. But let's be honest.
Yes. It's like 2016 when you had like the neck beards versus a feminist.
Doesn't that seem like a million years ago?
Yeah,
SJW groups. Oh my god.
That must be why Vosh is such an anomaly. It's kind of like both of those things.
Box. Wait, who?
Oh, Vosh.
Oh yes, he is. I love his. I like he thinks his coconut analogy is like his Exodia best card to defeat Ancaps. It's like that's just a meme. And do you know supply and demand? Just by knowing supply and demand alone, you know why that argument falls flat on its face.
I think what you're trying to say is Le Chatelier's principle. Because you keep repeating supply and demand, supply and demand. It's like there's more that greases the wheels of that mechanism. It's just purely supply and demand, right? There's a bunch of constraints, finiteness, etc. Maybe you're thinking of Le Chatelier's,
What's the thing?
which is the notion that any action applied to a system, if some external force is applied to a system, the system will reorient itself to minimize the effect of that applied force. So, for example, if you push on a balloon, the shape of the balloon will change to accommodate the action that your finger is applying to it. It disperses that energy or potential throughout the surface.
Like a stone thrown into a pond.
So yeah, but
Wouldn't be your best metaphor. You want that's not incorrect, but you'd want a tighter metaphor because what you want is a metaphor that accentuates conservation of volume, and the pond rock doesn't really do that. But good try, because at least it's a creatively sourced metaphor. We want to make the best metaphors as possible rather than just leaning on these tired, recycled, garbage, cheesy. That's one thing about the debate. I was super happy that Mark did not cling to any cheesy, thank God, metaphors. Hey, Master Beater, you should come on. Because I remember you've come on before and you were super chill. If you're around, like, I don't know what time it is. I think you said you were in MTL, but I'll put the link again. The link is in it's pinned, but I know it's late. It's probably hard to look up. I wonder if I'll ever debate Vaush. I kind of want to, like, I don't want to debate these big time people who are just like reading scripts all the time,
I want to just
talk to like randoms. Like, this is sort of my bread and butter. 13 people watching, 4 hours and 56 minutes, like circling the same topics for hours, trying to get a drunk guy on, this is heaven for me, honestly. Sorry.
I do want to debate Vaush just to get rid of that dumb argument. Like I keep hearing it. It's like it's not a good argument. And what's even worse is the replies to that argument.
It's called what is it? Hegelian, dialectic.
Problem, action, solution.
You're taking the domain of pure potentiality and circumscribing it to a subset domain where you're presupposing a bunch of things and then arguing within like a tiny little random little, like, you can't go everywhere in the domain of ideas. You can go like within 1.1% of the total volume. So to me, it's boring because it's like, we're not getting out of this phase space of 0.1% volume.
Yeah, analogies they just try to reaffirm your way of thinking are like the worst analogies because you need all these presupposed parameters.
I realized that when I was debating Leophilius and he was talking about like necessary and sufficient conditions, like the cat knocked something off the table. Does that mean gravity is the cause of the thing falling off the table? It's like, this is his fucking argument against causality. It's like, I'm thinking to myself, like, and everyone in the audience is like, yeah, man, Leo's so smart. I'm like, what just happened? You're seriously telling me you're just going to throw this completely irrelevant random cat metaphor to grease the wheels of you saying causality is not intrinsic to science, which I'm sorry, but it is. Like, some stuff, there's wiggle room. There's gray areas on stuff based on parameterization where it's like, superposition state, obviously gray area, but not here. I'm sorry, but causality is necessary for science.
Yeah, like, yeah, I noticed Leo does that a lot because I saw his debate with Darth Dawkins, and Darth Dawkins kind of beat him there.
Well, him and Amy were both able to carry on with that guy for quite a while. An impressive feat, but
Hmm.
that's not a debate. That's agreeing on most things and then having a tiny disagreement on what I would argue is an irrelevant triviality, because the only really interesting disagreements are metaphysical. Metaphysics is not this abstract thing, it's literally just the domain of ideas. So things, principles, love, take your pick, anything we identify as valuable, that's metaphysical. Ultimately, the operating, animating principle behind those things is more so like the sphere, more so like the monad than anything in the material realm. It's so funny to have Ralph ranting about the cube there, because it's like cubes literally only exist or appear to exist here, but if you zoom in on a cube, is it still a cube? Can get to a cube, but ultimately what exists are spheres.
That's funny because Darth Dawkins actually kind of asked Neil Felius that question in a way.
Darth Dawkins is making essentially my argument. That's why I would love, I love lying saying that, but if I talk to him, it'd be over in about 2 seconds, because I'd say I agree with your argument, I just disagree with your solution. He's making a good argument, whereas they're wedded to this concept, this supernatural belief that you can have metaphysics without a monad, which is kind of just like,
Hey
you
there.
can try. What's up?
I'm drunk. I went to bed hours ago and just woke up, and hey, you guys are live.
Waking up drunk 5 hours into a stream after I did a debate that was almost 3 hours long, almost
What were you debating?
8 hours. Evolution on trial. So I was.
Dude,
I was.
you know what's funny? You guys I just wanted to say how I think Richard Dawkins is the best because he's hilarious. Like, if you read his book, it's just like, who hurt you, buddy? It's fucking he's great. He's great in the way that's like, dude, like, nothing you're saying is proving what you wanted to say. Like, yes, you're saying interesting, cool shit, but it has nothing to do with what you think you're saying. It's the best. Anyway, that's what drunk guy take. Where'd you guys go? There you are. All right. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to find a meme and I was muted there. It just really reminded me of what you were saying, so I just had to grab it.
Have you read? Do you guys know David Berlinski? Have you read his sort of answer to Dawkins' book?
Yeah, seen some of his stuff.
I have.
It's fucking great. Like, I often actually recommend them as a set. Read them both. Read Dawkins's,
Darwin's Doubt, I think.
It's not that one. The Devil's Delusion, Atheism and Its Scientific Pretensions. It's a direct sort of volley to Dawkins' book. It's great.
All right. I like Balicki's stuff. He's just class. If you've seen videos of, have you seen videos of Berlinski, Jen?
No, I'm very sorry. Like, I have such a limited exposure to so many of the stuff. I spend so much time working on logic and
he does great exact answers to all of the quote unquote points that Dawkins tries to make. He's like, okay, that's interesting what you're saying, but it doesn't prove anything. Yeah, it's great. He's great.
Yeah.
I'm drinking a beer. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. He's such class.
Like, I was thinking the same thing. It's like, are you kind of alluding to this whole thing about this like whole rhetoric of the modern day being based on these fucking shitty metaphors? It's literally like, I didn't realize just how much this house of cards of shitty, how far this house of cards of shitty metaphors go.
It goes deep. It goes deep because
it takes a drunk guy called Master Peter on a fucking 5 hours. I'm sorry.
Respect. Yeah, no, everything is everything is really based on like a series of assumptions that like piecemeal get more and more you know, like you
Ridiculous.
realize you believe in shit, but it's based on such garbage assumptions. You know, the foundation is you assume it's solid, but it isn't. None of it is solid. Yeah.
Well, particles are a myth. Particles, the concept
Particles
of
are temporary. They don't need nothing. Like
No,
we've
they're
talked about
not
this
even
before.
temporary. They're non-existent. The particle
No, exactly.
maps
No,
to
we've
void.
talked about this before. Like they don't exist. Particles don't exist. Like everything is in a sort of transitory, temporary, temporal existence. Like we're able to view stuff. Everything is like an ice cube. Like it looks like it's a solid thing, but it was water, and it's gonna melt, and it's gonna be water again. Like nothing is.
Somebody once put it to me like this way: since all elements are all just made up of bases of helium, they're just like added helium.
There's no elements. Elements are like
Yeah.
groups of friends. Sometimes the people die and they're not alive.
Measurement
yet,
limit,
you know?
man. There's only the measurement limit, yo. And it's
Exactly.
entangled and transcendent, man.
Yeah, because
Exactly,
helium is just high energy light. That you could
Whoa. Let's get off. Let's get back on sanity lane, okay?
Okay.
We have to distinguish between massive and non-massive. We can't cheat on that. And really it's important because right now people are saying material or immaterial or physical. What the hell does any of that mean?
Nothing.
Material, as in it's matter, as in it's something that's everything, as in nothing, right? So massive is actually, what is that telling us?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Gravity field. That is telling us something. Well, it's not a field, but people are going to probably at first need to be told it's a field, and then after it's like a bait and switch where it's like Trojan horse Jew, it's actually not a field. Ha ha ha, because
You know
it's
how you can
physical,
you
right?
can hold an idea in your head? You can hold an idea in your head for as long as you're thinking about it. It's like in a force field of your thoughts.
I was actually just explaining that that's actually not how it works. Like the mechanics of how you think about ideas depends on whether.
No, but I'm saying that
void.
matter is the same thing as that. It's like you can think about something, and then it just vaporizes into nothingness. And matter is the same thing. It's like we have this temporal sort of hold on.
No, it's not the
reality.
same thing.
Well, no, but I mean, it feels like the same thing. Like
no, it doesn't. The fact that protons occasionally
maybe you're not as
use
drunk as
electrons to turn into neutrons has no bearing on the fact that sometimes
there are no neutrons.
Well, there are definitely neutrons on every. The thing is that there's maybe a couple levels of causality where there are no neutrons, but there are a fuckload of levels of causality where there are neutrons. So to be like, there's no neutrons, man, it's like, what are you trying to get laid at some sort of ayahuasca retreat?
What?
I'm sorry. I love Montreal. You know, I just get I simp for the Montreal folks.
Yeah. Oh, fuck Montreal, eh? Yeah. It was a once lovely city.
To Montreal.
Yeah.
Montreal.
R.I.P. Montreal. It's as temporary as matter, right?
It'll exist forever as an idea in the Platonic.
It's like
realm.
the ice castles and ice cities. You know, you build these things knowing that it's all the materials are temporary. You know, like
so you want to build one out of light because the light is far less temporal.
Yeah.
Light is minimally temporal because it's maximally monadic. So you build everything out of light. Mm-hmm. That's the logical conclusion.
Yeah.
Yeah. A real light bulb moment, eh?
Do you think that it'll work and people will agree with me finally and stop being like, actually, I debunked you? And I'm just going to be like, abs. It's like ultimately, if you aren't going to win in an ab off and a breakdance fusion style interpretive, you know.
What? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying, like, a person deluding themselves into thinking that they want to debate against me doesn't mean they inherit my following, right? That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
What do you think light is?
I don't think we can know what it is absolutely.
Do you believe in the ether?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, same.
It's important.
It's
very
like
important.
believing in time though. It's like you can't really get your teeth around it.
No, I have a model. I have a literal theory that predicts Hubble's law. That'll show you what ether is. It's volume without mass. That's all. And it's constant between exclusion events, which are always happening.
It's like imagination or thoughts. It's volume without mass. You can think stuff,
Well,
but where
you don't
are
know
your
what
thoughts?
imagination and thoughts are. You don't know. We
You know
haven't
what I mean?
gotten to
Like
imagination and thoughts
you have
yet.
USB space on a USB key. How much?
Oh no,
you,
another shitty metaphor. Okay,
that's
look.
not a shitty metaphor. I'm not
We
even doing a
can't do
metaphor.
any metaphors
I'm
until we
getting
have a
somewhere. I
commensurate
didn't
knowledge.
get there
Okay.
yet. I'm just gonna say you can fall asleep for you can you're lying on the couch, you take a nap. And then you have this odyssey, but it's only been a few seconds. That's volume without mass. Time volume. I don't know. Whatever you want to call it. I'm not
I have
doing
a question.
metaphors.
Yes, please.
Is this a fair description of what a particle is? Is a condensed geometric waveform? Or entangled waveforms?
Well, if that were true, then particles would exist. But a particle,
Yeah.
a particle presupposes what's called a Cartesian coordinate system, which is orthogonal space-time. Now, does that accord with what we observe? No, because what's closest to reality is a fully entangled space-time. It is that Robert's model appears to be correct. I, don't like to give numerical approximations to my confidence, but I'll say 95%.
So is a particle waveform,
to be wrong.
is it localized?
Well, it's something that exists only within a Cartesian plane. So are you familiar with this idea?
Yes.
Volume 3 stuff.
Yeah, so it's three perpendicular lines that represent directions in space.
Mm-hmm.
And a point
X, Y, and Z.
A zero-dimensional object. In physics, the presupposition is generally that a point is something inside a manifold, a coordinate in a manifold. But if you're talking about just purely geometry, it's a triplet, right? Because you need 3 orthogonal coordinates to specify a position relative to another position. Does that make sense? You need 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it is a kind of localized phenomenon, right?
It is a zero-dimensional. It's literally a dot on a line. It's a single point representing a single number on the real number line. And the real number line has its own metaphysics, right? So the cardinality of 0, 1 and the cardinality of the real number line, there are interpretations where those cardinalities are the same. So what is that? A metaphysical whole, right? Because you're saying the finite can map to the infinite. That's metaphysically disallowable. Things need to always be consistent. Any type of an inconsistency will self-perpetuate everywhere because it's all about resonances. You got to construct the resonant models correctly. Any hole in it will eventually suck up all the energy, and you need to recombine the energy, like with the semen retention, basically same idea. Sorry to use such a crass metaphor. People aren't familiar with it.
Okay.
It was just the dang perfect, and metaphors are hard. And I notice people are always reaching for these cliche metaphors. It's like,
you're like,
you want to be known as the
and then
person
you're like,
who's always
semen.
invoking these shit fucking metaphors. That was a fucking great metaphor, though. That actually applies. Like, I have another metaphor, which is that consciousness is like a fountain. Also an excellent metaphor because it hits on all the major points.
Speaking of where do you stop existing and start existing? Like, where do you start existing when you start digesting the food?
Okay, well, what's you? Okay, brah, like who are you?
Do you?
Like,
I'm
you
drunk,
can't presuppose
man.
it. Okay, but stop. Okay, that aside,
Where do
you
you
can't
stop
presuppose
existing?
that you
Where do
exist.
you start existing? Was it?
You
when
can't
you start
presuppose that there's a
digesting the food, or when you
distinction.
start shitting
That's
the
what
food out?
Advaita is.
Does it cease to be you when
There
you
is
shit
no
the
way
food
to
out?
establish any of those barriers because of something
Borders.
called Advaita.
Yeah,
There's just no way to establish a boundary between yourself and external because it's temporary.
No, but where does
What
it
you
become
are is temporary.
Where does it become you?
Can I just arise this logically, please? So do you agree something exists?
Yes.
Universe. Mass exists in the universe.
Of course.
We are some type of harmonic resonance of that mass and a relatively high energy state associated with the fact that Earth has this special environment of the
Sure, but what I'm
of
saying
the
is, like,
water.
as far as the physical realm goes, where do you start and stop?
I am building that up,
when you
okay?
take a shit or
Okay.
or piss, does that stuff that comes out of you?
So when you're
is
sitting on the
that not
toilet,
you
you're just
anymore?
like,
is it not
when
you
you're sitting
anymore?
on the toilet scrolling through your phone, you're just like, who am I? You don't even know if that question makes sense, okay? You don't know
Well,
what
you're not
level,
letting me finish my
what
point.
metaphysical level you exist on, though. Oh,
I
yeah,
know
like
the
I haven't had this
metaphysical- I
conversation
know
infinity
that.
times drunk already.
Pardon me?
Better question is, what am I?
Yeah.
We don't
exactly.
know what the right
Are you
question
the
is, do
blueberries
we?
you just
Because we
ate,
haven't
or
arisen this. We have to arise this from first principles. Otherwise, it's just like, man, what's going on? And then the final conclusion is we need to take 10 grams of mushrooms. It's like, no.
10 grams is way too many mushrooms.
Somebody said that. I was like,
That's
you've obviously
way
never
too many
done this
mushrooms.
before. I know. I was just making a joke.
It's not a safe amount.
We have to come back to sanity lane so we can figure out how that we actually invert this potential function. Because I realized that my whole thing with metaphor I was using with the Fourier transform just wasn't landing with literally anybody but people who already knew enough about Fourier transforms to use the metaphors, aka like nobody, right? So back to what Captain Rabbit's saying, something exists, and we're reasonably sure about that. Besides the whole brain in a jar thing, whatever. So the way we get out of hard solipsism is appeal to authority, and it's not really getting out of it, it's just acknowledging it and making the best of what would appear to be a sort of discombobulated, confusing situation. So here's how we figure out what exactly it feels like we are relates to what is. So what is mass and the monad and all that other stuff, that diagram I showed before. So what can be established to exist is, whoever's typing, do you mind just muting yourself? This is one of the metaphors, but I forget exactly where. Maybe I got rid of it, but appear to see it. I'll try to grab it again, but that's more like what exists, and what we see is something that is a inversion of what exists. Obviously, there's more that exists than just a single iceberg, but the iceberg is a metaphor for what exists, and the water is the essential form of the monad in this metaphor. So what's water? Everything. But it seems like there's more than, well, whatever. Seems like there's not just water there, but there actually is only water there. It just has a particular structure, which is pre-physical. That's why it's so confusing, that it has metaphors that are physical, that partially represent it, but it fundamentally is pre-physical, i.e. causal. So space-time emerges from a more fundamental level.
Do you consider physical kind of an illusion, illusory, that doesn't actually exist?
I would
What
say
do you mean
yes.
by
Well,
exist?
Yeah, it is existing, but in a more, well, again, we have to follow the train to understand what it is from one perspective to see what the other perspective. Who is clicking there? Is it you, Bubbles? Do you mind muting? See if it's him. Yeah, it is him. Okay, so where were we with this? Maybe it's you, Master Beater.
Well,
I'm
just
so
on
distracting.
my phone. There's nothing to click. I'm not clicking anything.
Okay, I'm sorry I muted you, Bubbles. It probably wasn't you. Okay, what the heck was the question? I completely forgot.
I'm trying to remember.
I was on such a good roll there for a minute here. I'm trying to work my way back.
Yeah, like I hear.
That matter, that it's illusory and doesn't exist as firmly.
Oh, right, about what,
believe.
when you're taking a shit, right, what are you? Okay, yeah, I remember now, thanks. Okay, great, so.
No, I was saying, what about the taking a shit? What I was saying is, like,
Okay, I'm trying to answer your question,
you eat
man.
food, you have thoughts, and you take shits. In between there is where you exist. Like, what in between?
I think you still exist when you're going to the bathroom, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, no, not now. I'm not in the bathroom, so yes, exactly. It's neither here nor there. But where do your thoughts come from? Like, you can't exist without eating food and drinking
where
water.
We exist, like, and how we exist, and where our thoughts come from aren't the same question. You understand that, right?
I understand that, yes. But what I'm saying is, but you eat the food, but the food becomes you at some point. So it's inanimate plant matter or animal dead matter that you eat, and then that becomes your brain cells and your neurons and your thinking, and then eventually there's waste and you shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's an in between. It's like a wave. Like you're in between. There's this like apex where it's you, and then it's not you. Then it's you. Then it's not you.
So the chicken becomes.
Didn't you have, Jen? Didn't you have a description? Oh, sorry. I was going to ask. Did you have a? I remember you bringing up an example about the relationship between the sun the moon and the earth, right? And the energy exchange that occurs. Somehow there was something I remember you bringing it up in some other cast. I wonder if this had anything to do with it about the extension of
It's the primary
waveform.
kosha. It's the planet kosha.
So
The
its way of
generation
kind of saying is that there's the distinction he's talking about. Like it's assuming that the particle that was outside of you and now is in you was ever separated. Really, I don't know if I'm making any sense.
well, particles doesn't exist. So what exists that?
Oh, I meant what we call a particle. I meant, or
But I don't know what that is, right? Because
that manifestation of it.
Was it the compression of the coaxial?
we have to state the property. Oh, we have to
Kind of going to your point that
I
the
really want
distinction
to
is
answer this question though.
superfluous.
Not superfluous, impermanent.
But,
That's the correct word. We must use impermanent because that's the one that transcends physics, and it's just way sexier to do that. So,
Okay.
I did have let's see here.
I meant superfluous in using that term as an exaggeration, not an accurate description.
Okay. Thanks for telling me. What exists? Mass, photons, right? That's what I was going over, the monad thing. So what's really, if we try to reverse the bias of our own subjectivity, we get this diagram that has the monad in it that I was showing earlier. And then we have what we are mechanically, which is animated, carbon-based covering of the body made of food, which is what yoga calls the body, the covering of the soul made of food, just out of interest relating to what was just said. So what exists in the sense of what arises from the fundamental ingredients is this is one part, the fundamental central harmonic of the quantum mind. And that is basically the face is drawn on sort of as a joke, but that's I'm calling it the cerebroskeletal axis of the skull to the base of the spine. And then you have these animating potentials corresponding to a contorted sphere. So how many topological changes is this to a sphere? And it's really not that many. You're just twisting it 7 times. Maybe not even 7, right? Because do you need to twist it 7 times to divide it up into 7 harmonics? Like, not really. It's not really how it works. So you can show that this arises from what we are most sure exists, which is mass. And then the thing which allows for mass to transfer to different states, which is called light. Light is the mediator of the energetic transforms of mass. Is anyone still following? Or I noticed that our friend dropped out, so I don't know if his thing died or what, if he's still listening, but might have been him who actually asked the question originally.
Yeah, I think he dropped out.
Oh, actually, it was actually Master Peter who asked, so can you unmute? Yo. Anyway, I had to mute you. I don't think okay, let's see if I can unmute. Oh, there you go. I can.
Yeah, I don't think...
So I'm about to answer your question, but I just need to know if you've actually followed me this time. Otherwise, I'm going to have to repeat the suppositions because
I've been following you. Ask the question.
Okay, so this form arises from first principles. So who am I? Who is me? Who's the fundamental node of me? Well, that's the fundamental node of you. You've never experienced this directly. You've never experienced this directly because this is the thing that experiences things directly. This is the ground of your everything. This is your monad, your relativized, your subjectivized monad. That's a theological term. You want to call it a soul, feel free.
No,
but
exactly.
I'm not. I'm going to try to be. The thing is, I'm already inflammatory enough. I'm going to try to be not as inflammatory. I'm going to be.
But doesn't the soul
minimum inflammatory quotient?
Because I feel like the soul, because soul and spirit are different, and I feel like the soul presupposes some sort of border.
Soul and spirit are both like ill-defined anyway.
Yeah. but there is a difference.
Are you racing a car or something?
Outside, it's like I live in a street where there's a lot like a racing. Like once a year, you get like an illegal race going on.
Jesus.
Somebody in the chat just said gross means the same as. As far as I know, gross is the opposite of subtle. So gross would be the concrete, and then subtle would be the monad, and then there's all the gradations in between.
Wouldn't gross just mean total?
Well, in maybe the context of like gross domestic product, but
Okay. Yeah.
there's different metaphysical frameworks.
Fair.
I am not aware of any interpretation of the word gross vis-a-vis Occidental science, though. And you're saying gross means the same as, can you say where they cite this definition, or is just something that, is this the department of your ass, or, oh, he's back.
Can I ask you a question, Jen?
Of course.
Where is the soul?
I just said I'm not going to define a soul because I don't need to, because my whole goal now.
That's my point. My point is
my whole goal right now is
it's outside. I think it's outside of time.
Okay.
Or our understanding.
Whatever it is, I am trying to have a minimal metaphysical complexity. So
Fair.
I'm not saying don't define a soul. I'm saying I can't define a soul and be in conformity with my principles, which is to give not answers in that level.
No, that's my point. It's
give a framework for people to understand.
Not only is it ill-defined, it's kind of undefinable. It's
absolutely something. It's a poetic abstraction upon these fundamental physical laws, which can absolutely be, or maybe something else. Like there's a question of what is responsible for this sphere form. Well, it's something in the monad, and what's responsible for our personalities.
Because we talk about physical stuff, we're talking about physical shit and mass and massiveness and stuff. But then when we also think about reincarnation, what's reincarnating? It's something from the other
sphere form thing.
Something from the other side, you know, the beyond the mirror, you know, like
the thing that
maybe it should be.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Maybe it should be thought of more of as a process rather than a thing.
Yeah.
To the uninitiated, you cannot speak past the mirror.
Yes.
There's a division, right? So, you know, I think I said earlier, like you either can't see it or you can't unsee it. Like with what you were describing with the spheres and the testing and the bubble, that I could tell that you could just see it and it'll never forget it.
Yep.
Because it's right. It would be cool to see if somebody like Plato's time actually thought of this stuff, but I have a feeling they really didn't think of this stuff.
I feel like they really did. You have to give them more credit than that. They did. They just
citation needed.
They used different.
Am I going to take a drunk guy from Montreal with 11 people watching? And probably 5 in the fucking 5 o'clock in the morning or something.
I feel like, because it feels like I'm pretty sure this is like something Socrates would have said, just for the sake of being contradictory to like all thought.
He would have been like, "Are you sure? Are you sure it's a sphere and not a cube?" Yes, I am sure. Time to die, Socrates. Time to die.
Imagine like the fucking crazy live streams Socrates used to have back in the day.
What a fucking troll, eh? Like he literally is like, I honestly have no idea. I mean, those things seem almost like fairy tales, don't they? Some of those fanciful stories of these guys' lives, like Pythagoras.
Yep, and Plato. You know, I don't know. The thing is, what you have to think is that like we think we're in such an advanced. I think that time, like we were talking about, is like it really is neither here nor there. Like everyone who thought about stuff deeply in any era thought about it as deeply or more deeply than we are right now. Like it's not there wasn't.
Well, not me. I mean, come on, not me.
What
Otherwise,
do you mean,
there would be a precedent. Let's see who's greater than me in history. I don't know.
Who's greater than you in history? Did you just say?
I'm just saying, go ahead and find them. Maybe if you want to find them, you can. Maybe I'd love to meet them.
No, like just Plato even said, like even the written word itself, like that was insufficient. Like, you know, he's like, you know,
that's a fact of the oral tradition, that anything written is necessarily compressed from the pure form
And exactly,
knowledge form
it's not
from whence it
sufficient
derives.
because like people can read a text and then they can either understand it properly as the writer intended it, or they can misinterpret it wholly and completely,
That's difficult to do.
get it opposite. So that's why the dialogues was a good
There's-
idea. He was like, written
There's
word
data.
isn't
There's data
enough,
lost
so we
in
have to have
decompression, right?
dialogue, so any possible question can be answered. So the reader can't misinterpret it. That's where the whole idea of dialogues came into play from Plato. Like you can't just write stuff down. People might fucking not understand it or understand it opposite or wrong. So even in basic conversation, there's insufficient. There's possibility. Even though we think we're jamming right now, maybe we're fucking missing. Maybe we're fucking just missing it. So, yeah.
Well, to use a computer analogy, that unless you have like requisite data, like when a computer decompresses data, it's not really decompressing; it's filling in the missing components, right? And then
That's what decompressing is. It's just not what you intuit it to be. Did you actually get the answer, Master Beater, there about the whole who am I thing? Is that clear that the I am imperative is a simulation of that light field and that it doesn't actually have any correspondence to anything? That's why the cogito ergo sum is fallacious? That's basically what the Buddhists are saying. The Zen Buddhists, excuse me.
Sort of, but I don't know if I fully agree in that, like, it's a thing that's comfortable and that you understand in yourself, but I don't think I can even really verbalize what I think self is. Like, yes, like if we're going to talk about matter, we're going to get into the nuts and bolts of matter.
I gave a definition I think will be consistent, self and mind. Again, this is not backing anything because frankly, I don't think that anything rooted in Vedic axioms translates because those are subjectively arising, whereas this system is objectively arising in an Anglo tongue, which is a wholly synthetic language, which has
what's
maximum number of microstates, but is also basically like the town whore of languages.
Everything's a subjective language, though. Everything is.
Okay, no, please, come on, Socrates, don't. I'm trying to give you the answer, man.
Jesus.
Yeah, well, not sure, man. Yeah, I mean, think about it, man.
Hey, man, I'm drunk in Montreal. What do you want from me?
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go eat.
Thanks for joining, man.
See ya.
Did you hear my bong simulation? I don't know if you heard it, but what was? Oh yeah. So here's my answer, and I think it's fine. But the pure form sphere, primordial archetype sphere.
Pardon me?
Primordial archetype sphere.
What do you mean by that?
It's kind of the cornerstone of my sphere.
Of your sphere? Did you say sphere?
You're not that drunk.
She did indeed.
Oh, fuck.
Okay,
tell me more about your sphere.
Well, it's hard because it's non-dualism, right? So it's like we with spheres, but unironically, so you got to sort of contemplate it's like, whoa, it's just all like harmonics of spheres. But a self would be the sphere from the inside perspective, so from the perspective of the center of the sphere. And mind would be any perspective that's outside of a sphere. So intersphere.
Yeah.
Intersubjective versus intersphere perspective.
Yeah. And outside of the sphere, you say that should loosely, that's undefined. But I know what you mean by that. I know what you mean.
Remember, it's not quite inside and outside because these are not actually geometries yet. These are forms. And
exactly.
They don't become geometric.
Philosophical. I understand. Yes, I do understand.
It is geometric, but we have to understand that even though the interpretation is geometric, like the sphere,
we're trying to interpret it as
metaphor.
Geometric because we understand geometry. That's the thing. Yes. Geometry is something we can sort of understand, and we can sort of use it as a poetic way to describe things that are kind of indescribable. So yes, I understand.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is basically the sphere is a spanning set of the monad.
I'm there. Is it just me and you now? What's going on? Where's the other guy?
No, there's Project Sigma Dialectic. Yeah, he's been on for quite a while. Like, I'm pretty impressed.
How long have you guys been on? Like when?
Damn.
Okay, like I just came on, but it's like 5:30 a.m.
Well, I did a debate at 9 p.m.
Okay, so you've been online since 9 p.m.
You haven't?
Well, fuck, you're well. No, I was sleeping for a while there.
Sleep when I'm dead, man. I sleep every night. You are not shadow banned, Sahi Luke. I can see you. I just haven't responded because I'm just pretty engrossed in this combo. And thank you for all the compliments. I really appreciate it. I'm just not used to compliments, to be honest.
Who's giving you compliments? I can't see that. I can't see the chat. I'm on my phone, so it's like I don't know how I'm on like a StreamYard. I can't see anything except the screen, which is just.
You should still be able to pull up the app and it won't disconnect. I've been doing it.
Oh, like go back to YouTube?
Yeah.
Hang on, let's see if I can do that. You guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go YouTube. All right. Oh yeah. Okay. There we go.
There we go.
I'm just worried if I hit play on the YouTube app that it's gonna start doing weird shit.
Yeah, the trick is just to insta-pause it, but sometimes it gets foiled by commercials, but what can you do? So yeah, basically been going. I'm just so thrilled for that debate, and apparently it was terrible, but whatever, I'm fine. I was thinking the whole thing was just I tested my non-dualism towards Duvid's redonkulously harsh criticism, or what I interpreted as that.
Hello?
Hi. Hello?
Can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Sigma. I don't know about what's going on here. Hello?
I think he pushed play. He did. He pushed play.
Yeah, I'm not used to fans. Krishna says to be indifferent to praise and whatever the opposite of praise is, slander. Or wait, no, it's fame. Fame and infamy, I believe, is the translation of Prabhupada. If that kind of thing matters.
No praise here, just acknowledgement.
Oh, looks like he's back.
It didn't work.
You pushed play, didn't you? You pushed play. That's where you messed up. You pushed play. Well, you really care so much about someone's confession of their love for me? Well, you think it's going to be the first time someone confesses their love for me? No.
If I didn't see that shit, but I guess.
Well, I wouldn't consider somebody professing their love for me to be a particularly strange event. It's the hatred that's actually the unusual event, but I understand that's part of the process because that's why I did those debates first, because I just, knew they were going to be horrible. But you got to just say it, and then it's just like, okay. And that's why I don't want to talk about souls, because it's like, what am I going to invent an answer to this that doesn't really have an answer?
That's the thing I think about every sort of metaphysical thing is that it's just sort of an attempt at describing something that's, undescribable. You can't really. We understand it because we're all here, in our minds, but we don't even know what our minds are.
Well, I just explained to you that what you think you are has to be not real, but a simulation made from the thing that you actually are, which is that light body. So light body generates a projection or a simulation.
Soul is a light body, though. That's what
I never said anything about soul. I said there's a light. There is no soul in my thing. What I'm saying is that it is up to theology. What I'm presenting is science. It is up to theology to define the soul. It is not up to science. That's why I'm not saying if you see a soul in there, I'm happy for you.
Garbage.
But I'm not going to say, see the soul? There it is. It's right there. And draw a boundary around the soul. It's like, no, that kind of word is something poetic. yada yada.
Yes,
Flowers
but
and fields.
poetic is
People can discover their own meaning for that and write a
where's the
freaking poem
division
for all I give a
between
fuck.
poetry
I just care
and
about
science?
physics.
Where's the line? Where's the line?
The line is, I am going to do the Occam's razor thing, the stationary action principle thing, and everything that is likely to actually be coherent with what people can already understand. Because if I want people to have a chance to understand something this challenging, I'm going to have to put it in the state that's most proximal to whatever they already believe, no matter how much of a bag of crap what they already believe is.
Oh, smokes. Holy smokes.
I love that we're going to have this like pimple popping of shit metaphors. Because now I'm just like, I can see
There are
them now.
only shit metaphors. Remember, I started.
That's not
with
true.
shit
Metaphors are
metaphor.
an acceptable means of transmission of knowledge in several traditional schools. So metaphors properly made.
Exactly. We've talked about
basically
this
red
too.
pill.
What's knowledge? What's knowledge? Define knowledge.
Why would the hell would you want to start there?
I don't want to start there. Like I said, this is something that's already been discussed, but it's just I'm pointing to it. Like, what is it? That's funny.
Reflection.
To accept my axioms to define knowledge for you. Like I have an answer, but it's it's based on.
But I mean,
knowledge
knowledge requires information, and then you can say what's information. And information requires like a writer and a reader to be on the same page and to have used the same quote unquote.
That's literally
code.
the argument that logical, floggable, blobbable made. You want to be making his same arguments?
Who's
like
logical, flogical, bobble? What?
It's my nickname for logical, whatever the fuck his name actually is. I call him logical, floggable, blobbable because he's always talking about Jesus going in with the whip, and it's like that sounds BDSM-ish, dude. Like change the topic if that's what I mean. Like, give me something I can use, bud. Where was I? I feel like I had a. Damn it! I knew I was going to go get something on my blog, and I've completely forgotten what it was now. Great.
You got that logical, flogical, blobical on your fucking mind, eh?
Okay. You were saying about the information. It's like, yeah, exactly. You have to define information accurately. It's like, who gets to define what information is? And what, like, is it arbitrary what information is? And
it's arbitrary unless the writer
not.
and reader are on the same, speak the same
You
language.
presuppose no, it's an integrated processor. Like a writer and a reader is a separation with no physical basis, which is contradicted by something called the least action principle, right? So least action principle already tells us.
No, but what I'm saying is that there's only
be.
information there if the writer and reader speak the same language.
That is false.
Okay, so there's no, but I'm not saying that there can't be information. I'm just saying that it's only transmittable if
that is also false.
Okay, tell me why.
Because information is the fundamental attribute of the universe, i.e. measurement limit.
Okay, now you're being poetic.
Aw, thanks for saying that, but I really didn't think I was, but I'm glad you think that.
Okay.
Well, it's true. I mean, it is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I love it.
If information exists without reader and writer speaking the same quote unquote
well, I mean,
language,
unless you want to call the universe God,
then it's by definition cryptic. Then it's
okay. Whoa.
If I start speaking a different language, but I'm saying true things and you don't understand it, it's not information to you. It's just gobbledygook.
Again, like if someone's crying who doesn't speak my language, I still know they're anguished, right? So
do you? What if they're crying because they're happy?
Because presupposing something about how information is transferred. Go ahead.
No, but you understand crying.
Maybe information is
that you're on the same page. You understand that. That's what I'm saying exactly. I'm using language as a
intermediary.
Metaphor almost. Like language isn't what I mean. Is like the coder and the decoder have to understand the code. So you understand crying, and the crier understands that you understand.
Okay, that doesn't answer the informational origin of said crying.
No, but it's just all I'm saying is that what you're saying is exactly not what I'm saying.
Here's the problem. There's a conflation of information and data. Information has to relate directly to form. Data can be any random observation. Okay.
Sure.
And people are trying to conflate data with information, and they're saying that every single attribute of the DNA represents a single piece of information. Do you have any idea how many metaphysical assumptions that includes? That's more. The Christians would blush at that. That's assuming that the DNA is
stop
encoding data the
Christian
way
bashing,
the way we're interpreting data to be encoded. It's basically identical metaphysics as them. To me, it's extremely cubish,
Yeah,
or
we're
whatever.
saying the same thing.
Okay, what are we saying exactly? And the thing is that I've got a diagram. I don't know if you can see it, but that's literally all of the information we have in the universe. That's 3 + 1 is literally the only independent information that exists in the universe. Everything can be abstracted upon harmonics of 3 + 1.
Yes.
So the thing is, there's almost no information in the universe. The only independent information in the universe is tautological, aka 3 + 1, and 14, aka 42.
Does this mean that information, in a sense, is the process?
42.
Yeah. Would this mean that information itself might be referenced, that it's self-referential? It is the process of self-referencing.
It has a finite basis of 3 + 1. And so if you want to find the finite basis of a system, you have to figure out where it lines up with 3 + 1, because that's just an intrinsic rule, an information limit, so to speak.
The same way matter exists. It's because
okay, that's fucking irritating, because it's like you're asserting something absolutely out of nothing.
I'm not asserting it absolutely. I'm just saying something.
Well, I mean, maybe then phrase it that way. Say, I like this thought, but I don't know if it's true, rather than, this is absolutely true, like some kind of drunk king.
Don't tell me how to phrase things.
That only works on, that show.
At 5:48 in the morning.
All right,
Proposals, not assertions.
Slack, Jen. How about some slack, homie?
Here's some slack, homie. I'm sorry. It's too much of a perfectionist sometimes. Oh my gosh, dogma.
Jesus Louises.
But yeah, like I look at it as 7 because there are 7 rows, but because there's redundancy between rows 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, then it's really just 3 + 1 with dualism in the non-first arrays,
dude,
right?
7 is lucky.
So it's either 7. It's either
lucky.
7 or 4, or aka 3 + 1.
What's
right?
luck?
So,
how about that? Let's go there. What's luck? What's lucky?
it isn't it. Okay,
What
so
is
you
luck?
think
When
that,
preparation meets opportunity.
do you agree with the monad general framework that there's a single unifying principle behind every multiplicity?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, so the single unifying principle behind human personality is the divine personality, which is the perfectly transcendent personality, which has, multiplicities, tetratrinity, I'm not going to go into it, but
Yeah,
we'll say
the
at
soul.
the
You
very
don't want
top
to talk
is
about
unique.
it anyway.
Did I say anything about soul? I said a grand unifying
No. I know you
archetype.
went around the. You went around the. You
Just because I don't want to be a little, crying. I'm sorry, but I am not going to be grounding anything in emotions, because I want people to be strong rather than, crying, sobbing weaklings, right?
Who's crying and sobbing?
Well, when
Emotions
you start
don't make you
chasing
weak.
nonsense, when you start chasing ideas that have the potential to map to void, like
What
this
are
thing,
ideas? I'm just drunk.
there are harmonics. Okay, remember the mind, the sphere thing.
The
There are
soul.
harmonics of that.
Yeah, the soul.
It's fine. It's all good. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, right?
Okay, back to the whole thing. Okay, so I'm going to show a diagram, okay, which is going to be not great. Literally just made that. Okay.
That's so tiny in my screen right now. That's like too small to
I guess
see.
I have to
Make it
like
the whole
share myself or something. I have to stop, and then I have to like pin. I don't even know how to
Turn
do
your
that.
phone sideways.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's pretty fucking sick drawing. That looks like a
horrible.
boob. Is that a boob?
Okay, so we have
It's like a tit.
we have like a single. This is your
That's the
non-dualistic
areola,
principle.
and that's the
This is
nipple?
your. Stop! You actually want me to get through this? Okay, so you have this. Ugh, it's really hard. It's just like
That's
okay,
the
so you have this-
top of the tit.
That's your monadic representation. Your localized monadic representation is this unique, perfect state of like we was, the single supreme personality of Godhead. And then the Trinity around it, blah blah blah, and then proximal states which expand as they get farther away and how many there are. Okay,
It's
any of that
perky,
makes
too.
sense? Is it perky? I'm gonna. I don't know what that means, but I'm just gonna. I don't even know how to get myself out of the solo late anymore.
You showed me a drawing of a wireframe boob.
All right, that's not okay. There we go. We're back.
Okay.
I just didn't know how to fix it, so I just removed myself, and it all went back to happiness. Okay, so when you have, so that was one example. There's a lot of clicking coming through.
I think it's your headphones, I think.
Oh, are you serious? Damn it.
Well, I mean, because it's like you've muted other people, you've muted me, and I've been hearing it entirely the whole time. I think it's maybe the wire
same here.
on your shit or something. I don't know.
I can still hear it, and I was just muted there, so I don't think so. And it didn't start until you came on, so Burpee McBurperson.
Pardon me, did you say it didn't start till I came on?
Yes, so the idea with
I don't
that...
have any external stuff that would be clicking. It's just my mic on my phone. Like, what would be clicking?
It's fine. It's probably just your microphone or something. Are you, like, tapping on screen at all?
No.
That's what it sounds like. Someone's tapping on a touch screen.
To me, it just sounds like...
Are you molesting some sort of rodent?
Yeah, that's a horrible image, but okay. We have this idea. Let me just see here. I mean, come on, it's got to be him, right? Yeah, it's definitely him. So there's a multiplicity of states. It increases with how far you are from the principal central, whatever, eigenstate, monad state, whatever you want to call it, which is fundamentally unobservable, yada, 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 in its absolute pure form and all resonant pure forms. Proximal states are few in proximity and then many in distance. And so when you think about something like luck, it's how close you are to this fundamental resonance of what you call manifest destiny, i.e., how easy is it for you to get what you want? And luck is getting what you want, seemingly with maybe no effort. Would you agree that that's a good definition of luck? I mean, it's kind of hard to define, right? We can all sort of say, well, lucky Pete, you know.
When preparation meets opportunity.
Okay, that just sounds like a cliche. You could do a lot of hard work and still really not have much luck, but you still get, you know, some success out of it. But luck have to have a certain element of spontaneity or uniqueness, maybe. Manifest destiny is sort of sounds cheesy, but I do think it's the right term.
It's not a bad one.
It sounds cheesy, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think we just have to go in and just reappropriate all the cheesy stuff, and if it's possible, just salvage it. But did that metaphor make sense, that when you're in closer proximity to the ideal, the resonance is simpler, because resonance has to do with proximity, like with magnetic resonance. So the more proximal you are, the more resonance, and the more things you can have, like luck and synchronicity. And like, think of it like this: like, is luck independent of synchronicity? Probably not. It's probably some other unifying principle. What it is just resonance. And you don't feel the effects of resonance when you're far from the central archetype, because you're in a state which has many other states. Entropically.
Was I muted? I was muted.
You were muted. Yeah, you were muted because you're the one making the fucking noise, dude. As soon as you unmute, it's like
I'm not
clicking.
Dude.
It is you, man.
While I was muted.
Well, then it's that doesn't mean it's not coming from your system, because we couldn't hear you when you were muted.
Look. I'll jump out and then throw the link in, and I'll jump back in. I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's cool, man. It's actually pinned, you drunk bastard.
What?
So,
It's fine. It's fine.
So, Jed, are you saying the further you get away, the more possibilities you
the more
could come across for interference from other sources?
Not interference, just the more micro states there are.
Okay.
Like, there's not a lot of variability for how many types of cells there can be, because it's a simple system.
Okay, I was just talking about interference, and as far as you were talking about, like, synchronicity or harmonizing, right? If there's another microstate interfering with the resonance, I guess,
It's
based on
not,
distance.
yeah, the microstates experience resonance
Okay, I
with
got it.
fundamental archetypes, but they can also resonate with each other. So it's a bit complicated. It's a question of where, like, origin, mediator, and then like a bunch of different steps in the middle. So there's multi-way causal graph, as Wolfram would put it.
All right.
Yeah, the link's in the chat if anyone wants to join who hasn't joined yet, and you want to come in and say
Hey, look,
hi.
I joined and I closed all my other apps. Is that? Fuck, I hate that sound might be me. I don't know what
It's not
to do.
about might. It's 100% definitely.
But what am I
totally sure
doing?
that it's you. It sounds like somebody tapping on a computer, doesn't it?
But it just sounds like static to me.
Yeah, so maybe it's an unbalanced audio cable.
I don't
Could it
have
be a
any
shitty
audio
quality?
cables.
Do you have earphones on?
No, this is speakerphone. Like, it's just my phone. Like, there's nothing connected to anything. There's no external anything. It's just the internet and my voice talking to you. Like, there's nothing in between.
I think I've heard of people having problems with StreamYard on a phone. So whatever. If you just mute when you're not talking, I'm sure it'll be fine.
All right.
We can handle we can take the clicks we can handle a few clicks if it means getting a lot of masturbator. Great name, by the way. Not.
Hey,
okay,
you know what? You know what's fucking awesome? Saying not.
Oh, thanks for filling me in on your opinion.
Tell me your age without telling me your age.
On my last debate on T-Jump, someone said I was 3. I was like, you're saying that like it's a bad thing. It's like,
how old is everybody? Let's do a roll call. I don't know how old you guys are.
I just turned 37.
You're 37? And homie, how old are you?
The same age.
37 too? Shit. Well, I'm the odd one out. I'm 41. God damn it.
Well, you better just leave, man.
You're 41? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a bummer, dude. I know. Fuck.
No, you sound like you're in your 20s.
Do I sound like I'm in my 20s?
So not only are you old, man, you're fucking immature. That's what he's saying, basically.
yeah. That's what I'm trying to get to here. Shit.
40's tough because 40 when we were young is what we thought of as old. So we know we're at the age where people who are young are gonna think of us as old. It's like for actually being at that age, you're like, fuck. I'm still 20 with just more experience. Like every year is just gonna be 20.
It's like I'm 20, except my knees are more fucked. It's just like I feel just like I'm 20, except my knees are a bit fucked.
Somebody else just joined. It says Waholic and it says device not connected. So I actually can't add you. So I don't know what that means. You might have to rejoin from a different device. I know some people have issues with StreamYards. You might need a certain level of computing power. I'm honestly not sure, but I do see somebody who is trying to join, but it says device is not connected, so I don't have any option to add them. It says they will need to connect microphone and camera before you can add them. So there you go. And now they're gone. So I just want to say that.
Hey.
Have you thought about using Telegram, Jen?
A lot of people are like telling me to use it or whatever, but just kind of feel like it's a honeypot.
I don't think it's a honeypot. You know what? I'll tell you one thing.
I'm just ultra cynical. Like I'm fucking it took me fucking 3 years to get on Discord.
I have Telegram, but I don't really use it just because I'm more of an Instagram user. But I know for a fact, because I'm in contact with a bunch of dissidents in Hong Kong, and they've been using Telegram to sort of organize everything. So if it's a honeypot,
yeah, that doesn't sound like a honeypot at all.
You know what I mean? Like if they're able to use Telegram in Hong Kong, then I don't think it's a honeypot. You know what I mean?
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
It's just got some advantages. It's got a very easy interface. connections are usually pretty solid. They've got voice and video chatting now.
I just don't want to do more social media. I mean, I'm already doing so much.
Yeah,
I have
that's
to
the thing.
focus on
I don't do. I
traditional
only.
stuff.
That's the thing. I only do Instagram, not because I like Instagram particularly, just because I only want to have one thing. I don't want to check multiple things. I'm already too much on my phone and too much on social media. So
Oh my
like, if I had
God.
another social media portal, it would just be a fucking disaster. Like, I don't want to
I
check.
don't mind having a bunch of portals. It's just like, what are the chances I can use this thing to get my message out there? Well, no, I'm just like, I feel like that one is honestly like a boys, like, I feel like I'm ruining the whole boys club thing by going on that thing.
By going on what thing? Telegram?
Or maybe I just don't want to be on a fucking honeypot. Terror
Well, I
grams.
mean, if
Fucking
anything's
shit.
if
There.
anything's a
I'm
honeypot,
sorry, but
everything's a honeypot.
I have dealt with those types of people before, and it's
Yo,
like,
if you
do
have
I
your
need to go
phone in
through
your
the
hand, the phone in your hand is the honeypot. Like, you know, it's collecting your data and da 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 da. Everything is doing.
And it allows a bunch of other stuff too. I mean, people can post links while you're when you're having a chat and have conference. They can chat with each other just like they do
Yeah,
here.
so what am I gonna go have conference with a bunch of people who hate every fucking thing I say and insult me endlessly whenever I talk? It's like, no, I'm gonna go on T-Jumps because T-Jumps gonna let me talk, and it's gonna be hard to outdo what T-Jumps, the platform T-Jumps offering me, because he gets tons of views,
That's true.
and the people who go there are, at least in theory, sympathetic to logic. In theory. But I mean, he's running at least, a debate server in if in name only, but I do think it's actually pretty legit for what the alternatives are. I mean, come on. How high can one's standards be to say that that's not decent?
Can I ask you a question? How did you meet Duvid?
Luke Ford live streams. Basically, honestly, Luke Ford was hosting debates, and then there were after shows with a guy called Babylonian Hebrew who was just like super chill. So he had this way of setting up a vibe that was honestly like a hash house on his streams. So it's like, yeah, I'm obviously gonna be all over that heavy, because it's just like you never know what you're gonna get, And there's these huge characters that
Yeah, because
are.
I gotta say, like, I mean, I haven't been on and talked to you in a while, but like I've still listened to your guys' stuff, and it's like, it's funny because half the time I'm like fucking this fucking guy, and then half the time I'm like fucking fuck Jen, like, you know what I mean? Like I'll be like fucking like on your side, on his side.
That's epic, man.
And I love that. I love that. It just proves that like nothing is really defined. I love that. Anyway, just I had to say that.
There was a couple things that sort of drew me to him, but I think we were drawn to each other ultimately, like in friendship, just because from Luke Ford, which like Luke Ford's thing evolved. Like, I don't know, do you know anything about Luke Ford and how he hosted a debate? I don't even remember when, but I know it was on a Christmas, and it was just an insane shit show debate that became impossible. Like, that model was just impossible with all the censorship and the controversy and everything, but that was sort of the height of it. And then I met him on this after show where we just chatted basically about, we had all the stuff in common. And his way of summarizing it is that we agree on the things most people don't understand and disagree on the things most people agree on, or something like that. So it's sort of an interesting.
No, because that's what I like.
Pairing.
I really like about, like, even when I don't engage with you guys, like, I love that, like, sometimes I'll be like, fucking he's so stupid, and then fucking she's so stupid. Like I love that I can, like, it's like a weird wave to surf, you know what I mean? Like, it's it's like,
that is an extremely beautiful way of describing it. But I remember just having this impression at one point of, like, I didn't like that he wasn't getting enough respect based, like, the amount of respect he was getting relative to his ideas was not commensurate with his ideas. Because, like, other people were coming in there and saying, like, absolute, like, steaming horseshit, and everyone was like, oh, cool, yeah, and people would come in with, like, what seemed like a more reasonable opinion. Everybody like, what the fuck? So I was like, I'm gonna back this guy because he's way more reasonable than any of these other clowns. I'm gonna show just how clownrific certain clowns are clowning.
But I love, like, like how like the thing that I love about the dynamic is that I love that I can really, like, change loyalties. Like in the moment, I'm like, fucking, this dude's a carny. And then I'm like, fucking, this chick's a fucking carny. These are all, you know, it's great. It's great. I can jump back and forth between
Carney musical chairs, basically.
Yes, it's Carney musical chairs, but it's like that proves to me that like what is anything? Like you know, I can fucking agree fully, and then I can fucking just disdain fully as well. You know, like I don't know. I love it. I just as a listener, let me say that. If that means anything.
I'm so glad to hear that, because sometimes I worry that it gets a bit stale because we do end up sort of circling the same topics for a while, but then other times, like, no, this is actually evolving and kind of a special relationship, because I think what you're saying is completely plausible, and I would be surprised if you're the only one to feel that way. And it is kind of interesting to see the evolution. But I think the main reason we you know, other than the whole me wanting to back him for basically trying to like savagely BTFO people who disagree with me, was also we had a lot of interests in common. And his approach is completely different from mine. Like he'll circle forever, basically. He's a circler. Whereas I'm not a circler at all. Because I spend all my time circling, studying alone.
Dweller, and you're a sort of an impatient student, you know, kind of vibe.
I'm a student
shut up, man.
You think I have a student vibe? Wow.
No. But like he's the type that will like lay into a thing, and then you're the type who will get impatient and go, okay, nothing anyway.
Well, it's two different approaches to learning, because there's learning, there's teaching, there's imagining, there's discerning, there's all sorts of different like approaches. And his approach is always circling, and my approach is almost never circling, because circling involves you don't already have the answer. And I do have the answer. Speaking publicly without the answer is like, why would I do that? It'd just be like a chilling out thing. It's like, I already have friends, you know, and just chill with them, right?
Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is it's that there's no. Sorry, I'm getting another beer. God damn it! It's like fucking, what is it? Fucking 6 a.m. Jesus Christ. Oh. But
wake and shake.
What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. But anyway,
all right.
You get what I'm saying.
You know, I thought the best type of learning is teaching yourself, like being able to do that. You know, it's truly like the best teacher is the one who's able to do that for a student, right? To help them.
You mean being curious?
No, like teaching yourself. You think about like any task you've ever taught. Yourself?
What's teaching yourself?
Well, teach yourself. Well, I'm going to give you an example. The example is like when you observe, like let's say your parents like perform a task, you know, whatever it might be, cooking dinner, and you watch it. But really, after that point, you have to teach yourself how to do it, right? How to manipulate the instruments, navigate the three-dimensional space, right? You know, the chemistry and everything. And it's kind of coming to that realization that, you know, no one really teaches you anything, right? Or you're really teaching yourself how to do it, right?
Yeah.
So
others can lead you on a path of discovery, and there are huge limits to what you can initiate yourself into. So this process of self-teaching is necessary but not sufficient for transcendental knowledge.
I guess it's all self-teaching. Like if we're going to talk,
you have to be initiated by a master to get transcendental knowledge, I'm afraid. Your ability to access transcendental knowledge is completely bottlenecking at the master that initiates you, and the self-teaching bit is indispensable. So it's a difference between a necessary and a sufficient condition.
Here you go with Socrates again.
What about Socrates?
Well, you said
I didn't say anything Socratic.
Yes, you did. You said master.
What the heck does master? I'm sorry, but that concept's way older than Socrates.
I know. I'm just bugging you.
Whoa.
I'm just bugging you.
I mean, is there any older concept than that?
Montreal, and it's 6 a.m. and I'm on my umpteenth beer.
Let's try to find the oldest human archetype. Who's got any contenders in the running?
Oldest human archetype?
Yeah.
What exactly do you mean, though?
A primordial archetype.
Archetype
Obviously,
of what
the
though?
monadic pure form that
Archetype of
causes
what
all the
though?
subsequent
Of like a good
human.
man?
Human.
Archetype of what?
No, the primordial human archetype. What it
Primordial
contains.
him?
I don't know if I said him. I said human.
Oh, human.
You're talking about historical reference?
Yeah, I'm just trying to hear you.
No, I'm just saying, like, fuck everything that's ever been said in the history of humankind. Let's just deduce it right now on the show.
I don't know.
Based on
Mother.
axioms. That's a good start.
Hmm.
I was going to say
Jesus?
fuck
Jesus?
axioms.
The boy who
Well,
cried wolf.
yeah.
We know mother before we know the self.
I think it might be Skull Crusher, though. So
What?
I don't know where
Skullcrusher?
my diagram is for that. But yeah, well, it's a question of where does barbarism become civilization, right? Like, where does jungle law transition to, pseudo-natural law, aka civilization?
Oh, that's a
Just
whole
don't have,
other
I don't
fucking
remember what I
thing.
called
You
that
wanna open
diagram.
that can of worms? Jesus.
Yes, every second of my life. I want to open every
That's a
can
good
of
can
worms
of
that's
worms.
ever
No, it
existed.
is. That's a good. You know what? That's the similar kind of worms to where do what I eat and what I shit in between. Where exactly in between does that become me? It's the same kind of thing.
No, that's the whole thing, is that what you think is you can't be you, because what you experience as you is an harmonic of the light body,
Yeah,
when what is
exactly.
you is
So,
the light body.
am I tuning into what I am? Is it like a radio station that my
What you are is this. Okay, listen. What you
No,
are.
you're
God
the
damn it.
broadcast.
What you are is what you
Yes,
are is
simulation.
an archetype, which is animating a simulator, which is generating a simulation of what you think you are. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, yeah, we're saying the same thing. You just.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm so sure we're saying the exact same thing. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad we
are
agree on
saying the
that.
same thing. You know that, right?
I'm
just
not
drunk
gonna
in
take.
Montreal.
I'm not
and
gonna
you're
miss
in-
the
Where are
opportunity
you?
to
You're in
agree with
Ottawa
someone.
or
It
something?
happens so
Jen, where are
infrequently.
you? You're in
You think
Ottawa or something?
you really think I'm gonna miss the opportunity to agree with someone? I'm sorry, but
Of course not.
with the amount of disagreements I have, I'll take any opportunity I can get to agree with someone. So absolutely, I'll take your agreement and all. Oh, it's great.
Fucking
Oh my
A.
God.
It's 6 a.m.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. It's been 6 hours and 10 minutes. I'm getting a little tired. I need to go have a soak.
All right.
Thanks for everyone for tuning in, though. And wow, what a power stream! And yeah, are we living in a Sims game? Well, that depends on the axioms. But we could definitely prove that what we are in a material sense and what we think we are, i.e., the cogito, that what we think we are is a simulation rendered by, or hologram,
I think
or
the
whatever,
only thing we
by
can't
what we
prove-
actually are.
the
But
only
even
thing
that, we aren't actually that, because you can say we're actually the monadic pure form that animates that.
No, but
So it's like,
this is where
that's where the soul question is to me, is that between the pure form.
religious language becomes relevant here, because the only thing we can prove is that we are a soul, and we can't define the soul, but we know that the soul is just somehow tuned into this weird monkey body of ours.
You could try to define a soul.
No, you can. Exactly, you could try, but
if you want to be infallible,
you
here's
can
the thing. I
approximate.
speak to be
How
infallible.
about not trying to define the soul, but how about just the self?
Well, that's the
more
same thing.
Pragmatic. No, it's not.
Immaterial
Kinda.
thing.
No, I said self could be defined. Self is tricky. I said self could be defined as ordering principle from the center.
Yeah.
Because it's that which causes the sphere form to become sphere, right? So think about it starting as a line, and then a dot appears and creates a sphere by twirling up the line. You could call that self.
Do you like the band's?
But that is not going to line up with your
Spheres for
traditional
Fears?
interpretation of self, which is coming from the Hindu tradition, right? Because that is subjective, derived from Veda. This is objective derived. Also, obviously, couldn't have done it without Veda, but
exactly. But now you're saying objective again.
It's objective
What's
derived
objective?
because fucking.
We already
What's an
established-
object, man?
We
What's
already
a
established that objective isn't objective.
What is an object, man?
Exactly. No, we already
What's a fucking
established that. It's not
Well,
definable.
that's what I'm saying, dude. My quantum periodic table is literally an object, man.
I
So you're
know.
saying,
Well,
like,
hey,
it's not an
when are you gonna get your 3D app
Don't
going?
say fucking published. Don't say that, please. What?
When are you gonna get your 3D app of the quantum periodic table going? Remember I told you about that? Like why don't you do that?
Yeah, can we get a poster?
Get like a 3D, like
You know?
make an app. Get some 3D artists to do a thing where you can
How about
view
you
it.
do that
And...
for me, and then you can take some of the cash?
Well, I'm not a app
How about
designer.
find me someone who can, and then get a finder's fee, because I just can't be bothered. I have to spend my time on logic. I don't think you understand how hard these logical things are to
No,
do.
but like,
I
look, the
literally
little
have no time for this
the
stuff.
little picture you have of your thing that you
Ugh.
always have on your thing. Why don't you just have an animated version of that where you can click on stuff? I mean, like, why not?
Well, I'm totally pro this idea. I just have no idea where to find someone competent to do that. / don't have a secretary, ahem, and therefore I can only spend my time. Honestly, to me, it's just like budgeting time. It's like, what's going to be the ahimsa principle, and it's doing the thing
No,
that
but I
nobody
mean, it's
else
the
can
thing
do,
you
which is
care
solving
about.
the logical
Jen.
problems
It's the
that
thing
nobody
you
else
care
can
about
solve.
Jen,
mostly.
I was going to
Why
ask,
don't you do it?
is it possible to make a diagram that has the elements labeled?
That's what I'm saying.
I
Exactly.
just
Like make a 3D, like an
Well,
app.
not
That
just
sounds like
3D,
a
but
somebody else
you can
job.
pinch,
That
zoom
doesn't
out.
sound like a me job. That sounds like a somebody else job. That sounds like
Well, it sounds
a
like
job
a you
somebody else
job.
could easily do.
It's your whole thing. It's your bread. It's your thing. Why don't you fucking
If nobody
work on
can
it?
fucking figure out what elements those correspond to, I'm fucked. Do you agree?
What do you mean?
that's true. That's a good argument.
Thank
Well
you.
said. I just wasn't.
I appreciate
there's
that you
that.
understand that argument.
I've got
so
no
much.
You think
excuse.
a
No idea.
3D rendering of your thing would make you fucked? What do you mean?
No, she's saying that if she has to do it, no one else can. Then what the fuck's the point?
Like, I already know this knowledge. You do realize that I'm not like sitting here getting an egotistical thrill out of feeling smart. That's just not on my radar. I'm doing this because there's a chance other people will have improvement to their lives as a result of knowledge.
Yes, but I mean, this would be a further tool for you to bolster your argument. And why wouldn't
And
you
then I can
want
get
that?
on Instagram and be like, oh my God, I have an app. So you think if I show my abs on Instagram,
No,
I'll
it wouldn't be.
get a
It
follower
wouldn't
or
be
some
for
shit?
that. No,
just for reference.
Like actually, like so that when you engage in conversation about this with people, they would have a more sort of hands-on understanding of it. You know, help people understand.
Remember, there's
model.
a concern with esoteric teachings.
Why don't you want to help people
causing
understand?
Insanity, because esoteric teachings have a risk of causing people insanity. That's why they're esoteric. So if I
just want to make sure
you could help people
on your model, the center sphere, that's hydrogen, right?
And helium. Every sphere is
Okay,
two
good.
elements.
Okay, good.
And then every green one is S, yellow is P, blue is D, purple is F in this particular diagram. Not difficult, but you have to visualize it for it to make sense. And
exactly, but maybe if you had,
I'm jerking myself off to do that type of work.
Navigable app, people wouldn't have to visualize it; they could actually look at it.
It's not a bad idea, but I have to spend my time doing stuff like proving why the Big Bang violates the laws of entropy.
But with this, if you had that, then that could be page 1 is, and then every time you talk to anyone else after, then they've already seen and have pinched and squeezed and navigated through the app and understood your idea, and then then the start point wouldn't be you have to explain it every fucking time, you know.
Well, we're talking about explaining 3 + 1. I mean,
well,
it's not.
Fine.
Well, it's not the worst thing to have to repeat a bunch of times. It's pretty dang simple. And if you lose the train of it, you can just remind yourself, "Oh, I'm in space temporality."
You wouldn't have to. You'd have to, like, you could just.
Do you really think that the plebs are going to assimilate the measurement limit? Because that's laughable and illogical. That would imply that there was an ex nihilo reason why the plebs were suddenly geniuses now.
Listen, who's the plebs?
Humans don't change that much.
Who are the plebs?
The non-thinkers, those who delegate their choices to others, who defer authority to a master with zero consideration for what that means.
The stupid people will remain stupid. You know that,
That's
right?
what I'm saying, is that statistically speaking, most are going to be in the minimum energy state, which is the hey. zoned out, non-thinking, NPC, whatever
Yes.
archetype, insert your archetype here. That's an energetic necessity of this universe.
But those curious people, wouldn't you
Yes.
rather have to not?
I have
do
to
a
balance
preface every time.
I have to balance the risk.
You have to preface.
I have to
it
balance
every
the
time?
risk if the wrong person gets a hold of the teachings to try to turn it into some sort of Ravana
Fuck,
tier
are you gonna
personality cult.
you're gonna make me learn how to fucking do digital stuff? You're gonna make me learn how to make you an app? Is that what you're trying to do?
Actually, no, you don't have to. But just by
But
putting
you're
the
making
idea
me
out
want
there.
to. You're making
Oh
me
well,
want to.
if you want to, I'm not going to say no. I'm just putting the idea out there. I'm totally down. But actually, I had this other plan for an app. So like before I even do that, I had this like card game app I wanted to do, plus the social media thing. So if I'm ever going to do an app, it's going to be that, not some, dumbass thing about rendering my thing that anybody who had any type of knowledge of simple, like I made that in, I don't even remember what it's called now. But anyway, I made Blender. There you go.
There you go. In Blender. Why would that's a 3D rendering app, right?
In theory, but I can't quite figure out how to use it.
Why can't you make a more interactive educational version of
because there's a risk
design you
that it
made?
will drive egomaniacs insane. And even though I'm not a big fan of these quote unquote alpha males, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't want them
No.
to go nuts. You ever met a fucking archetypal asshole prick jock who hates my fucking guts, bud?
No,
Not to
I've
be a
never
bitch
met
about
anyone
it, but
who hates your guts. Because
are you
I
telling a
don't think-
Fibberino? Or is it just that Instagram is
It's
a
just that I've
special
never met
magical
anyone who
place
knows
where
you.
nobody hates Jen Sharf?
Pardon me?
I just said as if Instagram was a special magical place where nobody hates Jen Sharf.
Are you on Instagram?
Not yet. I could be, theoretically, if it's a mystical magical place where nobody hates my guts, though. And I think if I have a thing that is entirely based on my abs, I could probably get away with it.
On your
just
abs?
Well, that's uncontroversial, isn't it?
Sorry. Oh, fuck.
Have you ever met these dickhead jocks suffering from Dunning-Kruger?
What do you mean?
You know the type. I was going to say the types that hate my guts, but you apparently are in denial that these people
Who hates
exist.
you? No, but that's the thing.
Really glad you haven't been exposed to these people. I'm glad.
I'm not as tuned into your lore as you might think
God.
I am. I am not. I know that you
No, it's
often
fine.
talk about trolls and stuff, but I don't know who hates you. I don't know why they hate you, and I don't. I like you, so I don't think about that. Right?
Oh, you're so Catholic. I love that.
I'm so what?
Catholic. One of the primordial humor archetypes.
But you know what I mean? Like that's the thing. Like,
yeah.
I hear you talk about that, but like I mean,
it's just not on your radar. Oh my gosh.
No,
yeah,
but
that's the thing about being Kiddick is that
it's
a lot of
Jen.
conflict.
It's not on my radar because every time I tune into your show, there's like 15 people watching, and who the fuck are you worrying about? The 1 out of 15, or
wow,
what is it? Who's the enemy? What are you talking about? What's the problem?
Okay. I'm just over exaggerating. It's nothing, right?
I think it's nothing.
I'm just being a diva. You're right.
I think
Where
you
were
are
we in the combo?
a bit.
Yeah, probably right.
I don't think that there's any real hate out there for you. You know, if you're letting the one or two guys get to you,
I think contempt would be a better word.
There's a certain archetype of man that finds me intimidating. Are we going to deny that?
Well, who are they?
The dumbass.
There's a certain archetype
from high school.
But you don't have to fucking get all detailed. There's just
the fucking guys who were cool in high school because they were a jock.
There's people who don't like me also, and I don't think like, oh fuck.
Have you ever had somebody that you just had a completely normal convo with leave a house, walk down to the first floor because you're on the second floor, be so infuriated with your existence that he just couldn't stop himself from saying "fuck you, Jen" at the top of his lungs?
Yes, and how many of those people are out there?
Well, they didn't call me Jen, but you know.
So yes, you have aroused this much ire, and I'm just being a girl in the sense that I'm like over exaggerating the personal
I think you're a little bit just being
impact.
A girl. I think you are just a little bit being a girl.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that.
Okay.
And you know,
All right,
I'm not a
fine.
troll. I'm not a troll.
No, it's all good if you need me
But
to be
there's I
strong
don't
and
think there's
pretend like this isn't
trolls.
a thing,
I don't think
and that
there's
these men aren't
trolls.
having a complete
Do you
fucking
think
cataclysmic
there's
meltdown.
trolls swarming you? I don't think there's trolls
No.
swarming you.
No, I don't think there's
Okay,
trolls
good.
swarming me, but there are people who are pretentious, Dunning-Kruger suffering dipshits who get uber
Of
triggered
course.
in a way that if I were them, I'd be like, I'm embarrassed to be
And you know
showing
what?
this
You
much
know what
emotion
Jesus said
publicly.
about those people? Lord, forgive them. They know not what they're doing.
Okay, at least it's not another BDSM scene. That's a relief. Thank God.
That's it. Like oh God, there's stupid people. Oh man, what should I do about it? Nothing. There's nothing to do about stupid people. You have to let them be stupid. There's nothing else you can do.
I can't create a culture of intimidation around things
I
I'm
mean,
not
fuck,
crazy about.
fuck, man. Like, oh my God. Someone doesn't understand me, the queen. Come on now.
I've got actually literally nothing against jocks. Like, I do have
No, but you understand what I'm saying,
jock
right?
friends. It's just that there's a
Oh,
certain
how
insecure
dare
type
someone
jock.
not understand me?
As if that's what's happening. It's more like they're like, I'm used to being the final authority, and now this what bitch gonna come in and say what's real? And
What
then it's
jock
like,
is used to being the final authority? What jock thinks that deeply? See, you're attaching to this mythical jock your understanding of the world. I think maybe they
it's
don't
not
exist.
just one fucking guy, dude. I
They
can
don't
think of three
exist.
that okay.
They are stupid people. Yes, I agree. Stupid people exist, but they aren't threatening your existence. You know what I mean? Like they are stupid. It's not. It sucks for them. It's not their fault. Poor guy. Oops. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why it's not a big deal, because it's hard to feel anything other than pity for someone that clueless.
Yeah.
But that's how I characterize it. That's how I characterize their behavior, because I don't bow to their authority, and they're habituated to, I guess, women being like, "Oh my God, Chad." Basically, the more there's the cackle again.
There you go.
The more habituated these douchebags are to the whole, the more they're gonna be like, and I'm just gonna be like, hi. And it's just like, it happened with literally my second cousin. And this guy was like the golden boy of the family or whatever. But it never actually came to blows, right? Because it's like, I'm not a dude. You can't like do the whole thing. Like, what that has happened, you know, the like pre-fighting thing where you're just like up in each other's faces type thing.
Yep.
That literally happens to me. I get called Sir IRL, right? So it's like, you know, it's a thing. It's great.
Yeah, you get called sir?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
You didn't have to ask the people that are calling me it. I don't take it bad.
I don't know
I'm
any
cool
of
with
those
the whole
people,
thing,
so
and whatever.
That's not going to
I'm
happen.
just telling you what's going on. I don't know what exactly, but perhaps I cannot quite relate to.
People call you sir?
Huh?
People who know you.
She's a man, baby.
Call you sir?
No, not people who know me. No, randoms.
Oh, okay.
The people who know me, no. They call me Jen, usually.
You know what? Like, I think we should all be grateful that I have, like, it's, you know.
I just don't think there's a whole lot of girls getting called sir. That's all I'm saying.
Comment and you're like, what the fuck is this fucking person thinking? Like, just to have a window on some person who is like a what the fuck. That's kind of beautiful, you know? Like, you can sort of like, oh my God, this person thinks in this way. That's so fucked up. Like, you gotta understand the beauty of that. You are able to perceive that, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, it is really beautiful when people let you perceive them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the like, jocker. I don't know about that name, but that is rather funny. Tinkle tink.
You know, you're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
It's a real, like, it's a threat in my life. It's like, I'm just really lucky I never got punched in the face by one of these guys, because it came real close. The closest it came was like deploying this scary bulldog looking girl on me, which ended to be a black eye.
Fuck, I hate bulldog looking girls, man.
You got it
What
easy.
I was trying to avoid conflict, like at all costs, basically. Go ahead, Sigma.
Oh, I just said you got it easy. You know,
That's true
just
as a woman.
yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine being a man, to be honest. I've got it on easy mode.
Yeah, you're a
It's
chick.
so
You got it
painful.
on easy mode for sure. Chicks got it easy, man. I gotta say, that's the funny thing about everything going on in the quote unquote like political landscape of our very bizarre times, is that chicks seem to are loudly advocating for, I want to have my cake and I want to eat it too, very loudly, and that's the thing that we should all just bow down to. It's like,
Yeah.
yo,
It's like,
dude,
all
no,
right, but you're gonna
no,
get
yes,
fat.
you have your cake. Okay, you can eat it. Oh my God, leave me alone. Please don't touch me. Sorry.
Oh, isn't that just so sad?
It's
It's
just
just not it's
bizarre.
not
It's not
adaptive at
sad.
all.
It's not sad. It's
Yeah, it is
bizarre.
sad because it makes people filled with so much self-loathing they don't want to go on living, so they don't maintain any of the
Exactly.
viable
That's the thing.
attributes of
Like,
their
you know,
lifestyle, and that's a
like
terrible
for
thing.
example, I like in this landscape, I would, to be honest with you, people here, everyone who's here still, is that like, yes, I've kind of lost all will to live, but I'm just too curious to be suicidal.
Have you
know what I
lost
mean?
all
Like,
will to die, though?
I have no will to die. No, exactly. Like
Well,
I
if
mean,
you've
I know
lost
I
all
will
will
die.
to live
I
and
will
all
die
will to
anyway.
die,
I will die
what's
without.
left over?
Exactly. I don't need to kill myself. Like, I want to know what happens. You know what I mean? I'm too curious. You know, it's just so sick and stupid, everything that's happening. It's just so hypocritical and retarded. Everything going on is very hypocritical and retarded. And
The way I look at it is like this way to do something that has never been done before that is so amazing because it's never been done before. Like, if something's been done before, then you can just bounce it off all the other times it's been done, but it's never been done, then it's like, wow, it's really a pioneer thing. And how often do you get to be a pioneer?
yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's we are in that's the thing, like, I don't know how you guys think about stuff and how you guys grew up, but like, you know, I always thought like there was a point in my, like, you know, early growing upness where I was like, oh fuck, everything's good now, we live in a good time in history, blah blah blah, and like we're post conflict and
Like
blah blah blah.
around the end of the 90s?
End of the 90s, exactly.
It's not just that, there was a real crescendo where,
Yeah,
like,
no,
right
and we
before it
really are
became,
going
remember when
down
it was
now.
puppets in movies? Puppets in
It's
movies like Alien and stuff, like, they really
Yep.
tried hard with the puppets, but they were still also trying hard in the plots, and then it
Yeah.
just basically became put the gas on the special effects.
It just
Around
devolved into
the turn of the millennium, right?
Yeah.
There
yeah.
was a real feeling of, you know, the description of Hunter S. Thompson in the
I've
movie.
lost the hope that I once had for. I did believe, and I still do believe, kind of in humanity and in goodness and in reality and souls goodness. I believe it can exist, but I believe that
Well,
the
it's a
path we're
platonic
on,
form, it's eternal.
the path
We are
we're
the ones
on
who
is
fall away from the eternal
we've
pure
lost
forms.
we've lost the plot, though. We did, like,
Right.
as a body politic, as a mass of people, we have lost it. Like
We have to realize that we've lost something before we can gain it back. So it was way more depressing before and hard on me because people didn't realize there was something missing.
I think that's what's so depressing now, is that, like,
No, this is good now. You should be happy now.
We don't appreciate.
You have a hope now to actually get better.
No, yes, I agree. But the sad thing is that people, we don't really understand what we've lost, and we're letting it go. That's what's so sad about it. Is
You'll get it back when you rediscover what it means and what it is and how it's central to who you are.
Yeah, me and you, we understand that, sure, but I'm talking about the
never,
masses of
ever,
people don't
ever
understand
something
that.
the masses
They don't
ever
even
cared
understand what
about.
we
Get it
lost.
through your
They don't-
fucking
they
head
don't
that the masses
understand.
never gave a fuck about this shit. They only ever gave a fuck about personality cults centered around people who did know about this shit. The masses at no fucking point in history have ever known fuck all about this shit. and that will never change. To think it would change would imply a fucking ex nihilo creation event, dude.
I don't know, dude.
That makes no sense.
No, I think that what we're losing.
Why would it be any different now than the entirety of human history? Tell me that.
It's not different now. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. It's not different.
It's not a problem. It's just how it is. It's only a problem if you say it has to be different. It's like, oh, the plebs have to start being rational. It's like, why?
It's not.
They're supposed to be digging ditches. Why do they have to start thinking about Platonism?
Listen, I agree with you. It's not different. It's not different at all. We just don't know. Generally, when I say we, I mean like the body politic of the masses. We don't realize what we were losing. We don't know. We don't understand it. Me and you do. Other people do, sure, but it's a minority.
Wait. Why do you understand what you've lost? Because you found what you actually lost through my teachings?
No, I'm a student of history. Like, I read history. I know history. I know what where this stuff leads to. And I'm just saying that, like,
how can you know what it leads to if I don't even know what it leads to? How the fuck do you know what it leads to?
Historically, every time this happens, it happens unnoticed. That's the problem with history. Every time history gets deleted and erased and changed, it's always the people instrumental in making those changes don't realize what they're doing. They think they're doing it. They think they're making everything better. They think they're saving the world, or they think they're doing this or doing that, but they're not. All they're doing is a little piecemeal fucking chipping away at history and deleting it and erasing it. So the people who erase history don't realize they're erasing history. That's all I'm saying. You know. And you have to try to
realize what's motivating them to do it, right? So
you're
expecting them to become rational like you. You are the bottleneck here. You're saying you're projecting on them. You're saying they should be like me. I don't want to dom them because I feel bad about doming plebs. And it's like, well, make your fucking choice. Dom plebs or suffer the consequences of being delusional and thinking the plebs could control their own shit.
No, you can't dom. You can't dom anybody. The doming is what makes it delete. That's what deleting. That's where it comes from. Anyone dominating anyone. There's no dominating. You can't dominate. You can't do it.
Okay, yeah. How many times do you have to say that before it's true, you think?
Dude, I'm drunk and I'm in Montreal. What do you expect?
Well, there's no pleb doming in Montreal.
No, but there's no.
Things have changed since I left then. Because I seem to remember them being pretty amenable to my tactics.
Everyone has to understand, but no one will understand that you cannot dominate. Dominating is in itself inhumane and illegitimate.
Because inhumane things never happen, right?
No, they do. They constantly do. It's a cycle where they always do. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly.
So do you ever think that the belief that domination is a bad thing is itself the bad belief?
What's a bad thing? What are you talking about?
You're saying domination's a bad thing. It's like, no, it's not. It's natural.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying it's illegitimate.
Neutral. It's neutral.
It's illegitimate.
It's neutral.
It's illegitimate.
Whether it's legitimate depends on how it's implemented.
Well, whether it's good or bad depends on
it's like
whether
saying,
it's
like,
legitimate.
well, I don't need to change my kid's diaper because, like, it's their choice, and they never said that I should change their diaper. So,
no,
like, I'm not.
Well, is submission legitimate?
To say.
Yeah.
Is submission legitimate?
Yes,
that doesn't make any sense.
Operating
dude.
Principle of the guru.
There are no gurus, by the way.
Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead and assert another negative. Why don't you just catapult this combo?
Is that what I'm doing? You think I'm asserting negatives?
Did you or did you not just say that? You just asserted a negative. I'm pretty sure I already forgot what it was.
I said there are no gurus.
Ah, there you go. Yeah. So notice how there's.
Is that a negative?
Well, there's a yes. Notice how the word "no" in it, without the presence of another negation, equals.
There are no gurus.
Yeah.
What's a guru?
See? Yeah, exactly. So you're saying there's none.
What's a guru?
Don't know what it
is. No. You're right, Jen. Tell me what a guru is.
I know.
Tell me what a guru is.
Well, the word is Sanskrit, means from dark into light. So teacher.
So tell me how that exists. And where do they know? Why do they know stuff?
Well, it's like the root of knowing stuff, man. You know,
Yeah.
like
And
when you
what's
know
that?
shit, reality, man.
I love when
It's
you
like
switch to. I love when you
reality
switch to the
shit.
stoner voice.
You know what I mean? Like, well, I figure it'd be like you're just like giving me a vibe of being at a party, and like since you got on the stream, I had a glass of wine, so I don't really drink
Nice.
much, but I just figured I'd just join in the party and
You're like,
a
yo, dude,
little
this
bit.
guy's drunk in Montreal. I'm gonna have a glass of wine.
Nostalgia is one of my favorite feelings.
Me too. Me too. What's this? Let's go into there. What's nostalgia all
Fond
about?
remembrance. Okay, so the two
No, but
like
why? Where does that comfort come from?
because the primordial most fundamental transmission means is revelation, but the next most fundamental is remembrance.
Yep.
So it's close. It's like the next adjacent to the best one. So it gives you
No,
the
but my
warm
question is
fuzzies.
why is it comfortable? Why is
Because
it?
it gives you the warm fuzzies because it's sitting right up next
What's
to the
the
God
warm?
one.
What are warm fuzzies though? What are those? What is that?
Resonance with the primal adjacent states of the most appropriate phase specific states. Like we can know the divine relative only to our current understanding of all things, right? Like what is the size of every thought we've ever thought in the West?
I don't know. What do you
It's
mean
actually
by
not
size?
that big
See, I love when you
compared
do that.
to
There you go. Size.
what?
What is the size of your thoughts? What
Corpus of
size?
ideas. It's about a corpus of ideas and then
Yeah.
independent ideas. And there's a lot of redundancy, right? Like, and informationally, obviously, we have to construct information systems more complex than just 3 plus 1. Like,
Are we
could
gonna
you
get back to
imagine
it?
3
Exactly?
plus
Are we gonna
3
get back
plus
to that?
1?
Like, what is information? You can't prove that.
Well, that's what I'm
information
saying is like
exists.
information is
doesn't exist. It's the same
yeah,
as
3
matter.
plus 1. 3 plus
Yeah,
1 is
3 plus
information.
1.
It's
Yeah,
it's
those are concepts.
intrinsic
That's a concept.
formation.
As
3 plus 1
legitimate
is
as
literally
as
intrinsic
mathematics is,
formation, so it
as
has to be
legitimate as mathematics
information.
is, it doesn't exist. It's
No, but 3 plus
imaginary.
1's not math, it's numerology. Numerology and math aren't the same thing.
Yeah, well,
Okay?
they're both imaginary.
It's physics. I'm sorry, but it's the fact that you live in constant
Physics
3
are also
spatial and 1
imaginary.
temporal dimension imaginary, dipshit? Or is it
Yes,
very
yes,
fucking real?
yes. Oh, don't
No,
call
I'd
me
argue
dipshit.
it's fucking real. I'm sorry, but you're taking an absurd position. You're saying that we don't live in 3 dimensions
I'm
of
not
space
taking
and
an
1 of
absurd
time.
position. I'm taking a drunk dude in Montreal position.
But you're
Okay?
supposed to agree with it. The whole point of these axioms is that you can agree with them when you're drunk, man. That was how I designed them. That was why I got drunk all those times. I was like, okay.
that was why I got drunk all those times.
Well, that's also why I had to take a topology course. Like, do you know how much I hated that course? I got a D plus in it. I hate not doing well. It literally made no sense. But I was like, I know the unified field model.
That's the funny thing. That's the funny thing about you. Like topology is actually like if we're gonna talk about all these things that are we assume are concrete, topology is a subject that deals with the concreteness of things and the physicality of things.
That's rich, man. That is rich.
I know.
Have we redefined the term concrete now?
Yeah. Well, we can't. The term concrete is not quote unquote concrete.
Well, topology is about abstraction. It's about generalization of maps, I think, to algebra.
Yeah. I love when every time someone says maths, in my head it's like a British accent.
Oh God, I wanted to say something. You know this map and territory shit metaphor? I don't know if you know that my current rant is against shit metaphors.
Yeah,
but I think really takes the cake.
I've heard that over this conversation, but yes.
Map versus territory. How many times have we heard this metaphor invoked? It's at the top of the pile of cliches, as far as I'm concerned. Sure. What does it even mean? What the fuck does this metaphor mean?
Nothing.
Why are people invoking a meaningless metaphor about a map not being territories? Like, first of all, who the fuck thinks a map is a city? I literally do not understand.
I'm confused.
Me too. No one is more confused than me right now.
Do you know what exists? What exists? Us talking right now exists. But where are we talking? Yes, we're talking on this app or whatever on our phone.
Where is
Very
something
astute.
we
But-
define where. We are
Yeah,
not
where?
but the
No, but
universe doesn't define where.
spiritually, where? Like, this is happening in our minds. I'm talking to myself.
And
you're
your mind
talking to
is
yourself.
animated by the monads, so it's
Yes,
all
sure.
intermonadic
You can use words
state
to describe
transitions.
it.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is,
Intermonadic fucking state transitions. That's
hey,
what we
watch
are.
your language.
We're intermonadic state transitions, if you will. It's just that we live in energetic bands that normalize as orthogonal space-temporal coordinates. So
Yes.
space-time is naturally 100% entangled. That's why Thad's model works, because it's basically saying all 4 dimensions are entangled maximally because we have a minimum volume inside them, and every state except for the hyperbolic figure 8, aka its complement, is allowable. Well, what does that sound a lot like? Every state but the measurement limit state is allowable, aka every single state out of the 118 elements is possible with varying levels of probability all the way down to the final one, which is allowable, but not, it exists, but it's not observable. It can pass through as a resonance state 118, but it can't remain there. Why? Excluded. Why? 3 plus 1. Why? It's a limit. Why? Well, I didn't design the universe as God, right? It's like, that's where it turns into a dumpster fire. So that's why I basically need, the posse. You understand?
Yes.
Yeah, you get it, right? Like, it was like this IRL, like I definitely at least had one posse person around me where it's like something would happen and they would just be like, okay, yeah. And they would sort of smooth things over for me. And I'd just be standing there like, huh, that happened again. Hey, sorry about that. It was fine though. And this will be fine too. People will be just fine. But we have to acknowledge that if these teachings were misinterpreted by the wrong person, they do themselves a lot of damage and maybe other people damage. And we should consider that, right? Because should we really want everybody to know every last thing we've discovered through the teachings? It's like we should let them know as long as there's no chance they're going to hurt themselves.
Everyone can't understand everything. Like that. Like there is, like, by definition, like.
And I'd like to lock everybody out, but I still know there's a chance they're going to come in and get hurt by it.
It's not about you locking.
Yes, it is. It's about locking out people who could hurt themselves with it. It is to me.
They lock themselves out.
I hope so, but it's still a concern.
People who don't have eyes to see and ears to hear won't hear things.
Oh, fucking other cheesy.
And this is not a shitty analogy. Like, no, this is true. Like, whether or not you are making sense in what you're saying, if someone has a different worldview and doesn't see the world the same way you think that they should, they won't see it. They don't see it. People, it's like a matrix scenario. Some people live in a different world than you do, and some people live in a different world than I do.
How the hell can you know whether people will be excluded based on blocking of resonance?
No,
right?
they exclude.
That would be awesome.
No. Listen.
How the fuck do you know that?
They exclude themselves, because I know that I exclude myself from certain worldviews. This is
so
just
your own solipsism is the reason you've come to this grand conclusion that
I haven't
every single inappropriate person.
Where did I say grand conclusion?
I thought you said people were excluded from teachings unless they were worthy, and it's like, yes, I wish that was true.
No, that's not what I said. I said people exclude themselves from certain knowledge just because they're like blinders on a horse. It's voluntary. And it's free will associated.
Free will is not real. What does that say about voluntarism?
Same world. Do you think everyone sees the same world you see? That's not true. They don't.
Everybody's in the same world as I am.
Everyone is in the same world you are, yes. But do you think they see it the same way?
And you don't know the extent. Okay, the question is, to what extent do our delusions affect our perceptions of reality? Yes. If our perceptions of reality are entirely based on physics, then whatever.
So you think everyone should see the world exactly how you do? You think everyone sees it exactly how you do?
It's really hilarious that you... So what I need to get you for your birthday is a mat with various conclusions on it that you can jump to. Because apparently that's your favorite
from, what's it called? Office Space?
I'm just gonna need you to
Jump
yeah,
jump to
go ahead and
conclusions.
come in on Saturday. That'd be
I have
great.
not jumped to a conclusion.
Hey, we got somebody else in here.
You
No one sees the world the
Socratically
same.
fucking pulverized what I said to come to drag that conclusion out of it. Welcome, JD. Thanks for joining.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through great. Did you see the debate?
I saw parts of it.
Could you please tell me what you thought? Because like that's what this is supposed to be
the
about.
official debate, or like you've been streaming for like 6 hours.
What that? That's nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a debate, I'm the debate police, and I noticed here one of you's intoxicated, and you've been streaming for hours.
Hey.
Are we in violation of the public enjoyment bylaws? One time I unironically said I was arresting someone for being in violation of the public enjoyment bylaws in Ottawa, and I was just like fucking completely hammered in the middle of the night, and we ended up in a conversation about whether CERN had changed the universe based on his experiments to a different that was epic.
Oh, so yeah, the Large Hadron.
Can you please mute yourself if you're not talking, Master
Okay, fine.
Future? Because it's just click central. It's like drive me nuts. But do base spheres cause the DNA helix and the globe Earth for another reason? No, it's all the same reason. The sphere is the unique base factor of the monad, which is what makes it so hard because it's non-dualism. Like there is nothing which is not a deformation of a sphere. When it's super big strength, that it has this massive scope of applicability, but then weakness that it's like in a non-initiable, that's like tautologically self-evident. It's like the people who are all, well, you're an atheist, Jen. It's like atheists don't worship the universe, okay? That presupposes that worship has no effect on your well-being. That's false, right? That would contradict the whole we was theological for the last entirety of human history, unless you want to invoke a singularity, never a good plan. So
I don't really have an opinion on any of this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what was the so yeah, Duvid kept saying that you that the guy went easy on you or whatever. And I think I know what he means by that, like compared to T Jump, who's like very, and especially that other guy.
Does Mark want to look like a jackass like T Jump did?
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to look like a fucking I don't think T Jump looked particularly sympa, to use a Montreal word there on that debate.
Yeah, but I mean, to be honest, I think it just seems like unproductive on both sides. Because, all right, so here's one of the things that, and I don't know if you're doing this on purpose, but it's like when I listen to these debates, I'm not understanding your position, or I'm not understanding where, maybe
you do realize that that's a good thing by my estimation, right?
But here, what I'm saying is one thing you should try to do more, and I think you did kind of touch on this, is establish that you're not contesting that natural selection does occur. You're not suggesting that the way that the Earth is today popped into existence, right? You're suggesting more so that the mechanism, or that there's more to it, that natural selection occurs, but that it's bound, or it's guided by this, what do you call it, a monadic spheres, the 3+1 and all that.
Yeah, we can call it a how's that sound?
Sounds, I don't know.
Well, just might as well say how you feel. I'm
Do hey, sir, so homie, do you believe in God?
Not really.
First, okay, sorry. What is God, though?
I don't know.
Yeah, so what you're saying is you want to assert a fucking negative because you're a fucking troll. So it's like, I'm glad you don't understand what I'm saying because I don't want trolls crossing the bridge. I'm the troll for the
Are you
trolls,
talking about
not
me?
cross the fucking bridge to knowledge. No.
Okay.
You're literally just saying you want to assert a negative. It's like, why? Okay, just to be contrarian. All right, then.
What are you saying? I want to assert a negative?
Well, what did you just say?
He asked if I believe in God, and I said, I guess not. But
Yeah.
okay,
That's a negative. But
I
God
don't
is the
know.
ground of
How about
everything.
I don't know. How about
So you're
that?
saying you deny. You're essentially saying you want to deny that the universe exists. Which
Exactly. So
seems
you're
to be
saying
not
you
possible.
know what you don't
Possibly,
know.
you couldn't
You know?
possibly mean that.
Whatever. You know.
I know what I don't know doesn't exist. What? That doesn't make sense, bro.
Asserting a negative almost never makes sense. The only time you can really assert a negative is if it's a contradiction of such an obvious axiom that would be buffoonish. So, like, if you have to go outside of the universe to argue against a position, it's probably a pretty good position, right?
Yeah, that's why that's what I was saying earlier when I jumped on at first. That's why I love fucking what's his name with his fucking book, The God Delusion.
Dawkins?
Yeah,
Dawkins?
Dawkins. Just like
Yeah.
this guy is like just so windy with these descriptions of interesting stuff that
It's
doesn't prove
basically, I haven't
anything.
read it, but what is it like a Dear Diary? Feels I'm
but it's
sad
like
and
he's
hurt
like
by
he
evolution.
he just really comes off as someone who was hurt by religious teachers or something. It's like he thinks that these details he can come up with proves that there's no God, but they don't prove anything. Like all he's talking about is these details that don't have anything to do with proof or non-proof that God exists or not. Like, you know what I mean? He's like, oh, there's this kind of evolution between cells, and then like, okay, cool, awesome. How does that prove God doesn't exist? You know what I mean? Like his pretense overpowers anything any of the details
I'm
he's
not
saying.
I'm not a fan of Richard Dawkins.
No, but do you have that similar kind of disbelief in God? Is it a willingness to not understand it? It's a philosophical position, you understand?
Well, no, I think there's
belief in God is philosophical. It's not. I mean, it comes down to faith and immaterial belief, sure, but the conclusion can be reached by logical and philosophical deep thought. It's not imaginary. I mean, it is imaginary, and maybe that's the point, you know?
Okay, well, I was going to say that one of the questions that these militant atheists do not answer, and they act like it's not an important question when it's probably the most important question, is like, why does life persist? Why should anything exist, really?
Oh, like, whoa, man, you trying to convert me to your religion or something?
Okay.
No, continue.
Making fun of the skeptics.
I
was making fun of the dead song. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I guess it's just like, so when I say I don't know, it's like, I don't have some organized.
But do you care?
Belief.
Do you care? Do you care about stuff?
Sure.
Why do you care about stuff?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That's where you went wrong, bucko.
That's
why? No, but why?
That's the point I was making, dude. Like, yeah. Why does anyone?
Does it matter or does it not matter? No, that's the thing. These deep philosophical, theological sort of arguments boil down to: does it matter or not? That's where they boil down to. If you're gonna reduct and reduce and reduce and reduce all the way till shit, then what? Then what are you saying?
Nietzsche said that deconstruction is ultimately, it like drove him to insanity, and before he fully went insane,
what's sanity though? You know what I mean? If something drove someone to
the measurement limit.
What is that?
What is the measurement limit?
Yeah.
Doesn't it just feel so good to say that? I'm so comforted. It's like a big security blanket. And whenever people like Claire get triggered, like it's an autistic god or whatever. It's like, and you're saying that like a bad thing. It's like
That's what I'm saying. Like
actually-
any atheist, if you press any atheist, like they definitely believe in God. They just don't understand it. And like, you know what? Even people who are religious don't understand it. So that's the point. It's the point that you don't understand it. You have to not submit, but like agree with,
Yeah,
or
you
at
have to
least deal with
submit.
something that's unexplainable. You have to
Submission
leave a seat.
to
You have to leave a seat
righteous
open.
authority.
You have to leave a seat open for unexplainable things.
But
And
can
then
we go
there's
back
people who
to
do that philosophically or don't. So you can either explain everything or you can't. And if you can't, then you must leave a seat open for a possible
Yeah, we call that
unexplainable thing.
agnosticism. Agnosticism is
Yes,
what allows
that
you
is
to
agnosticism.
train.
Exactly. That's exactly
So
that.
why
Yes.
do neural nets work? Because they're training on data. So we have a similar thing.
yeah.
We can converge to eigenstates, and the mastery is to know when you've converged, when you've gathered enough information that any more information you gather is redundant. That's mastery.
Yeah,
Knowing
I would
to
I would much rather
know exactly
talk
through a
about
feeling
AI.
when
There's
your
no.
ability
By
to
the
be
way, Jen,
agnostic
I
has
will
converged.
fight you on that. I will disagree on. There's no mastery. You can approximate
Whoa,
things.
there's no what? Okay, yeah.
There's no mastery. There's no mastery. There isn't. There
You know
isn't.
what? Now you're getting off on a completely irrelevant distinction, because that's like saying there's no perfect sphere, but we still know what 4/3 pi cubed
No,
is
we can
called.
imagine a perfect sphere.
So the fact that it doesn't exist,
No,
whatever
but you
the
can only
fuck
imagine
that
it,
even
right?
means,
Oh,
is
can you
relevant.
see it? Show me the perfect sphere then. Show it to me.
My whole argument, dude. Yes, I do enjoy having other people use my own arguments against me,
Show
because
it
it
to
shows
me.
me that
Show
I've
me the
penetrated the
perfect
culture.
sphere. How do you show it to me? You can't show it to me, dude.
You're right, dude. You beat me.
No, I
I will
haven't
give you
beaten
the phone
you.
number of all
I've
my
just questioned
Game
you.
over.
I haven't
You
beaten you.
lose.
There's no beating. But
Well, I mean, that's what the tradition is. In the tradition, literally, when you beat somebody, you're technically supposed to inherit all their followers. Obviously, we're not in a traditional situation right now. That's why I make the
that's how
joke
YouTube
sometimes.
should. High stakes debate. We should build that platform.
Holy shit! Holy
And you
shit!
have to turn over your YouTube password, and then it gets changed,
That
and
would
like
be
the
Claire's
accounts
idea.
are fucking escrowed. Oh man, that's actually a really good idea. Take this stream down. Someone's gonna steal that.
7 hours of post to be doing an almost 3-hour-long debate.
Yeah,
I
someone
feel
would have
good
to go
about that.
through all the material to find it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait. So what were you, the reason I came on is I wanted to know more about that. You were saying there were the possible states, and then there's one that's technically possible but not observable.
The sphere is a metaphor, an accurate, transcendent, in some sense, fractalizable metaphor for the monad. So the monad is a fractal for reality, and the sphere is a fractal for the monad. I may have to change how I'm wording that.
I'm having trouble picturing it. I mean, I know you.
Yeah,
have
no kidding.
your-
It's something that nobody's ever been able to actually describe before. So it's like, no shit. So have a look at 3DPT GF. So what does that say?
Yeah, no, I've seen you.
How many faces can you see in 3DPT GF?
Okay, so you have the green part.
One where the U is a nose and one where the U is a mouth. So did I have to tell you before you could see the superposition state, or could you see it before I told you?
How long have I been talking muted?
I had to mute you because you sounded like ClickFest.
No
I
idea.
thought you were done, and
No, the
also
clicks keep
JD
happening
had to
without
say
me.
something.
I'm listening to
JD had
this
to say
shit.
something. That was all. I wanted to give him a chance, and it was like
Clickety
somebody
click,
was
click,
tap
click.
dancing on his face or something. I hope the audience.
I'm
can't
used
hear
to
this so
your
bad.
old platform where that would just happen anyway. Like there'd just
I
be
know. I
noise on from your
realized
Mac.
after the last one, it's like I just gotta go full, not having a horrible problem with.
Well,
my
yeah. What
connection.
does StreamYard cost money or something? Is that why you were avoiding it? I don't know anything about StreamYard. I just clicked the link and it worked.
Yeah, that's what's great about StreamYard. Plus, if I wanted to eject anybody, it would take me like half a second. That's the best bit about this. platform.
Yeah, you can just fucking mute people, no problem.
Just chuck them out,
Super
Forget
easy.
about it. So did you guys hear what I said about you can perceive that as though the U is a nose or a mouth, and how it looks like a completely different face if it's a mouth or a nose?
What?
Yeah, I have no idea. Do you have
What the fuck is wrong with you guys? How fucking fucked are you
Can
guys
you
right now?
Can you
Well, I'm
bring up,
fucked.
bring up a version of
Okay,
it
no, you're
without
fucked.
You have like this goofy version with the glasses. Do you have like
The
regular
glasses are quintessential to this
glasses?
metaphor, man. The glasses are at the center of this metaphor.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean, but I actually would probably be able to see it better if you just.
You need to see the entire QMPT to see the image. Okay, so the idea is that everything should be somewhere in here as a resonance.
Oh, wait, did the guy that made the 3D printing thing, did he also make a I mean, he would have had to, but did he publish the actual like the CAD thing where you can
No, because it's not
look at it?
CAD, and we made it together, and I'm the one who has the actual one that's going into the thing right now. I'm the one who made technically, like, he started it, and then I kind of
Well, yeah,
plotted through it.
there's a site where you can publish them, and then like you can actually like rotate around and like look at it from different angles and stuff.
I can already do that though because I have it on Blender.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you can do it, but so that anyone who wants to look at it from different angles can. There's a site where you upload it, and then you can do it right on the site without. I mean, you can send me the Blender file, and I'll just install Blender or whatever. But
Not bad.
I would think you would want to have that as a resource, though, right?
I would want somebody else to do it for me.
Okay, well, all right. So if you send me the Blender,
Dude, even though I'm muted, I can hear the fucking crackling. By the way, guys,
because it's on your own audio.
No,
it's
I can
coming
hear it
through your own audio. But when I mute you,
Yeah,
I don't hear the crackling anymore. So you're like,
I don't hear
you're
it
fucking
either when he's
hammered, man.
muted.
It's like, dude, when you're
Oh, I
hammered
am
and other
hammered.
people
That's
are like,
true.
no,
That's true.
you got to be like, okay, cool, I'll concede. You can't be like, because there's been some drunks on these streams that were just they wouldn't concede to anything.
Dude,
but
the
it's like
crackling's
democracy
not coming
applies
from
when
my
you're fucking
shit.
hammered, especially.
See, like, it goes in and out. It's not from
No,
my
it's cool, man.
connection.
I'm just saying. So, can I get to the actual thing of there's two eyes and
Okay,
there's a
let me
U
mute
between the
again.
eyes? Is it?
Let me mute and still hear crackling.
There is a U between the eyes. Can everybody see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The U can either be perceived as a nose or a mouth. You got that, Drunky McTrasterson?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was still hearing crackly, poppily, crackly, pop, pop, pop. But yes, I can see that.
So yes, in a superposition state. That's a joke. The whole universe is a superposition state. It's both at the same time. But the universe is everything at the same time.
What's this GIF with like the spinning helix thing? Or
GIF?
it looks like a cyclone.
A GIF that looks like a cyclone. So I don't see a GIF. I don't see a
No,
cyclone.
I'm looking at your website. I'm not looking at the stream. Full diagrams. Oh man, I love the Windows blue screen of death background. That's awesome. Oh, okay, here's what.
Can you at least tell me which article you're talking about? That might clear it up. Speed up the process of me knowing what the heck you're even saying.
I'm looking at the helpful diagrams page.
Is that feeling like an ironic title now? Look, my intention is to be helpful, but it's also I will feel guilty if anybody goes nuts off this. And I know that there's going to be a small contingent of absolute morons who are going to damage themselves through trying to go up against a champ. But I'm just saying, like
Dad Roberts.
Hey, Jen.
Who? Yes,
hey,
dear.
Can we talk about time for a second?
There's a minor risk of it, and I think if we mention it, there's a less of a
What do
risk
you
it'll
think?
happen.
What do you think about
Time isn't
time?
real, man.
Time is emergent from the monad. It's space-time is the primary order of materialist emergence from the
But
monad.
is it a thing that we sort of perceive?
Well, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. I mean, that would be lunacy, wouldn't it?
Do you think there's
But
multiple
like
timelines?
there's cycles, right? Like the I think
The
we've probably
cycle?
talked about this, but like
Yeah.
the being on a Mobius strip, right? There's cycles, but they're not always the same. And time, and
Mhm.
if you expand a circle, like
Oh, for
circles,
fuck's sakes, man.
what?
What the
I'm
fuck are
drunk,
you
dude.
getting at? Time is a fucking circle, okay? Time's a circle.
Yes,
Time
but
is
it's
a
a
flat
circle.
circle, man.
It's a
It's a
circle
bunch
that
of
you don't
nested
see the
circles,
end
but
of.
actually it's not a circle. It's a precipitated from a sphere, which is a twirly.
Exactly.
It's a twirly
So
twirl. Remember the DNA thing?
Spheres
Everything
too.
is basically the DNA thing, you know. Everything is very similar to how the DNA thing all works out because it's these tight packed spheres, right?
But like
Bubbling
that's
around
what
together.
I'm
It's a bubble
saying
universe.
is what I'm saying is that we perceive it as like this linear thing, but it's actually a circular thing that closes in on itself outside of our perception. Right?
Like
Perhaps.
everything that's will ever happen has already happened.
Of
Do you have
course.
any idea
Yes.
how fucking dumb this shit sounds right now?
Dude, I'm a drunk dude in Montreal. Of course I know it sounds dumb. What are you
Well,
crazy?
it just really went off the edge. It went off the edge of reason
Well,
there.
how
Like
would
what?
you know?
Like,
Who went off the edge of reason?
JD.
I did?
No.
Okay.
JD.
Jesus
I'm sorry,
Christ.
but it was you, JD. You took us to the edge. Okay.
Who did?
See, that's
I did?
Yes, Drunky McTrasherson, you took us to the edge, and then JD just shoved us off violently. Okay, so Haran Darish wants to know if, do you believe horses or some horse-type mammal evolved into whales? I don't know right now. I am not going to offer an opinion on this.
There is no evolution like that. No, as such, I think that's
We
what I'm
can't
saying about
know
time.
that right now.
No, listen. Time exists forever in what we think is a linear progression of time. We assume it, but it is we can't really understand it. It goes forever in both ways, but it connects like a circle outside of our dimension. Outside of the dimension we understand and agree with. We agree
What
with.
allows for time to exist?
What's that?
Potentiation. What allows for time to exist? Potentiation.
No, it's not what
ability
it's
for
not even about
energy,
that.
which is
No, that's
intrinsic
irrelevant.
to disperse.
What allows
it's
for
fucking
time
relevant.
to exist? Time
Shit
exists because time
decays
exists.
along unilateral pathways. Period. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. But what I'm saying
potentiation
is, but by saying something like what allows for time to exist, like time exists because it's a dimension we're locked into. It's a dimension.
Why
Time
don't
is a
you
dimension.
smoke
We're
another
locked
one,
into it.
Crispy? Because honestly, this sounds like a fucking hammered poet, what you're saying right
I am
now.
a hammered
I
poet,
get
dude.
it.
That's that. You know what? I should change my name to Hammered Poet. That's amazing.
Embrace your true self, because I
Hammered
will be
Poet. I love it.
very happy.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, I have a thought about what, like, something to add on to it, and I don't know. Jen seems to not like this idea at all, but like, okay, if you imagine time as being something that is like already laid out, but the present moment is unique in that, like, there's a current, for lack of a better word, it's like there's a current running through it, and the present moment is where that current is, but it's on like a predetermined path.
Well, I don't know what you mean by predetermined.
It's
but
not
you're
fucking
kinda
predetermined.
right.
That's the thing. It's
exactly
not how it works.
There's the error.
But don't you? I thought you subscribed to like super determinism or something.
No, but
what is everybody's hard on to fucking straw man my beliefs per se?
I'm not trying to.
It's not just. I'm not saying it's
like
you, but I'm just saying like It's not
Well, it's
just
definitely not me.
I'm just saying,
do
like, I
not-
can understand a minor misunderstanding. I can understand that, but then to like literally, I'm just gonna. I mean, I have to show the meme because it's
I
pretty
think
much
because
the only thing that can actually
you
show
got
it.
into it with someone where they were saying, "Oh, well, you don't believe in determinism," and you were like, "No, I do in a sense."
Well, what does the Heisenberg uncertainty principle tell us?
Yeah, but do you buy into that completely?
Well, it's one of the accepted actions of my models. So, what do you think?
All right. Well, I told you I don't know math, so I don't understand your model.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm taking off for the night. It's been awesome.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah,
I can't believe you made it for
Yeah.
7 hours and 12 minutes. Wow.
yeah. I told you I get tired
Heroic.
as soon as I stop talking.
Thanks for joining. We'll talk to you again soon.
See you guys.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a fucking straw dinosaur.
All right. Well, so then lay it out for me. How does
Try to not straw dinosaur. See, like, it's already always a straw man, but now it's going into straw dinosaur. It's like, let's misconstrue this to the highest extent possible. It's like, no, this is the wrong direction. We don't want to go in that direction. We want to go in the steel man
Dinosaurs.
direction.
Okay, what? Tell me about dinosaurs, Jen.
Oh, I don't want to. I don't have enough
I want you to
information
tell.
because I've heard a bunch of
I
crazy.
want you to.
I've heard a bunch of crazy
know
stuff.
you
That's
don't
like
want
I
to.
can't validate any of this shit.
Tell me
Wait, I
about
got cut off for a
dinosaurs,
second.
dude.
What were you saying?
Tell me about dinosaurs.
What about them? There's a
Tell me
fucking
about
straw dinosaur on
want you to
the
tell me
image
about
right
them.
now, and that's all I have to say about dinosaurs
Yo,
right now.
straw
is that
dinosaurs is all you have to say about
JD's
them?
making straw dinosaurs of my position, and I just want you to know that you should be going in the Steelman direction. Like,
Do you think? Can I ask you a question? Like we're talking.
yeah.
I'm still talking about time. Do you think that there is it's infinite in its rewinding and fast forwarding?
No,
No,
it's not
you
the
don't?
prime mover. No, it's emergent. Okay, so the prime mover's literally everything. So have you? I guess neither of you
No,
looked
but what
at
I
Bad
mean, okay,
Robert stuff.
let me redefine what I mean. I mean, do you think that time goes infinitely forward and infinitely backward?
No,
You don't think so?
existence does. No, time is in bubbles, aka bubles.
Okay, I guess
That's on my
existence is
model
what
for
I mean.
fuck's sake.
Hold on. Let me see if I can simplify what we're talking about a little bit. Like, okay, if you were to describe like all possible events as just like just like drawing on a paper, right? And you have like a certain set of colors, and each color represents a given moment, right? And it's like
No, I don't know what the flying F word you're talking about. You're talking. The thing is
Right.
that every time you say a new word, there's like 18 new precepts. So it's like I have to stop you so that I can write down the
I'm
18
trying
precepts.
to like something that I know you have thought about. I'm like trying to find a way to describe it. Like
A metaphor, perhaps. Metaphors are extremely hard to make. Just because I can make them easily doesn't mean they're easy to make. And the whole using cheesy
Oh,
as
you
shit
can make them
metaphors about
easily,
maps
can't
and
you?
territory. I can make metaphors. Yes, they're hard to do, but they
You
are
can make
abstractions
Not
of
for
them,
non-foundational. They are still hard for me, but I can make it look easy because it's fun for me. It's like a
Jesus
musician
Christ.
with an instrument.
Oh, you're a virtuoso violinist, are you?
My own sort. Space and time emerge from a conflict between the action of, anybody know? Bueller? Okay, fuck off. Gravity and uncertainty. Why? Because we simplify the uncertainty principle with something called the Pauli exclusion principle. Why? Because most people can't visualize entangled space-time. And it's possible it drives you crazy. We'll have to keep watching Thad. I'll pray for you, Thad. Thanks for discovering the key to the universe. We hope it doesn't cost you your sanity, and we'll do everything we can to protect you. The crackling is mind-numbingly frustrating. So maybe, Drunky McTrasterson, I just muted you if you don't mind. We'll just When you want to talk again, just unmute.
Like
It's
it when
all
you call
good.
me Dookie McTrashison.
I've had that one kicking around for a while. I
Do
got
you
a new
have-
nickname, by the way. I'm like my dad. He always had nicknames too. It's hilarious. But anyway, it's Genpak Chopra. I'm okay with that. I thought
I
about
heard
it.
someone say that. Genpak.
Mm.
Well, Genpak, but Deepak Chopra, he was like a con artist.
Give me a break. He wishes he's fucking half as cool as me. It's like, did he change to white
Well,
to
that was
teach?
a
No,
con.
he
I
didn't.
was
Did he?
saying
All
con
But I don't think he's
gurus are
quite as
con
good as
artists,
me.
by the way. Just so you know.
So who's not a con artist then? Who's the minimal function of con artistry? Because I'd maybe say it's also the guru type deal.
Anyone who assumes enlightenment.
Whether someone is a guru
You can
is
do- you know what?
determined by devotees.
I don't think enlightenment is impossible. I just
Devotees
think that
choose guru. Do you understand that a devotee chooses a guru?
Enlightenment
Listen
is
to me.
fraudulent.
Listen to me. Devotee chooses guru. You have your causality backwards. Devotee confers authority upon guru.
Yeah, but would you agree a lot of people that use that
Beware of gurus. I'll say that.
Fair enough. Cave canem, caveat emptor. Do you really want every single one of your socio-cultural musings to be basically threats? No. Let's have some sutras that are not just dun 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 at the end of them type deal.
They are done.
Davis, that's what I was saying.
If you dig into them,
not
they are
everything.
done.
Listen to me. Reality is not dun dun dun.
Yes,
reality is extremely happy. That's reality. What's dun 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 about that? It seems pretty to me. Like a giant beautiful
or
woman
not
with a bunch of
something is
boobs.
pretty doesn't mean...
Done. What basis do you presuppose such heresy?
Ugh.
Who are you to say that beauty's not important?
I didn't say that.
You should have different
isn't it?
angles in
I
the
didn't.
corners.
That is not what I fucking said, dude. Like,
what did you say then? What did you say then?
I'm basically agreeing with you, and you are just jumping the gun. And
I did jump to the conclusions, Matt. Okay, I'm sorry. I take it back. Can you forgive me?
No.
I'll return the mat.
Okay. I didn't say that.
I'm returning the jumping to conclusions mat right now. I'm returning it.
Tell someone.
I'm getting a refund.
You can't tell someone what beauty is. You can't tell someone.
Or maybe I can give them an idea, and they can eventually agree with it.
They understand it, or they don't. That doesn't mean that you telling someone something is anything.
Art classes have stuff like law,
art classes
thirds
are
or whatever.
illegitimate.
They have des conseils. Il y en a des conseils pour faire de l'art. Dis-moi pas qu'il n'y a pas de conseils pour faire de l'art. Dis-moi pas qu'il n'y a pas de conseils pour faire de l'art. Parce qu'il y en a des conseils pour faire de l'art, n'est-ce pas?
Listen, hey, écoute-moi, tabarnak. Les mots...
Dis-moi s'il y en a des conseils pour faire de l'art si tu vas à l'école. Apprendre pour l'art.
On parle en français.
Explique-moi comment ça marche, ça.
Mais...
Explique-moi donc.
Non,
check. Por favor, señor.
¿Qué pasa?
Okay, you know what's so fucking cool about this diagram is that the universe has 14 orders of volumetric complexity,
mute
if
when
you
you're
will.
not talking.
So you think so, don't you?
Well, there's 42 linear orders. I can demonstrate that directly, which collapse to 14 volumetric orders, and then there's 7
don't you?
Wait,
periods in the periodic table, and you have to
like. On a phone right now?
What?
Do you have to be on a phone right now? Like, are you near a computer? You.
Yo, dude, every time I'm muted, I hear the same crackle poppy.
Yeah, because your shit's all fucked up and you talk like a tag.
Yo, listen, homie. Even when I mute, I hear that shit. So explain that, genius.
Well, then
nobody
explain why we don't hear it when you're muted. Yeah, we don't hear it now. So when you play this back,
look, I was just muted. And I still hear that shit.
And
the whole time I'm
it's
muted.
probably in your headphones.
You're gonna blame me for the fucking crackle poppiness. You think that's my fault?
It's just
Jesus
that it's affecting
like your headphones or whatever.
Jesus Christ, bro. Like that's it's an internet problem, bro. It's not me.
Yeah.
Sure it is.
You fucking
It just
kidding
happens
me?
to be
It's a
on your
series of
phone.
tubes.
No, but look, I mute, and when I'm muted, I still
We
hear
can't
that while
hear
you
it.
guys are talking.
We can't hear it though. Do you understand? We cannot hear it when you mute. Okay, like literally.
Really?
I muted you just now. I can't hear any more clicks. I feel my sanity slowly returning now. As soon as you unmute, I'm gonna hear the click
Like,
fest
can you
from hell.
keep him muted?
Well, I
No,
keep
but
telling
why
him
do
to
I
stay
hear
muted,
it
but he's
when
not
I'm
fucking
when
talking.
I'm not muted?
Because
Why do
the
I hear it?
problem is on your phone. There was some sort of interference between something clicking like crazy and the voice
And the
receiver audio
interference is
recorder.
it's carrying into his headphones too. That's why he still hears it even when he's muted.
Dude, I don't have
Yeah.
headphones, man.
Well, then what
That's
do you
probably
have?
the problem. If you put on some headphones, that'll probably solve the issue.
I'll just hit mute
I'm pretty
again.
sure
Let me just hit
StreamYards
mute.
is not
Let me just
conducive
hit
to headphones.
mute and let you perfect people talk.
All right, thanks.
He's hammered, Joe. That's why he doesn't understand. You ever been drunk before, Joe? That's the thing. It's just like being hammered on a show is not a good call.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Of course, it's a good call.
Well, you're not hammered. Like you're still pretty. You don't sound that fucked to me. Like you're not.
I'm
slurring.
hammered, dude. I'm hammered.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
fucking
pretty
hammered.
Yeah, but you're a delicate and
Do you
polite
realize
drunk,
it's fucking
like most
7
Catholics.
something in the
Some
morning?
people, that's like their verbal ability never goes away. Like I'm like that. Even when I'm blackout drunk, I could like fucking.
Yeah, you also sound Catholic, so I do think that's a Catholic quality. They're already slow, so they don't get as slowed down by booze. More inertia, very logical.
Is
Praise
that some
God.
kind of insult?
No, Catholic is actually a compliment. Karmatically correlates with the best karma. Although it's not
How are you spelling that?
deterministic. Kapha. You know that rich melodic quality of your voice?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of Catholic.
All right, yeah, we could talk about it later.
It's 3 doshas, it's monads
Wait,
of
okay.
humors.
I have a question about infinity.
Ye claw.
So all right, do you believe in infinity? Or does your model, however you want to put it,
I hadn't really thought about it. The only really time it came up was whether the universe was infinite, and it seemed to be basically an ant hill. Like, can an ant tell if the world is infinite? It's just too small.
okay, and if it's unanswered,
So in the sense of massively infinite, like, can there be infinite mass? Yeah, I do think there's infinite mass, but I do think that it's a case of the ant on, sitting in the anthill wondering if the planet's infinite. Like, can an ant really, how much can the ant really know?
Well, yeah, a lot of this stuff is, you can't know for sure, but what I'm asking is, like,
it's apparently, it appears to be infinite for all intents and purposes. And then when we talk about the other way to understand infinity, it means without a boundary.
Like,
Finity
okay,
means
maybe
to
here's
finish. Finity means to finish, which means to strike a boundary. Infinity is to have no boundary. So infinity is what happens before the self. Is there such a thing as before self? Can there truly be multiple infinities? Well, that's a metaphysical question. Again, not all metaphysics are coherent.
All right, but what I'm asking is, like, there might be a way to ask it. Like, has this moment happened before? Like, are we in a?
It's a ship of Theseus. Stop. Do you understand? Ship of Theseus means there's 2 answers. The answer to Ship of Theseus is that there's a branching wherein there's 2 possible answers, which depend on which metaphysics you accept is the one that trumps the other. Is a form or function that trumps the other, essentially.
Well, yeah, okay. So I don't mean literally.
That's just a fact. It's just, I'm not saying one's right, one's wrong. I'm saying you have to commit to one or the other, or operate in a multiple, truth.
All right, so
framework.
like, in one of the cyclic universe models, they say that each eon the universe is like this, because the like heat death of the universe looks like the Big Bang. It's like now the entire universe is now the beginning of the next universe, and so it's like each time you're a unimaginably larger version of the previous eon. Is that something that is appealing or compatible with your model or how you think about it?
It's a
Or
cyclic universe. It's a cyclic universe, but everything singularity. Nothing in mind maps to void. I don't want people turning into a ghoul. I don't think you were here before when I said, like, if you believe in that which maps to void, you will eventually turn into a beast.
well, so
Because
what do you mean by void?
that which has no physical correspondence is
Mm-hmm.
void. So there's the monad and the void, which is nothingness. You can believe in
Void
something
is
which has no
no
physical
return,
correspondence,
no
which is
return
believing in
point.
something that is nothing, such as singularity. That is nothing. There is no such state which accords with it. But you can try
Mm.
to believe in it, which is tantamount to putting a hole in a ship, which eventually just drains it. AKA, you turn into like that scary character from whatever the thing was, Lord of the whatever Rings or whatever.
Voldemort or whatever.
Whatever the fucking, I can't keep these fucking stories
Yeah.
separate.
Everything is
Fun
like Harry
stories.
Potter. That's how you know someone's a politics expert, if they compare everything to
If they
Harry
can
Potter.
analogize everything with Harry Potter,
Yeah.
seriously, this is getting us like August gone, like off the rails of respectability, like this cheesy shit metaphors
Well, but
thing. Like,
you're
I may be more
you're on
triggered over this than the
7.5
SJW
hours
thing.
here.
The point
What?
is that, yeah, my metaphysics does not map to void. You will
Why are you
probably
so
map to
afraid of
void like a
like
dumbass a bunch of times.
political topics?
But if you do map to void, if you don't map to void in your fundamental beliefs, then you'll be able to gain more esteem over time rather than draining all your esteem into trying to like
How would
build
you
a castle out of
word that for
sand.
normies? Like, okay,
What
you're
were you saying
saying
about politics? Yeah, it's just like that is not the thing to be putting my skills towards because other people
Mhm.
can reason through that trash if they want to.
Yeah,
Like,
but like,
I need to solve the
why
problems that nobody else can solve.
you stream for hours and hours, so like stuff is gonna come up. But
Yeah, and I could
whatever.
stream every day for 8 hours till I die and still not cover 1% of all the stuff. Because in case you hadn't noticed, it's ultra complicated without invoking a bunch of stuff that's, like, hyper abstractified with, like, what are the axioms of you know what I mean? Like, how would we even go about that?
Yeah.
Breaking that apart according to this, model, it's like, well, you'd have to be, like, what, inferring intention indirectly through words by, like, mannerisms, you're gonna make a science out of that? It's like, "Okay,
Mhm.
but"
There
well,
is a
I mean,
science
could
that
do that, we could do that, but, you need to learn the science first as I'm not can't be the only one carrying that because to me, that's not the most difficult implementation. Like, I can't just do my own science, I have to do the most difficult implementation of my own science at any given time,
the whole thing with
unless I can
gesturing.
find somebody to replace me to do it if they're genuinely interested in pursuing it. Like, I can't even find somebody to do chemistry, and chemistry is, like,
Hey, I'm
not
trying
that
to learn.
hard compared to the other
I'm
stuff.
trying
Like,
to
the
learn
other
all
stuff's gonna
the
be way harder than chemistry, just saying. Sorry?
I'm trying to learn calculus and stuff, and then
You think the calculus is what's gonna make you learn this stuff faster? It's like,
I
you gotta
feel
believe it's right to
I
learn it
feel
faster,
it's a
period.
deficiency that I'm not gonna be able to understand certain equations and stuff because I
You
would
have to
like
let go of your false beliefs. You have no idea. Here's the thing, you gotta be agnostic. You don't know if you can understand it or not. You gotta just be, I'm agnostic."
like all
You
right, I'm
can't
looking
cling
at
to
the
a belief. You can't
diagrams and
cling to anything.
I wanna help
Clinging
with the
is not
diagrams.
non-clinging is a necessary virtue. You cannot cling to these beliefs you have no way to validate. Whether you think you know or don't, you don't know either way. You just know that there's something out there that maybe is understandable that you have no real basis to presume you understand it now, and no basis to presume you could never understand it, either. That's agnosticism. And it takes bravery to be in agnosticism for a long time. It's sort of the same principle as why fasting is so powerful and why it works.
Can we go back to mapping to void? Like,
Sure.
how would you word that, like, to the most normie person? Just out of curiosity.
Just give them a look and be like, Psh, you believe what I believe now, pleb. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, okay, cool.
That's
What, you never did that?
mapping to void? I thought mapping to void was like a negative.
No, you just say to somebody, I define your metaphysical reality now, and then you make sure that they never believe anything that maps
That's
to
how
void.
you'd
That's the
explain
way
it
you
to
do
a
it.
normie. You would talk about
You tell them,
metaphysical
hello, I
reality.
control your reality now. The spheres, see you later. Have a good one. No, just kidding. Well, you do need to get to a point where somebody has to basically accept your authority. Right?
Uh-huh. Well,
They are not going to do what you tell them if they don't accept your authority. You're not going to know what to tell them if you don't have authority. It all comes down. The bottleneck is always your own ability to dictate terms to plebs.
all right.
Because you're also a pleb, that's the whole final
But I
realization.
don't even.
I'm also a pleb.
Do you know what I'm asking? Like, it's like I'm trying to understand.
You want to know something that you're actually the person who's going to find the answer to the question you're asking. And you're like, can I have permission to solve this question? It's like, you don't need to ask
Like,
my
what's like the
permission.
minimum?
You
Yeah,
should definitely feel empowered, but just come back and check with me to make sure you're not going off the edge of sanity. You don't, if you make
Mhm.
a tiny error, you don't want it to multiply 50 grillion times. Just have me correct you first off.
Right.
Keep
Well,
going.
yeah.
But if your intention is to help people learn, I'm obviously going to support that. We don't know what it looks like necessarily because it's a personalized thing. And you're just sort of following your own passion, and that's what makes it work. So it's got to be the whole engine thing. The emotions have to
Mhm.
line up.
Well, my big question is, what is the minimum complexity to? Um,
Take someone into your confidence, define their reality. You have a basic osmosis between your beliefs. That is by
Mhm.
far the minimum energy solution. Otherwise, I hate to say it, but it's bullying them into conformity, i.e., engineering a metaphysical binary where you control both sides, where you could basically beat people into conforming to what you want through humiliation, ritual, public humiliation, or threats to it.
I can't
It's
wait
so
for
sad, but
Tuesday
that
when we
works
do like
better.
graphs and
It's
stuff.
like, I don't wanna do that, but it works really good, so it's, like, obviously an appealing energetic state, and it's like, well, how much skill do you actually need to do this? Well, obviously, that means not as much as what other control methods, which would be what you call more subtle. So since it requires less finesse, therefore must be, entropically more preferable, so it's just sort of what's gonna promulgate when there's dough. Nobody cracking that proverbial whip.
When's the last
You
time you
do
slept?
not like this belief system. Yes,
Can you
that
hear
that
me?
feeling of shovering. Yes, I can. I just want to answer this good question in the chat. I will get you a sec, but like the
Okay.
feeling of not liking, the feeling of aversion, that's your ego. Okay. So the reason you suffer is because you identify as your ego, and your ego has inertia and it wants to continue being in control. So if you want to end your suffering, you have to wrestle control of your consciousness from your ego. Your ego will always exist as spontaneously simulated, or whatever word you want to use, hologrammatically projected. It's what this light form makes that creates the I am illusion, Michael.
You should
So the
read
whole
the
aversion
chat
you
out
have
loud.
to the system is your ego afraid of losing control to your higher self.
But
That goes away
what are
pretty
you
quick.
responding to? This Captain Rabbit guy or girl?
They had an emotional response of, oh man, I don't like this belief system. And I just want to say, like, to some extent, you should expect to have aversive responses at times.
Well,
Expect that.
the-
Understand that that means that a false belief you have is being unearthed like a weed. So it's this like annoying period where you have to
they're saying
pull
the
the weed
void
out,
is
but then
my
it's gone and your
god.
garden is way cuter.
Hmm. I didn't know you spoke French.
Tu savais pas? Eh ben oui, ça fait
Did you grow up with it,
longtemps.
or did you just learn it because you're in Canada?
That's a family tradition. They
Yeah.
just sent all the kids pretty much to French school because we lived in Quebec, but we were English speaking.
Yeah.
So
I took French for like 3 years, but
It's really
sucked
hard.
at
Like it took me full-time immersion before I could even get a grip on being conversant. So it's not really before grade 2 that I started kicking it old school.
I know 7 languages, 7 programming languages.
Oh! So what's the best, like, what's the most, like, epic, while you were blah, 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 I studied the blade tier coding language?
That's tough. Well, okay. There's some controversial answers, and then there's just like I like C# because it's just so fucking succinct and useful. But a lot of
Uh-huh.
people hate it because it has the Microsoft stink. And then I think a lot of people jump to hating JavaScript, but they don't realize how many great features it has. Like it had it had functions as variables and function expressions like long before all the modern languages adopted it. So those are
Nice.
the 2 most useful languages in my opinion. C# and JavaScript. But I don't like Python personally, but I understand why people like it so much. And I'm
Well, if you're
learning
talking about Java versus C#, Python, you're actually talking
JavaScript.
about different
I
levels
hate
of
Java.
protocols. I'm sorry, I thought one of the things you said was Java. I'm sorry.
No, JavaScript. They are very different. It's also known as ECMAScript. It's the thing that your browser runs. That's what we're using right now. StreamYard is using a ton of JavaScript. Well, it's also probably using some WebAssembly.
So normie script type thing.
Yeah, I guess.
I would have thought you were gonna say like whenever
There's a bunch
Linux
of like
or Unix or
esoteric
whatever.
stuff I could talk
No, wait, yeah, maybe.
like Rust. There's this. It's like the new low level language. Oh, one of the first things I learned was AutoIt, which is like this shit tier scripting language that is like is to like click stuff for you on the desktop. It's like if you were to like, let's say you were trying to automate OBS or something.
Okay.
And there's like smart ways to do it because it has an API. But if you're just like, I want the computer to click here and then click here and then click there and then try to read the screen or whatever, you would use a language like AutoIt. But anyway, this is
Fortran. That's the one I was thinking of. I thought you were gonna
yeah.
say Fortran or Linux or Unix or Python. Yeah.
Unix is an operating system, and so is Linux. But
Well, what's the equivalent
the
then?
language is Bash that you would use in it. What?
All these words. See, this is why I count on people who know. I count on people to know this stuff for me. I was impressed at my non-knowingness of any of this stuff. I just kept my mind in pristine shape to just do pure physics.
Well, the reason I want to learn calculus and stuff is because to move on to neural networks, which is what I actually care about.
Why don't you just let me effing teach you effing neural networks? Which even according to Lex Fridman, nobody knows how the mother F they effing work, right?
Well, no one knows.
Except good old, you know who, right? Vendor.
Who?
Vendor. It's one of my many nicknames. Gempak.
Okay.
Madame Chopra. Jennifer.
Yeah,
Jen
what
Vendepu head.
people mean when they say that they don't know how it works is like the output of the machine learning algorithm, the actual function that gives you your answer.
It's about disentangling the eigenstates. What is the metaphysical reality in which the eigenstates are ensconced? AKA, what are the informational boundaries on these eigenstates? Maybe knowing that a priori might speed up the whole convergence thing, right?
Yeah.
Measurement limit thing. You got to look at what that is saying. I don't understand it either, but You got to look at the arguments. What is the shape of this hyperbolic figure 8 thing?
Mm-hmm.
What is it? It's the smallest
The
dot,
helix
right?
thing.
No, the hyperbolic figure 8. Like
Yeah,
it's a
can you put
quantum of
a
entangled
picture of it?
space-time. Quantum of entangled space-time, right? What is the hyperbolic figure 8?
Hyperbolic figure 8.
Got to think of it like the Cartesian thing where the ends of the
Isn't the
XY axes are tied up
memes of
together like a bow,
destruction was
or
talking
the X,
about?
whatever.
Memes of destruction was talking about this, right? It's like
Mhm.
the.
I'm not saying you're going to understand it right away. It's unrealistic to say that, but
Do you have a
you have to
picture of
start
it?
to understand what the form of the answer is going to take.
Is it in helpful diagrams?
I don't really have anything on my thing because this is the next step. I haven't put anything on the blog because I haven't been able to verify because I'm not going to. This is
Mm-hmm.
still tentative. It seems promising, but still tentative. I'm not going to back something, especially not when the person is not necessarily believing the same precepts metaphysically, which I believe may be dangerous for them to pursue knowledge without believing these precepts right. That's a part of my religion. So it's like, well, I gotta go against my religion. It's like, yeah, I don't know this guy, but still, like, I would feel kind of partially responsible, even though I'm not actually the one who gave him this knowledge. I do feel a bit responsible. Obviously,
I'm
not gonna like
looking.
die
I'm,
over it or anything. If he decides to go in this direction, fine.
hold on, I'm looking up Thad Roberts' helix.
There's no helix. It's hyperbolic figure 8. So it's not the figure 8 knot.
Oh, it's
It's this. It's the
the big
complement of this. Okay,
silver
so
thing.
this
It
is a
looks like
shape.
it looks like a demon core kind of. Well, demon core is much simpler, but the diagram. Yeah. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
Can I if I send you where
So
can
how
you
many twirls are there? 3 plus 1 in an entangled
here where can
geometry,
oh yeah, you have that, but then there's this
proto-geometry, metaphysical axiom,
do you,
axiom.
you have the StreamYard chat? I put a link to the 3D version. The thing you have open might be good, but there's also this other thing to look at. It's like the
See,
thing
now
that's
this is the
all
kind of
shiny.
thing I like. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so what's more useful though? Should I look at the other one first? Do you want to go back?
That's a good question, right? Why
All right,
don't you tell?
so this I would imagine is closer to what you really want to be picturing,
How
right?
about both for different reasons? And truth is complicated, so we have to approach it from multiple perspectives, and over time we can get a rendition of a
The other one's easier to draw.
super
Like
dimensional object, right?
if you were to
Bigger
do a
dimension.
flag or a letterhead, you would definitely use the other one, but this might be more useful for trying to picture it.
No, you got to do them all at once. You can't presuppose anything because you don't know what your own subjectivity confers. You got to just be like, I don't know, man, I don't know, and then just be cool with not knowing. That's the agnosticism. You got to build up that muscle. Yo.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
But this is very good. Why? I mean, there I gave you the hard time. I gave you the Duvid. Now I'll give you the softy side, but still it's
Well, you're
has certain
saying
important properties. So let's see if we can identify what are the benefits of this particular conception of the notion.
it's illustrating how the sphere deforms, right?
No, it's another pure form.
Okay. Well, okay. I mean,
What is this?
when I say
Metaphysical.
deform, I mean like, if you were trying to create
It
this in
doesn't deform.
CAD.
This thing is unchanging. This
No,
thing
no,
is
no,
as
no, no.
unchanging as the sphere. That's
I'm
the whole
trying
point.
to.
Is that
I'm not
this
using it the
thing?
way you think. I'm not using it the way you
Okay.
think.
Well,
I'm
let's use
saying.
it the way Thad thinks because that's the whole point of invoking this
Okay.
thing. I really don't want to confuse people here.
Okay. All right. So this is a pure form.
Why is
okay,
it
what about
important
the
as a
cut?
pure form, or why is it a pure form? Either way, you can
Is
respond to either one.
is the cutaway so you can see inside? Because I would think,
I think so. Yeah.
right. So in reality, this would actually, you wouldn't be able to see inside of it.
And I think this is the HF8, and what's actually important is the complement to this. So this state is excluded, but every other state is included.
All right, now what's an example of another state? Are
Well, think
there
of
like
it. The 3 plus
diagrams?
1 state is excluded because of Pauli exclusion principle, but every other state is allowable because of quantum microstates, thermodynamic microstates.
What would an example be, though?
There's only 3 spatial dimensions. To say there could be a fourth is to misunderstand what a spatial dimension is. It's excluded by virtue of only 3D being included.
Like,
Fair?
how does this map onto?
This is 3 plus 1 entangled as a minimally sized object, i.e. a lattice of these is a perfect model for universal actions because it's a fundamental irreducible action potential, aka entangled 3 plus 1. In the corresponding maximum entropy configuration rate, because the 3 corresponds to the sphere. Okay, so
Wait, can you go back
3
to
is to
the 3
sphere, what
plus
3
1?
plus 1 is to this. If this is right, 3 is to sphere, what 3 plus 1 is to this. That's why it predicts all the things like C and etc. See what I'm saying? The
What do you mean
metaphor?
C? What's C?
The speed of light.
Oh.
So 3 is to sphere, what 3 plus 1 is to HF8 complement. Why complement?
I don't know.
Because
I
the
still don't know.
shape, let me finish, is the array corresponding to the measurement limit, which is excluded because it's monadic. It's the limit point. It's excluded. It can't be observed. 118 is the metaphor for it. Element 118 exists unobservable. Why? Limit point. Sphere, limit point of R3. Why? Unobservable. HF8, limit point of 3 plus 1. Why? Unobservable. Yet its boundary or whatever that is saying, limit points all predict these numerical values for these, what he's calling dimensions, but are actually what I would say are perhaps derivative observables, things like C and, I'm sorry, I'm quite tired, forgotten them all, but I know C is one of them. The Boltzmann, whatever it is. Apologies. I'm actually still looking for that
equations.
meme or diagram, rather.
What was I gonna say? That the Oh, would you say that maybe a possible prediction is that there'll never be discovered an element with an atomic weight of 115?
Why would 115 be excluded? Wouldn't it be 119? Anything bigger than 118 is excluded.
Okay, all right, yeah, so you're saying there's a limit. Hold on. What's the highest known element?
118 is, there's evidence suggesting that the state 118 exists, but it's unstable. So the matter can basically transition through that configuration, but can't remain in it. So it's part of the cycle of matter, but it's never something that matter can actually crystallize in because it's excluded because it's not stable relative to every other state.
Right, yeah, and then there's like the metastable things. And
I was saying that as a troll on the thing with like the Holy Trinity as like a literal troll declare to like undermine her sanity for what she tried to do to me.
No, I mean,
most of that debate was just me trying to literally gaslight that.
No, I know people
person.
use it in other ways, but there's the literal meaning of metastable, meaning like if it moves ever so slightly, it could fall.
It's metastable. Like, if it breathes, it's metastable. Oh. Well, think about 3 is approximately E is approximately pi. Because those 3 things exist in some sense, have some meaning, there's metastability between them because they're adjacent. right? So maybe it conforms more with E or 3 or pi or sort of some cycle between them because they're all so close and they all have these resonances that are adjacent to the pure forms.
Wait, what's the approximation of E? 2.718 blah blah blah. And it's
That sounds like a you question. That doesn't sound like a me question.
It's created by the infinite series of 1 plus.
It's the base, which
1
is its own derivative, okay? It's
the
very special.
factorial.
It's very special because it's a base equal to its own derivative.
Well, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page right now, and they're saying that one way to define it is an infinite series where the denominator is
That's not the definition. That is a consequence of the definition, being able to express it as a sum, geometric sum, okay? The definition is a base equal to its own derivative. Nothing more, nothing less.
I don't know what derivative. I told you I don't know calculus, so I don't.
Well, you understand that the derivative is a thing, and the derivatives
yeah,
most of the time don't look like the same as the function. So what's the bottleneck in computation? Is it finding the eigenstates of a matrix? Is it inverting a matrix? What is it?
I mean, it's
What's
like
the bottleneck?
the physical energy that how small can you make something, and how fast can you change its state, right? Like, okay, let's say you make a computer that is operating on a subatomic scale, like a quantum computer.
You can't do that.
Well,
it's lunacy to think you could do that.
Isn't that what they're attempting with the quantum computer?
No. They're trying to get computers that operate on quantum principles. They've attempted to do some adjacent zero Kelvin ones, which have had very limited success.
Okay,
followed by ones that had a bunch of success in the photonic domain because that is actually stable at room temperature. So all you need to do is set up light that's actually coherent in a way that it can simulate microstates that are relevant.
Yeah, okay.
Called sonar tech.
So a quantum computer is actually
everything's a fucking quantum computer, man. So it's like trivial to say that.
Okay, in common parlance, the things that D-Wave and Google or Google bought D-Wave, I think. The thing that they're working on is,
I call that delocalized integrated computing.
You're trying to force a quantum system to
delocalized integrated computing.
You like come up with all these terms and you say
that's what it is. It's delocalized integrated computing. They delocalize the signal across an integrated processor, and they're able to simulate more microstates in the process of parsing the information out that way. That's the basic functional sort of quantum of how these things process information. But you're talking about, so just think of something.
1%.
Okay, stop for a second here. You're talking about subatomic quantum computers. That makes no sense because there's nothing subatomic. First of all, there's nothing subatomic. There's something subluminal because this shape here derives the speed of light. So if this shape, which could be described as the fundamental mind, if this thing predicts the speed of light, then the speed of light cannot be fundamental if some other super simple topology or whatever shape predicts it, can it? And no, quarks don't count. Even if they can break down these things, they lose their irreducible complexity. It's no longer that class of matter once you've destroyed what makes it irreducibly complex, i.e. able to fit in the monadic crystal, right? AKA quantum periodic table. So, yeah.
Can we get Masturbator back and see if he understands?
You there, Drunky McTrasherson? I can try to unmute you. Okay, I can't unmute you, so you have to mute yourself, but he might have passed out. The quarks are subatomic. His model predicts the quarks as well. These are all perturbations upon the same basic field form, which is entangled 3 plus 1-ness. Okay, aka the thing I've been saying this whole time.
An argumentative tone, and I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm having an argument with somebody in the chat.
Oh, all right.
Sorry. I think I'm getting a little tired. I should probably wrap up soon because I like literally am
Yeah,
tired, and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
been
All
almost
right.
8 hours. But I do love these questions, and we can continue, you know, real soon. I got week in review coming up.
Yeah,
Not
maybe
too long.
I'll chime in.
Yay!
Yeah. Dude is, I don't know. Whatever. Whenever I listen, I just feel like if I come on, it's gonna be combative. Maybe I just have to deal with it. Right?
Perspective.
Perspective.
Duvid's behavior is predictable in a way, so you can use
Yeah.
that predictability to test yourself on your own resolve for certain things.
Mm.
You can look at anybody you perceive as difficult that way, and that sort of makes the interactions less
You know what?
taxing.
One thought I was having when I was listening to you and David earlier was like what? I was like, what is the utility of like what he said? Like when he was talking about how the guy was like a nice guy and nice guys finish last, and it's like, what? Like why are you saying this? Like I don't even.
He just has thoughts and then he says them, and I find them intriguing.
Yeah.
I find his thoughts intriguing. That's just how it is.
But yeah, there has to be someone has to play the straight man, you know? Maybe I guess that's me. You and Duvid.
I thought it was Duvid. Well, if you're the straight man? What's Duvid?
You and Duvid are both are all over the place. I think. I don't know.
So you're the voice of sanity, and Duvid and I are like these eccentric, fringe weirdos type deal.
Well, I'm not claiming. I have my own crazy thoughts, but I'm not as stream of consciousness.
We'll get there. That's the minimum energy solution, is just everything stream of consciousness. It's like,
Well, yeah, it has to be the right topic. I think if we start talking about AI more and I learn more about how it actually works, then I'll start going off.
at some point, you're going to have to start accepting your own authority.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you have any last words? I'm going to wrap up. I don't know if Master Beater, my MTL, you still there,
Last
bro?
words.
You passed out, bro. Anyway, you want to have any last words, JD, and see if Trash Team
My
Hamilton
last
is
words before the executioner pulls the switch is a cab.
Don't know what that is, but cool. So we'll try to end it right at the 8-minute mark. Bye.
See ya.